citizens. One of the main infrastructure projects conducted by them was the demolishing of the old train station and the building of a new, more centrally located one. Hence, in 1964, the Novi Sad train station as we know it today was built. The station was built in a classical brutalist style and serviced connections throughout Yugoslavia and abroad, and quickly became a popular gathering place for locals. For years, the train station remained untouched and stood the test of time, proving to be reliable and quite efficient in servicing tens of thousands of passengers. Most notably of all, it became one of the defining buildings of the city and beloved by many. However, sometime in 2022, the mayor of Novi Sad, Miloš Vučević, announced that
Is this where it begins?
That after 60 years, the train station was going to be fully renovated as a part of the fast rail project between Belgrade and Budapest, funded and executed in great part by the Chinese government.
我在北京
The renovation project would be undertaken by a Chinese construction company starting and would be executed via joint efforts of Serbia and China.
Never have China build something. It's not gonna end well.
All right.
This was seen as nothing special, as for several decades now, China has been a key partner in developing Serbia's infrastructure and overall the infrastructure in the Balkans, with countries like Hungary, Greece, and North Macedonia openly working with the country in the strive to develop their nations. However, because the train station in Novi Sad carried such tremendous cultural and historic weight, the importance of the project was tremendous, and any and all bodies of the project would reflect horribly on the ones responsible. As such, in 2023, in the effort to boost his PR and political standing, Serbia's president, Aleksandar Vučić, announced that he would come and visit the construction
Is this
project.
the guy that was in the house that was on fire sitting on a pile of money?
And eventually, in the effort to boost his PR and political standing, Serbia's president, Aleksandar Vučić, announced that he would come and visit the construction project, an event which would be broadcasted across national television. In an effort to make the project's progress look good, the construction started to be rushed with many corners cut. In one of the reports published by Zoran Djajic, an engineer working on the project, Zoran stated that he submitted a photo to the authorities where behind one of the panels there was pieces of concrete. The concrete was partially missing and was substituted with cement jackets crushed in order to fit smaller pieces of concrete inside the construction. In another incident, Djajic also apparently asked for the marble
I was wondering when I was
on the
working.
building to be checked for the substrate under them and to repair the substrate and put up new marble slabs. Instead of doing that, allegedly the project artist just repainted the panels even though they needed to be fully replaced.
So, if I'm understanding this correctly, like this is like repairing, like the Lincoln Memorial, or like the Smithsonian Museum or something like that, right? Like this is like a big cultural iconic place. Like Grand Central Station. Yeah, that's a better example. Wow.
Notably, in the same year of Vučic's visit, before the project was finished, the news agency 021.rs asked the ministry.
Oh my god, the simplest things I can't do this.
However, the ministry denied their request, claiming that the Chinese project contractors do not wish for the documents to be available to the public before the end of the project. Besides that, one of the newest additions to the train station was the renovated canopy, which was envisioned to be reconstructed by having heavy glass, concrete, hard metal frames, and a green surface above it added. Many of the additions to the train station were not in the original project documents. Even so, in 2024, the train station was officially open to the public in a grand televised opening. Even though, according to Serbian law, after the reconstruction of any building before it can be open to the public, it must possess an operating permit. the railway station did not obtain this. And so, for several months, the train station became again used by thousands, and even more than before, considering Serbia now hosted a fast rail between Belgrade and Novi Sad together, two of the country's largest and most important cities. And soon enough, the fast rail would extend all the way to Budapest, which would make the train station even more important.
Okay.
However, on November 1st, just 4 months after the train station was opened, its canopy, weighing over 300 tons, collapsed and crushed.
So you're telling me this thing fell down?
Oh, I should probably show you guys. Sorry.
Holy shit.
Was opened, its canopy, weighing over 300
Killed 15
tons,
people. Yeah,
collapsed
and that's the
crushed
15 minutes.
14
Yeah.
people, instantly killing them, gravely injuring 3 others, and killing another one 10 days after succumbing to her own wounds from the collapse.
Yeah.
A tragedy which was almost
Jesus.
unparalleled in modern history of the nation.
Jesus.
An event that completely, which 10 days after succumbing to her own wounds from the collapse.
Yeah.
A tragedy which was almost unparalleled in modern history of the nation, and an event that completely shocked the entire country. Immediately after, 3 days of mourning were declared in Novi Sad, and 1 day in the entire country. People started hitting the streets en masse to mourn together and hold a period of silence for the victims. However, the Serbian government had different priorities. In the immediate media reports, most
my
of which
God.
are controlled by the government and the current ruling party, the Serbian Progressive Party, or colloquially known as SNS, the reports started stating that the old canopy had collapsed and how the canopy was not renovated since 1964, whilst at the same time completely glossing over the amount of victims the tragedy killed and their identities. This was preposterous and nothing less of dumping an entire bag of salt onto a gaping wound, and many Serbs saw it as such. Almost immediately after these reports were published, several engineers came out and publicly challenged the notion that the canopy was not renovated. Quickly after that, pictures started popping up showcasing the canopy before and after. Clearly,
Yo, Mark. September 27, a friend at one of my hosting events. Oh, I ain't improved at all, dude. I haven't been playing it long. Oh, Blazer, what's up? Oh shit, I didn't see that. When was that? Like 5 minutes ago. Fuck. I've just been floating different characters. I'm not really playing ranked or anything. I mean, I played a bit of ranked on this one. I just want Laura, dude. What? Are you pressing your own button or something? But the punch is always too early. Ashogeki. It needs to be much lower, but might have been. That. Oh, I forgot about that. It's like right there. I wasn't looking at it.
They did fuck with it because how do you put the lights in there? These are lights. And then look at this frame. Like this is They just painted? No, bro. Like, I don't think it's just painted, bro. Like, because if you look at this, there had to be a fixture in there,
I
right?
usually just start with a combo trial just to like start things off.
Yeah, and yeah, a fixture means wiring. Yeah, exactly. So they had to have gotten in there.
Indicating that indeed it was affected during the renovation. In an aerial view of the building, the new canopy's design could be
So,
Love the music in this one.
clearly seen, with green soil right
Yeah.
on top of it. According to one theory, the soil which was put on top was not accounted for properly in the final calculations. It is believed that if the soil was
that's like probably got to be multiple tons, right? I mean, if you have that much dirt, how do you fuck that up? So basically, these like struts or whatever that are like meant to hold it up were not changed, but the weight of the canopy was changed. Am I understanding this correctly? No way, right? Like,
It's a 2-frame
soil
limit.
was
adds
able to-
water? That's a good point. No, you're right.
6-frame advantage, 6-frame startup. Sorry, it's a
to
1-frame
hold on
limit.
to moisture from rain
This
and
is
other
a
weather
shot.
conditions, which would further increase the strain on the structure's support. Examining the damage where the canopy broke, cracks and tears in the concrete could be seen, where there
Damn.
were no beams, as well as rust in the metal that was tying the canopy to the main structure. Furthermore, in the original
So they renovated everything except for the thing that holds it up? Because that would be harder to do? And then they added more weight on top of it? That seems like the dumbest fucking thing. Expensive, yeah. Oh my god.
where the canopy broke, cracks and tears in the concrete could be seen, where there were no beams, as well as rust in the metal that was tying the canopy to the main
Yeah,
structure.
sure.
Furthermore, in the original project plans, the attic was envisioned to be empty, but later
So
on,
I don't know
glass
any
was
real
added on top
finishes.
of it. The design upon further examination appeared
I mean,
to
I
be
guess that
flawed
one,
from
but
the get-go.
I haven't
Sort of
really
like
been able to land that
not
properly
just the weight
in
of
battle.
The water gets into concrete, it freezes and expands and destroys
You know how it is. Training.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Training
but
and-
that's the
and
reason
in
why
battle
we
is
have
very
expansion
different.
joints in sidewalks. It's because of that same type of chemical reaction. Yes. So they didn't even. Not chemical. Excuse me. What a bunch of fucking morons.
Weight
Marvel
of the canopy
Rivals.
was mainly supported by cantilever
That was alright,
beams
played that
instead
for
of
a-
columns, which would have provided
day, I guess.
additional load support, especially in the case of the additional weight added on top of it. The evidence was damning, and the people were expecting answers. However, the elected officials would refuse to give any statements regarding the project, nor release further documents on the project, instead choosing to focus on preserving their image and PR.
I feel like this is such a common trait. When people don't want to explain things, there's usually a reason for it. You know, like, because in my opinion, yeah, you should just be able to just come out and say, like, yeah, this is what happened.
If he likes it, he likes it. Beats Overwatch.
Right? Because if it was a mistake, then it's a mistake. In concrete construction, there's a saying, there is cracked concrete and there's concrete that hasn't cracked yet.
Beats
All
Concord.
concrete will crack eventually. That's why you put
Kappa.
in control joints. So it cracks
How you doing,
where you
Nez?
want it to. And I'm assuming that's probably the reason why when they do a controlled demolition, that's probably the reason why they can have it go directly down, is because these buildings are made out of concrete and the infrastructure is built off of that. Yeah, sort of. At least that's part of it, yeah. I'm not always, I don't know.
as you can imagine, did not sit well with the public at all. The station, as I mentioned before, was extremely popular since its inception and used by thousands daily, be it to commute to work, university, home, or just to hang out with friends. Virtually every student in the region used the station regularly, and virtually it could have been any one of them lying under the rubble. And so, immediately after the government denied accountability, thousands rushed to the streets to protest. 4 days after, due to the immense pressure from the public, the Minister of Construction, Traffic and Infrastructure, Goran Vesic, resigned. During his resignation, he still maintained his innocence and the lack of involvement in the project. Even though on numerous occasions before, he was constantly in PR videos promoting the station and his party's words in pushing Serbia forward. As this was going on, the independent media was working diligently to uncover and publish documents related to the renovation works of the train station and uncovering the roles of those involved in the command of the project. The public started calling for the apprehension and jailing of those responsible.
I wonder why.
Mainly the state
See, this is exactly this is what people need to do here. Is you gotta find out the people that let this shit happen and put them in jail. That's the problem. Is that nobody ever has any skin in the game, so everything's a theoretical.
The government, seeing it could not hide that its actions
criminal
collapse
negligence.
of the
Yeah, you
canopy
need
under the rug.
you need direct human accountability with direct human consequences. Unless you have that, all you have is an abstract consequence that doesn't matter to anyone.
Then proceeded to shift the narrative in an effort to avoid blame, to also finding and prosecuting those responsible, starting up an investigation and interviewing around 50 workers in the lower end of the project's chain of command, essentially trying to find an adequate scapegoat to shift the blame. Although more and more documentation was hitting the public's eye, the state's prosecutor's office, however, remained silent, and no action was being taken to prosecute those responsible for the tragedy. What was enough, and even more people went to the streets to protest, with a large mob of protesters forming right outside of Novi Sad Town Hall, with the public demanding that the government...
Wait, so this has been going on because this video was released 3 weeks ago. I never even heard of this.
Actually do something and prosecute those involved in the reconstruction.
It's been going on for 4 months.
The protest held was peaceful.
So is it now reached kind of like a fever pitch? Is that effectively what's happening here? You did?
Where's my TXT file?
No,
Can't remember.
I would remember ignoring it. Maybe I heard about this one time, but that was it.
People gathering around to make noise and scream their demands of the government. However, amongst this crowd, several fully masked persons appeared who started vandalizing the town hall and nearby buildings by breaking their windows and spray painting graffiti over them. Within the town hall, a police force was stationed tasked with protecting the building. However, despite only a handful of these masked persons vandalizing, they took no action whatsoever to prevent them, even though the thousands of other protesters condemned the vandals as actions. The same night, President Vučić was scheduled to come and visit the city and hold a speech regarding the tragedy. However, instead of going to any public space or building, Vučić only visited SNS party buildings. Upon his arrival, most of the SNS venues were severely vandalized.
See, this is the problem that people have, is that, and this is an issue that happens now with protests as well, is that you will always have troublemakers and agitators inside of a protest. So you can't, like, unless the active protesters are actively hiding and protecting the people that are violent, like, these are paid actors. Well, they're paid actors in some cases because they're looting, right? And they could be paid actors as well. I'm not really sure. Those are police, by the way. Well, what I'm saying is that you have 99.99% of people, I just watch the videos, not doing this. Even this, the windows aren't even broken. Really.
with their windows being broken, red paint scattered all over the venue's exteriors, and the Serbian flag being ripped apart. Now, unlike in other countries, predominantly Western ones, where flag desecration is seen as a valid form of protest and more or less a regular occurrence, in Serbia this is far from the case. Serbians, no matter their political orientation, deeply care for their state and flag. Desecrating the Serbian flag in Serbia is virtually unheard of and incomprehensibly frowned upon, as the flag is not seen as representing the government but the people. The flag being ripped apart and the police not taking action in preventing the town hall vandals aroused suspicion that the government was behind a violent attack in an effort to bastardize the image of the protesters.
This is something that a lot of people are theorizing happened with January 6th as well. Now, notice my language here. I'm not saying that it happened. I don't have enough information to confirm that it happened. But this is something that is very common. Agent provocateurs? Yeah. But speculation? Why? I think there should be an investigation into it. Occupy Wall Street too? Yeah.
Move that is unfortunately very prevalent in the current Serbian political landscape.
So this is very
and has
common.
been seen numerous times before,
It's a pretty
as was the
effective
case
tactic,
with
yeah.
the bulldozing of the 12 buildings in Savamala. Suspicions arose when Vučić held a speech in front of one.
And this is the same thing that happens here with like other people that are violent.
I have something in my head, but I
is
can't
that
get it out.
It happens with BLM too. Like you have a lot of people. There's like two categories, right? There's the people that are committing crimes because it's either advantageous or they're trying to make money by like, you know, breaking into a store. And then you also have the people that are paid provocateurs. And I like, if you were a George Soros, not George Soros, but a person like that, would you want to pay people to make a group like this look bad? Absolutely. And let's go ahead and take a very personal, like, you know, very narrow look at it. Do you guys know, like, in my subreddit, how, like, we'll have people that post, like, racist stuff, and, like, their name is, like, you know, Austrian mustache painter fan 1488, and, like, they're hoping to get it upvoted to the top, and so, like, that way they can make me look like a racist or something like that? Well, like, that's the kind of stuff. I've never seen it. Yeah, you have it because we delete it. Because it gets deleted and they get banned. Like, we had somebody do that yesterday, for example, right? You check the bar. And so anyway, it's false flagging, right? So like if this is happening to my subreddit and I'm just a screamer, what do you think the odds are it's happening to governmental protests? Oh, I don't know, 100%.
SNS venue where he made a fuss about the desecrated flag and how he'll put those
And also, here's another example, one more. Do you remember back whenever I played World of Warcraft and then I moved over to Final Fantasy, how there were WoW players who were cosplaying as Final Fantasy players to make Final Fantasy players seem toxic, so I would go back and play WoW? That was crazy. This song lost my shit, yeah. So like, if people are willing to do it over an MMO, I think they're willing to do it over a government.
Done that to justice. Again, completely glossing over the tragedy and victims and trying to antagonize the protests. The same night, the police dressed in civilian clothing made their way to the protests and arrested 14 people, mainly peaceful student protesters, whilst the vandals disappeared with no trace. The next day, after the town hall protest, the government held a session in which they condemned
So they weren't able to get any of the vandals? That's interesting. I wonder why.
protesters and publicly accused the opposition for organizing. In an effort to show how they were doing something, several ministers resigned and 12 people were jailed due to the fall of the canopy. Amongst the jailed persons was Vesic and another minister. However, just after a couple of days in custody,
Wait, no, I know this part of the show.
both were released, while the 14 students remained in prison. As rumor has it, the incarcerated ministers were provided with newly renovated rooms with comfortable beds specifically suited for their needs, while at the same time, the imprisoned students were placed in cold rundown prisons with pests, parasites like lice, and mold being present. This just further made the Serbian populace's blood boil, and protests are erupting all over the country, with thousands organizing and blocking traffic in silence. In one of the traffic-related protests, a student was physically attacked by several passersby, whose identities were later revealed to be of several SMS functionaries. On November 25th...
What did he say? Sorry, I didn't understand this. What did he just say there? Later found to be what? SNS functionaries. Oh, okay, that's what it was. And SNS is not Sword and Shield. That's the new party that was explained at the beginning of the video, right? So these are political. So the people that were found out being violent were actually just party affiliated people. Serbian Progressive Party, yes. That's crazy.
His identities were later revealed to be of several SMS functionaries. On November 25th, due to the attack on one of their students, the University of Dramatic Arts in Belgrade rose up in a mass protest with the students taking over the campus and establishing a blockade of the university. The students made their demands simple and public: release the identities of the attackers from the previous protests and prosecute them in full force according to the law.
How is that even a debate? Why would that not happen? Is this what happens when you have student protests that aren't revved up by social media? I mean, I guess they have social media over there, but like they're not revved up by like fucking American identity politics. People actually care about the things that matter, like government corruption and accountability. It's like this is what we should be having this here.
Things started to snowball as this event sparked even more protests and traffic blockades, with more and more students and civilians coming out to
and keep in mind, all of this video was released 3 weeks ago, February 22nd. So if you haven't heard about this at all, that's crazy, right? That's crazy. You haven't heard about this at all.
Country to a halt. However, as more came out to the streets to protest, more violent clashes started occurring, with more passersby attacking the protesters, and several vehicles even running students over. Meanwhile, all this chaos was unfolding. The prosecutor's office was still not taking any action, with no indictments nor convictions taking place, and the attackers freely walking away. With the people's voice falling on deaf ears, the students took matters into their own hands. Day after day, one university after another got taken over by the student body, and a string of blockades erupted, with classes grinding to a halt. As of writing this video, all public universities in Belgrade, Novi Sad, Niš, and Kragujevac have been taken over by students and have been blockaded, while even more public and private universities are joining their ranks. Unable to be ignored, this hit national and international news, bringing the Serbian government into the limelight. In typical fashion, government officials would state to the press that these protests...
He does look like the Chud Jack. He does. That's crazy. Wow. That's insane.
are funded and organized by the local opposition and foreign powers, providing virtually little to no evidence to support their claims. To be fair, on one of the protests, two notorious oppositionary MPs, Dragan Đilas and Marika Tepic, joined the protest and took pictures holding one of the banners, after which they immediately left. However, the students directly slammed the government accusations by refusing any and all party affiliation, acting completely as sovereign actors. You see, unlike many other revolutions, the Serbian student one was organized without ideological grounds. The student body rising up is composed of many people from all corners of the political compass. The main demands of the students are the complete publishing of documents of the train station reconstruction project done in the mutual effort by Serbia and China, dropping charges of the arrested student protesters, for the police to officially pursue the persons who attacked students and professors. protesting, as well as a 20% increase for university funding. While in Novi Sad, the students have additional demands, those being that the mayor, Milan Đurić, and his predecessor resigned. The organization and idea for
Assume so, yeah.
the blockades was almost exclusively spread via word of mouth and social media. The decision to blockade a university was made via a democratic vote, with many universities utilizing their student portals, giving each student the option to decide whether or not for their university to declare a blockade, with the vast majority of students voting in favor. Additionally,
That's crazy. 98%? So this isn't like here where there's like a small subset of people that are like coming in and doing it. This is like basically everybody fucking agrees on this, right? Yeah, it's a bit of a majority. And also keep in mind, 0.7% are like, yeah, I don't know.
Additionally, the blockades have been organized into their own representative bodies and delegates whose members are democratically elected and changed if the group sees them as not fulfilling their elected duties, with no one person being the face of the movement. Within the blockaded universities, anyone who is not a student and doesn't possess a student ID, known in Serbia as an index booklet, is denied entrance. Alongside this, the media is also barred from entering unless the blockading students democratically vote to allow them inside. Although
So they still are allowing people to go to class. It's not like they're blocking other students from going to class. Huh. There is no class. Oh, I guess there would be no class because, yeah, nobody's there because everybody's protesting. It's weird because my American brain says ignore student protests. Well, the thing to keep in mind with a lot of like the student protests that are here, and this was discovered last year with a lot of the protests on college campuses,
paid for.
is that a good number of the people that were there were not even students of that university. They were just there. They were cosplaying. They were problem starters and problem havers. Yeah, like, I mean, I don't know about paid actors, right? Some of them I think were stupid for free, but that's it.
several political parties reached out to help support the students, they have all been rejected. While the main way the students sustain themselves is via the donations regular citizens make, with many pensioners regularly stopping by the universities and bringing them food in an act of solidarity. Since the eruption of
I think that's a really big surprise too, is that it seems like there's a generational solidarity with that too. Yeah, that's a lot.
revolution, the government has constantly publicly diminished
Because pensioners means old people, right?
like foreign powers, and calling them to abandon their posts and return to studying so they can work for a side that's actually looking out for them, implying
Yeah.
the state. Although initially the president claimed that the students are attempting to overthrow the government, later he claimed that all their demands have been met, showcasing empty registers that were allegedly all the documents about the railway station, whilst also printing out allegedly random words on a piece of paper, and again showcasing it to the public, claiming these were all the important documents relating to the project and claiming that they were now published as they were shown on television. After these attempts proved futile, he then claimed he already met all the demands and to
Can't believe that's
deal,
safe.
promised to give subsidies to young people for the purchase of their first home. However, the students continued protesting as they stated that the president of Serbia does not hold jurisdiction over the institutions that are responsible for meeting their demands. The student body also claimed that they are demanding for the proper work of the Serbian government institutions and for them to do their job. Even so, after the announcement was made by President Vučić on the official state website, documents regarding the renovation project started to be published. Alongside this, the budget increase for university funding was adopted. But this was yet still far from the demands imposed by the students, and the blockades continued. In backlash, the government continued to diminish the protests, claiming that more students oppose the blockades than they support them, even though
98%.
universities decided via a democratic process to enact them, and the number
I mean, like, democratic, it's not even like, I feel like that, like 55-45 is a lot different than 98 to 1.3%. right? Like that's a bit of a different majority there.
First clearly state the opposite. Further, student bodies from ex-Yugoslav republics voiced their support of the Serbian protesters and organized morale-raising events for them. Nevertheless, on December 22nd, 2024, the largest of the protests was held
This was
in
4 months ago.
Slavia Square, where over 100,000 people gathered and held 50 minutes of silence for the victims of the train station cannon. While the period of silence was held, thousands turned on the flashes of their cameras to show their presence. Following afterwards, protesters made their presence known by making noise via whistles and vuvuzelas. The president of the National Assembly, Ana Brnabić, claimed that the protest was aimed at Aleksandar Vučić, and the government again tried to diminish the protesters by claiming there were only 25,000 people present.
Yeah.
According to the government, the state utilized a custom-made software for counting people at protests, and that's how they got that number. Later on, they backtracked on the statement that there were only 25,000 people counted, but 80,000 instead. As of right,
Wow. So, well, maybe they did have this software. Maybe the same people that designed this, the same people that designed the software are the same people that probably designed the fucking canopy. It seems like you got a bunch of retards in there making stuff, and making these decisions, don't know what the fuck they're doing. Yeah, what is this? It's a joke.
in this video, the students and the government are in a standstill. Although some concessions were made by the government, the majority of the demands are still unfulfilled.
Yeah,
Mostly
what a
those
surprise.
related to the ones involved in the train station project and those attacking students' injustice. The biggest event that transpired since the Slavia protest was the resignation of the Prime Minister Miloš Vučević after several protesters were attacked yet again by SNS functionaries during a protest in front of
So this is the second time that people that were functionaries of the political party that's in control attack people? Is this accurate? I just want to make sure that I'm like, I'm keeping up with this. More than second time in this video that it's referenced.
Ruined my
event,
perfect.
which ended up in one woman being taken to the hospital. However, the status quo of the country being at a standstill, the blockades remains, and more smaller universities located in smaller cities and towns join their peers. In addition to this, it is theorized that the Serbian Ministry of Security Information has been trying to target students by creating websites where the student protesters would be doxxed via their full names, faces, and addresses being showcased, and malware and spyware infecting protesters' devices. In one instance, two dual national citizens of both Serbia and Croatia had their Croatian passports published in the government-owned press, which is a severe breaking of the law. And moreover, the media intensified their witch hunt over the two dual nationals by claiming how they were a part of the Ustashi Croatian Nazis with
Is this the Ustashi, the ones that like did like all that fucking like really bad shit that even the Nazis condemned because it would be so bad it would destroy the morale? Yeah, yes. Okay, so Jesus, this all, yeah, this went back to World War II. Rowdy, yeah. This all sounds familiar? Yeah. What the, no, these guys, you look it up. The Ustashi, basically the Nazi leadership criticized them, and, you know, fact check me if I'm wrong on this, but the Nazi leadership criticized them because they were so brutal and so terrible that effectively they would end up galvanizing the public and the people against them because of how bad they were. Super Saiyan Nazis? Yeah, basically. They call any Croat involvement as Ustashi. It's the easy scapegoat. Huh.
Look who's back finally.
Why are you not liking this? They have stuff that they're doing Palestinian protesters? Well, the reason why is that, number one, the difference between this and the Palestine protests is that, number one, these are being done by students, actual students, not provocateurs that have come in from outside the university to start trouble. Number two, this is about government corruption and accountability for the government rather than accountability for a university. Number three, the amount of property destruction is extremely minor compared to what's happened in America. So, and there's also not a lot of people, it seems like, that are running defense for it. Number 4, there are multiple cases where there are people who are in plain clothes that are hurting protesters and then discovered later on to be agents of the state and the political party that's in control, and there's no accountability for them. Number 5, you're having the protesters get doxxed by the government themselves and have things played at them. And number 6, I would say also, is that the majority
I really do
is
hate
much
cheaters,
different
man.
than
They should be removed from this
Palestine
game.
protests, where you're looking at the people that voted for this.
Like, modern
as
is the
a
perfect
over
measurement
98%
for if you should play a fighting game or not. If you pick
versus,
modern,
like,
you
the
probably shouldn't be
Palestine
playing a fighting
protests
game.
where no vote was ever
Like, you're an
taken.
embarrassment to humanity.
So for you to compare these two things,
this guy is
now,
an
I understand
outrageous
this is very
cheater.
good Twitter engagement bait, right?
He probably thinks he played well. Like, bro, the game played for you.
would
You're
see
a cheater.
discrepancy
You're
there.
pathetic.
But when you actually think
Disgusting
about this for more
cheater.
than 2 minutes,
And you should be
could
removed
easily
from our
see the
society as a
difference
whole.
between these two things, and you can see why this is a
Let
much
alone
more
the game
respectable,
itself.
reasonable thing to be protesting against versus the Palestine protests, which, by the way, I was
Disgusting
okay with.
modern,
I just
dude.
wasn't okay with the destruction of
I should
property
never see these
and
people.
the,
Like,
not
you want to
allowing
play
people
Scarp
to go to
Fighter,
school.
that's fine with me, but you shouldn't be putting the games with people who are playing the actual
And I
game.
could probably come up with other reasons.
You're playing
too.
a fake
Those are just the top
facsimile.
6 that came to my mind. But no, they're not the same thing.
The only evidence supporting this claim at the blockade.
Like,
where
honestly, I
they
think
were
whoever thought up
active,
modern and
the
greenlit it
students
should be
utilized
removed,
some
barred
cookbooks.
from the
Furthermore,
industry as a
media
whole.
propagated
Because they have no idea what's going
how
on.
the cookbook was supplied to them via the
He's not
Stasi
what about him?
secret
Yeah, go back and
services
ban him.
with instructions. However, the students have refused to budge and refused to be intimidated until all their demands are met, with many spinning the situation to humor by creating
Yeah, the memes, bro. They're bringing out Yu-Gi-Oh, Exodia, Better Call Saul. Uh-oh.
creative and hilarious signs.
Yeah, these are really good.
Furthermore,
DBZ.
although President Vucic and his party, SNS, have created more or less
Oh,
a
shit.
one-party state and have established
The old
a
Apple
voter
commercial?
base of middle-aged and senior population, their support has started to erode as many of them have kids and grandkids. who
Yeah,
are
see,
involved
this is a pretty big difference, is that, and also another difference culturally
Love this game.
between this and the Palestine-Israel thing.
I do
is
it,
that I think a
nothing
lot of
happens,
older
and then 2
people,
seconds
especially
later, that's
people
when it
who are
comes out.
retired here in America, have more of a cultural alignment with
I was
Israel,
blocking.
and a lot of younger people don't have that same cultural alignment with Israel, and so they view Palestinians as much more of a respectable cause. And like a like they don't see it as like, you know, Israel is like this ultimate good. Peaceful protesting using memes. American Palestine protest uses violence and this and people like gender. Yeah, gee, I wonder why more people care about Serbia protests. Yeah.
EXZ beats?
And
Lost the round out of it?
remotely close.
Wonderful. Actually, I lost the game
And
off of
also,
it.
by the way, another thing is like people here are like, people in Serbia are flying Serbian flags. That's another big fucking difference to me.
in the protests and have been targeted directly and indirectly by the government. Many farmers and lawyers have also joined the protest, with many of them now coming with tractors to major protests, which they utilize as shields against the police and cars that would attempt to run over the protesters.
it's
Which,
holding
as a
forward.
whole, has severely damaged the trust in the current ruling party, making the older population, which has been the party's loyal voting base, re-examine their stance towards the government. As of most recent events transpiring, 2 major 24-hour protests occurred on the Belgrade Highway in the city, and 3 on the bridges in Novi Sad.
Oh, that's true. The Palestine protest did have American flags. They burned them. That's a good point.
Which were blockaded
Yeah.
symbolically for 3 hours for the 3 months that the protests have been
Yeah,
going on.
good point.
While another protest occurred on the Novi Sad Freedom Bridge, which was blockaded.
And also, by the way, I know that you're going to have so many disingenuous people. If you refer back to my coverage yesterday of the protests about Mahmoud Kamil, I didn't criticize those protests at all. I disagreed with them because I agree with him being thwarted, but I respected their right to protest. And you can go back to the VOD from yesterday, and you can refer to that and see that I've been consistent with that.
for 27 hours, which allegedly
People are
has
fighting
been
with
the
ghosts.
largest protest, overshadowing the Slavian one with over 300,000 attendees.
Where's
Right
my
now,
fucking
it is
DP
unknown
game?
What the result of this revolution will be, as the student body refuses to budge, and due to the mass scale of the people involved, the government cannot utilize direct force to withstand the protest. Doing so would be political suicide and potentially open Pandora's box or a revolution Serbia had experienced the fall of Milosevic. As
Jesus Christ. So, like what? So like,
At least he wasted his for a
push
game.
like
For a round, I mean.
like an emergency election. Can they do that?
Doesn't really matter. I wasted it too. Ken can do random shit, man, that Brian really can.
No, there's not much bad. Yeah, they
So much more
no, not
oppressive
really,
than I
like,
can
yeah,
be.
recall. Yeah, because I just don't know what their what do you call it? What their rules are. This is another person. Why'd you lie about not knowing? Diddy, Disney's fans harass Hassan. Am I scared of Destiny? Like, scared of Hassan? I'm sure Destiny's fans did harass Hassan. I'm sure that happened. Yeah, I believe you. That's not even like it
Bro. I wish Ken wasn't this easy, man.
I never even said that.
I really should play Ken instead of Ryan.
such, they must tread carefully, as one wrong move can be the end of Vucic and
It is
SNS as we
branded.
know it. Hopefully, citizens will be able to get all their demands met with their fight. Perhaps the Iron Curtain of corruption in this country can come to an end, and Serbia can see brighter days for its citizens where no man
this is
above
insane.
the law.
Oh my god. I'm actually glad I watched the whole thing. Wow. Holy fucking shit. Thought you said you'd watch half the video? Yeah, I did. Bro, you already saw on Thursday Destiny's Community Brigade sometimes? Yeah, they do. Yeah, for sure. This is incredible. And I guess the bloody hand is like, I guess it's probably like the victims of the people. Like that's basically what's going on here. Let me go back. I'm gonna double check about this. And holy fucking shit. Yeah, this video was really good. This is a great video. Here, I'm gonna link it to you guys again. Give it a like. Living ironically in Europe. This is the channel that made it. Yeah, hands of the politicians covered in blood. Well, I mean, kind of accurate, right? I mean, yeah, definitely. Europe for a win. I mean, I'd be down to go to the Balkans for sure. Yeah. Why not? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've known plenty of people that have lived there for sure. Did you see Kanye's Twitter? He posted a song with Diddy's son. No, I didn't see that at all. And I'll read a few comments about this and go on. There were 800K people today on the streets. Oh my God. Yeah, so apparently the 100K number might have been referencing the thing that happened multiple weeks ago and not today. There's this problem with the Balkans. Usually protests like this become a battle of attrition, and in the end the government wins, and they just don't step down, and if they do, their friends take their place, so nothing changes. You know what? I bet you're right. I do. I don't know anything about their... I bet you're fucking right. Oh, that sucks. Wow. That sounds about right. Yeah, the protests are also very violent, but you're not seeing it quick. I'm sure there are some people that are violent in the protests, but the difference is that, like, I haven't seen a single picture of a building on fire. And that's different than what we have here. Now, maybe I just didn't see it, but I feel like it's not the exact same thing. Yeah, is that BLM? Yeah, exactly, because there is none, right? And so he's right, and I'm sure that there are shades of gray, and the people that are violent, I think everybody agrees on this. Probably, if there's any Serbians in chat, they agree that the people that are using this protest as a platform to be violent and destroy property, I bet they probably want them put in jail too. Like, nobody likes this. Nobody wants this. It's weird. Like, that's what's so... it's so weird that America's had this problem where we have to act like we're fucking... we're on the side of these people that are violent criminals. It's insane. Sometimes the violence is instigated by the party that want to portray themselves as the saints. Well, the fact that they didn't release the identities of the people that were apprehended for being violent, that makes me think that they were inside agents. It does. This is, by the way, a total fucking conspiracy theory. Massive conspiracy theory. I don't really know this. But, like, all I'm saying is that, this seems interesting. I wonder why this is happening.
Fuck that.
Over a minute of logos, including yet another unnecessary Bat logo. And oh yeah, DC Comics.
You don't get to bring friends.
What if CIA agent Littlefinger here decides to just pull off all these guys' hoods right now? What's Bane's plan then? There are no non-cinematic reasons to fly a plane.
So this is sent by a guy, one of my mods.
President Trump will be making an historic visit today to the Department of Justice for a speech laying out his vision for restoring law and order and ending the weaponization of the Department of Justice and our law enforcement agencies. Here's the president yesterday.
We have a great Justice Department. Pam Bondi is so fantastic. We don't want to have crime in the streets. We don't want to have people pushed into subways and killed, and then the person who did the pushing ends up in a 15-year trial and gets off scot-free. Yep. We want to have justice, and we want to have safety in our cities as well as our communities. And we'll be talking about immigration. We'll be talking about a lot of things. The complete gamut.
And joining me right now is the woman tasked with the job, the nation's U.S. Attorney General, Pam Bondi. AG, great to have you this morning. Thanks so much for being here.
Thanks, Maria. It's great to be with you.
The worst part is I was supposed to be a fireball, which would have made me say.
Under oath to the Senate Judiciary Committee, the same thing, that you would only follow the facts and the law. Tell us how you will de-weaponize the DOJ.
Well, Maria, we've been doing it since day one, and we're going to continue to do that. President Trump's mission was very clear. His directive was make America safe again. That's what we're going to do. No more weaponization. We're going to go back to fighting basic crime, getting these cartels.
Oh my God, I was out of range.
By securing our borders, prosecuting the worst of the worst, seizing the drugs, which is what President Trump has directed us to do since the second he's been in office, and lock up the violent criminals as long as we can behind bars or seek the death.
What? The game fucked me again, dude. Fuck off.
Holy shit.
Stop eating my shit.
Not fucking around.
To seek the death penalty since he's been in office. It's not business as usual. We are going back to the basics, fighting violent crime. And taking these drugs off the street is the main component of keeping our kids safe.
Yeah, well, thank you for that, because people have been afraid to walk the streets, basically, because there's no accountability. You have to go to the drugstore and find a suitcase locked up. Tell me how you're going to...
I can't wait till this gun gets nerfed, man. Every fucking loser plays it.
So bad.
He's so overpowered right now.
Where just like anything over $7 is behind a jewel case. And there's like a key that, yes, it's so fucking annoying. It's such a waste of time. I hate it.
You can tell us about the president's speech today at the DOJ.
Yeah, you know, he has never been to the Department of Justice. Right, and I can't wait for him to be there to show that he is going to make America safe, that he has been making America safe. Just since he's been in office, 2,000 kilos of fentanyl have been taken off the streets. It's crazy what he's done. 18,000 kilos of methamphetamine. These are the things that are killing our kids from coast to coast, whether it's St. Louis to 170,000 pills of fentanyl in Utah. That's one life per pill. And he has been fighting drugs, fighting the cartels, and we are going to keep America safe. And you know, the weaponization has ended. They are trying to weaponized against Elon Musk, and we are not going to let that happen
See,
either.
that's the big thing, right? Is that, like, obviously drug dealers,
I mean,
everybody is like, yeah, for sure.
the name fits the
But
character,
there's,
at
like,
least.
this new type of, like, targeted political violence that people are doing. And there's, like, an entire ecosystem around it, because you have these people that get radicalized on the internet, and you have these groups of people on the internet that are super radical, and what they end up doing is they create a feedback loop where these people feel good about doing things that are against the law. That's really what happens a lot. They become zealots, yeah, well, they get radicalized on the internet, and then they go out and they do something bad, and then they post photos of it in some cases, or talk about doing it, and then they get positive, you know, like reinforcement for doing it. So it creates like this feedback loop that just makes them do it way more.
Well, that's right, and we saw all the vandalism to the Tesla cars this week. President Trump will reportedly invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, which allows him to fast-track deportation.
1798.
Guys, completely terrible with her too.
ICE also arrested more than
But you don't need to be.
32,000 migrants in the first 50
She's
days
really
of
overpowered
the
right now.
president's second term, including those 14,000 convictions of crimes. AG, I want to get your take on how you're going to do this, because you're facing
Best projectile in the game,
right?
by
These
far.
sanctuary cities are saying, no. We are sanctuary. We're going to continue sanctuary. So where is the
she's like
accountability
-5?
with the sanctuary cities that are working against you?
Yeah, well, you're seeing
Landed
what's
so
happening.
high.
We're suing them. We're suing the state. They will know.
No. You have to find the people that are advocating for it in the positions, and then hold them criminally responsible as accomplices or enablers for crimes. Not enough. You do
Look
that
at this
to
fucking
stop
projectile,
overlap.
dude.
And by the way,
So
I think that
fucking
they are.
retarded.
I do. I agree with this. I think absolutely.
Longer be sanctuary cities. We will come in there. We will arrest you. We will
Arrest the
prosecute.
governor? Yeah, if the governor is enabling
Got hit by
and
that. Why the fuck
preventing
did she
the
go?
federal government from doing their job and actively harboring illegal aliens without cooperating with the federal government, yes, Yep,
Brain-dead character for brain-dead players.
that's illegal. That's
It does combine very well.
You. We will deport
Bro, that's
you.
hardcore. It's not hardcore. The problem is that it's common sense for anybody who hasn't been radicalized in the opposite direction. Obviously, when you have a apparatus that is effectively providing cover for people to commit crimes and to effectively just fuck things up, then yeah, these people should be held accountable. It's common sense. And the problem is that lawsuits and these other bullshit things, nobody has any skin in the game. So there's no, like, they're not going to care about a lawsuit. They're not going to care about some like somebody, oh, well, we're going to, like, you know, reprimand you publicly about this. Doesn't matter. You've got to actually find it and hold people accountable specifically. That's what you have to do. Cut out the
If you've
disease, not the
committed a
symptom.
crime,
Yeah.
you will go to prison in our country for as long as possible. If you're an illegal alien,
I'd
we will
XDP'd.
deport you. It's that simple. That's what's been happening. Our federal government is working right now. You know, these liberal mayors, governors, we're not going to put up with it. I've warned them. If they're not listening, they will continue. We will continue to sue them. We will continue to pull their federal funding until they comply with federal law. Because our job is to make America safe again. And I don't know how, Maria, they can quarrel with that.
Well, I mean, you're sending messages out that, you know, there will be accountability. And I think everyone has to agree that you want accountability for people who are, you know, trafficking drugs and humans. So that's great. But
The accountability has to happen to the people that enabled it. If you don't hold the people that enabled it accountable, it will keep happening. Because there will be a new flock of people who think that it's worth it for them to do it because they agree with it for some reason, right? They have some ideological reason. So you have to have a punishment. Basically, you have to create a system where people stop doing,
How the
like,
fuck
where
did he get the media mod
people that
first?
are doing something wrong are not rewarded for it. And they're actually punished. Because if the punishment for something is worse than the theoretical reward, people stop doing the action. It's very simple. So all you need to do is increase the punishment and make it personal.
Ah, fuck.
To do what? What are you saying they're doing? I'm saying that the people that are in the sanctuary cities are enabling human trafficking, and they're enabling drugs, and they're enabling crime to happen in that country. Or sorry, in that city.
Couldn't help but notice when you won 2 times, that's when you stayed.
If these people, like,
That they
next time one of these people is like a
the
rapist
rolling
or something like that, hold one of the government officials accountable as being an accomplice to that. Knowing that that was happening and being okay with it. You do that, this immediately goes away. Bro, what? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, what about state sovereignty? State sovereignty doesn't overrule federal law. That's not the way it works.
Also have seen real weaponization against President Trump, against the Republicans over the last 10 years. I look at the Russia collusion story. Will anyone be held accountable for the Russia collusion lies
Has to be
that the
government
Clinton
officials.
campaign and the Democrats
Has
came
to
up
be.
with against President Trump that ripped our
Do that,
country
it goes
apart?
away immediately.
Maria, when we say we're ending the weaponization, we're ending it. People will be held accountable who weaponized our government. You know, there were a lot of pardons out there, but there were a lot of people who were not pardoned. And if you targeted someone, if you went after someone because of their political affiliation, we will be investigating you, we will be looking at you, because that's the weaponization, and it has to stop. For instance, look what they're continuing to do, as I said, to Elon Musk. They are targeting Tesla dealerships, the stations where you charge a Tesla. They're vandalizing cars. I have already directed an investigation be open to see how is this being funded, who is behind this, doing this. We have people we're locking up on that.
Find out who's funding it. And if there's people that are funding it, hold them accountable. Then it'll stop. Again, what you have to do, the problem is that all of the people that show up to burn down the Teslas, these are just retards, right? These are retards that in a lot of cases, maybe they got paid, but the odds are they got whipped up into a frenzy by Reddit and they think that they're fighting against Hitler. That's the symptom. The disease are the people that are making it happen to begin with.
LA.
That's it. Well, there, Tasman, the poor officials didn't commit those crimes. They just allowed them to stay in our country for long enough for illegals to commit them. So, yeah, exactly, guys. No, you can't possibly hold the government official accountable for the negative outcomes of their policy. No, you can't. That's outrageous. No, you can't. I think you can. And I think you can.
I DP'd there.
We have someone in jail right
And
now.
by the way, I think about corporate, like the entire idea of like the corporate veil and corporations not being held, and people that run corporations not being held personally responsible because it's a corporation. I view this the same way. Start prosecuting, like let's say something happens and there's a safety risk that gets ignored because they just want to save money. Launch an investigation into that company, find out who made that decision, and then put them in jail.
Almost died there. Thank God he went over.
Actually put them in jail. Like, unless you specifically go after somebody and you specifically crucify a person, not a company, not an apparatus, a person, that makes it stop. Because they're afraid of that. People are afraid of that happening. Crucify? Well, not literally crucify, okay? Not literally. Metaphorically, okay?
Bro, why is the third one getting eaten? Every single fucking time, and that was a DP. What did he do?
Absolutely. Do you think they're just gonna all decide to go out of business? No. They'd figure out better ways to do it, and they'd be more specific. You think they're going to say, yeah, let's just stop making money and stop selling to the biggest economy in the world? No, I don't think so.
The dealerships, they threw a Molotov cocktail through a dealership. They're looking at up to 20 years in prison. So if you're going to touch a Tesla, go to a dealership, do anything, you better watch out. We're coming after you.
Yeah.
And if you're funding this, we're coming after you. We're going to find out who you are.
Thank fucking God.
I mean, in terms of the
I've been
Russia
waiting on this
collusion
for a
story,
while.
is there any work on that? Are you going to try to find out who in fact pushed this lie that Trump colluded back in 2017?
Maria, we have teams of lawyers working nonstop on
How the fuck?
every issue you can imagine to end the weaponization. And what you're saying, that will put an end to the weaponization, all the lies, everything that's
Like buried?
it's over. It's a new day. We also want to move forward and fight violent crime.
Of course. And you also recently formed an internal DOJ team to work with DOJ
Dude.
on the cost-cutting measures. What
God, I hate it when people are fucking retarded, man. Smash. This guy's just jumping, and it's blowing me up.
to find savings, right?
Yeah, the massive amounts of money that have been wasted. Truly, we know. I don't think any of us, Elon, couldn't even dream how big the massive amounts of money were that's been taken from your tax dollars, from my tax dollars,
I think a lot of people
and
could
just
have.
squandered away to foreign countries all over the world, the USA, the EPA, and they're fighting us on that. They're trying to force us to pay this money out. We're not going to do it. We have teams of lawyers.
Keeps throwing it out. I'm
to protect
not expecting them to like go full on.
and we're going to continue.
It's working out for him because
Of
it's
course, we're
fucking
gonna
up the
lose in
punish.
these liberal district courts, but we will win in the Supreme Court. We will prevail. Donald Trump will control the budget. These agencies will control where their money goes. You know, it was a setup from the beginning by all of these liberal agencies that when we came in here, all this money would still be flowing out. But they were caught. Now they've been exposed.
Yeah, somebody says, I feel bad for people that just got a Tesla last year. Now he has to look over his shoulder for lunatics. I think that, I mean, the amount of damage that people like, I don't think that Teslas are probably getting destroyed in mass. You know, like realistically, I don't think it's really happening. But I'm sure it's just like if it happens, people talk about it a lot.
I did
So
it again.
it's I think they're not.
So fucking
It's
annoying.
there's just a lot of cars out there, right? And yeah, they're vandalized daily. Yeah, but what I'm saying is like if they're like there's a 99% chance that if you have a Tesla, nobody's going to.
LA, DP, for fuck's sake.
Even if it happens every day, there's probably millions of Teslas or hundreds of thousands of Teslas in the country, right? Now, I'm just being like honest about it, right? This is probably a very, very minority thing, but that doesn't make it okay. I'm just saying it's like cars are stolen every day. Yeah, cars are stolen every day. They're targeted. I think they are too, and it doesn't make it any better. But I'm just saying that, like, don't let media alarmism make you think that you have to be worried about this personally. Like, yeah, maybe like, you know, keep the camera on, make sure you have the camera like that on. But otherwise, you don't have to be like hyper fucking vigilant about this and freak out about it. And I'm just being reasonable, right? It's not as big as it is. Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
We will find all of them and all of our great agencies who work so well together will protect Americans and Americans' tax dollars. Thanks to the hard work of Elon and Doge.
And you also want the public to trust the FBI. I mean,
This guy has my fucking color.
We need everybody to trust the FBI. And I'd like to see some accountability. Can you take us from a 30,000 feet look at what happened here? How did it become
Oh my God.
political, agent?
You know, Maria, that in my wildest dreams, I never realized how bad it was.
Yeah.
But now that we have Kash Patel in there, I'll tell you, in the Justice Department directly, it was totally weaponized. All the Jack Smith prosecutors are gone. All these agents at the FBI who are weaponizing government are gone. And that's where we're able to find the good men and women who want to be out there, who want to be fighting violence.
By the way, like my faith in her doing this is like not really super high because she didn't get the Epstein files. Like I do want to bring that up is that like she said that she was going to release the Epstein files and then that didn't happen. So let her cook? No, I get that, right? But like, if you tell me something's going to happen, then it doesn't happen. That lowers the probability that I'm going to believe you the next time.
Forgetting
you
to
say
follow.
something's going to happen. That's just me, right? I don't know what to say.
Oh, I pressed the wrong buttons. What? Oh my God, when you're brain-dead, but it works.
Last week, Director Radcliffe, Kash Patel, Tulsi Gabbard, and I, we got to be at Dulles Airport in the middle of the night and greet a plane coming in from Pakistan with one of the worst terrorists in the world on the plane. And we got to thank the great men and women of the FBI. And that's what people don't see. The ones who are out there, they spent a week in Pakistan getting this guy out of there. These people are second to none. Those are the real agents.
Can't believe that
That's
actually
what we
is a
wanna
thing.
do. Restore
Yeah, of course that makes
their
sense.
integrity. Restore the integrity of the
Oh my God, this guy is so fucking
and show
trash.
all the great
Trash.
things that at the
I was gonna say
direction of
cringe and
Donald
trash at the same
Trump
time.
we're going to do for the next 4 years to keep America safe and make America safe again.
Oh, I hate losing to dumb people.
All these lawsuits out for people who are obstructing justice.
It's the worst.
Obstructing your efforts. Are you saying that by the end of this 4 years there will be no more sanctuary cities?
No way. No way. No more sanctuary cities. I wouldn't even say 4 years. I'd say give it to the end of the year. Sanctuary cities are over. There are no more.
Like, I agree with this. I hope
This fucking guy is trash.
but I'm not going to count my chickens before they hatch. That's the way I see it. Yeah, that's a bold statement. That's a whole lot.
Sanctuary cities as far as the federal government is concerned. What a sanctuary city means is they are harboring criminals. They are harboring illegal aliens. And if you're tipping someone off when there's going to be
That is such bullshit.
DHS raid, we will find you and we will prosecute you. That jeopardizes the law.
You can't go and prosecute them illegally. You have to put them to like 20 years, publicize the trial, put them on blast, make everybody know about it. Like, that is the way you stop this shit from happening.
I hate these
That
people
is
so much.
the way you do it. Because you do that, and this shit
They're not even. This guy's not even trying, bro.
It does. 20 years? Let's see. If somebody tips off a group of
Guy's not even trying, bro.
for raid,
Brain dead
people
French
go to jail for 20
cunt.
years. Yeah, I'd support that. Yep. Because if you do that, you could put the agents that could come and do those arrests at risk. Because now...
I gotta stop using brain dead moves against brain dead people. They're gonna beat me with experience, guaranteed.
They could leave bombs there. They could leave other types of biological weapons there. They could be ready for them and shoot them. There could be anything like that. And so...
I was way further than I thought it would. Oh my god.
For example, so that never happened.
Yeah, this guy's brain dead retards.
So I think that a good parallel.
Who
to
knows
this
two
is
things, but it's enough.
So most swattings don't result in somebody being killed.
Fucking French.
But I think a person who's doing it should be prosecuted as if they were. Because the goal is to hurt somebody. And it's risk management, exactly, yes. And so that's really it, not many. Some do. Yes, it happens, and it happens. And I'm sure ICE agents have been attacked and shot by illegal migrants as well. I'm sure it's happened. It's rare, but it happens.
I keep forgetting this guy does that constantly.
Well, what I'm saying is that it is attempted murder by second or third degree, right? Like, not legally, but just by a second or third, like, level of removal. And what I'm saying is that this isn't really that much different.
How the fuck did that touch me?
What you're effectively doing is you're priming a group of people that are, by definition, categorically criminals, and oftentimes are doing criminal activities on top of that.
I fucked up!
You're priming them to be aware that the government is going to come in and try to hold them accountable.
DP and I win. I forgot the DP.
So yeah, I mean, it's not even a question. Mailing a bomb? Yeah.
Law enforcement, not going to happen anymore. It's a new day, and we're coming after you.
That is incredible, AJ. All right, let me get your take on something else, which a lot of people were emailing me about and talking to me about when they heard that you were coming on the show. The MAGA group is mad that they don't know more about the Epstein files.
True.
The MAGA group is mad that they don't know more about the January 6th investigation. Are you going to give us any more information on these two issues?
Sure. And first to the Epstein.
Sure.
I'm mad that I didn't have more information on Epstein. I was given
This guy is so fucking terrible, dude. I really do hate losing to people that have no fucking idea what they're doing. It's so annoying. They drag me down to their level and just beat me with experience, bro. This is disgusting. Like, he was actually a really bad Akuma. Like, oh my god, dude.
Not enough.
Ugh, I've seen better Akumas that were like
Not doing it,
rookies.
You hold them with
Jesus.
obstruction of justice.
Couldn't string 2 hits together.
All of
Neither
this
could I,
gross
let's be honest.
behavior stops instantaneously.
I gotta stop getting flustered
the
when I see
moment
people
are
like
held
who are
individually
clearly
accountable.
worse than I am. Alright?
You do that, this stuff
Get a couple of hits in and then I just completely fall apart,
instantly
dude.
it goes away. They won't? Yeah, because they're pussies. That's the reason why. And I guarantee you, like, if you did this, it would go away. Make an example out of someone? Yes, exactly. Which begs the question, why won't they? I think that a lot of people, and this is something that people like this, they have a degree, they want to be nice about it, they want to be reasonable about it, but I think being reasonable about it towards people like this that are actively trying to like obstruct you, this is basically just enabling them to do it later on.
Now found out, of course, that they were in New York. We've received truckload of documents of evidence, and Kash is going to give me a deadline on when he can go through that to protect, of course, those victims of sex trafficking who are wrapped into this. And he's going to give me a deadline on when he can get this, and we will get out as much as we can, as fast as we can, to the American people, because they deserve to know. Same with January 6th. We're all working on JFK right now. We will be working on Martin Luther King. All of these things that the president promised, we will be doing. They can try to hide documents from us, but they can't. It might take a little longer. We will find them, and we will release them to the American people. It's transparency.
I mean, we want to know if there was criminality during the during COVID and January 6th. I mean, on January 6th, there was speculation that they destroyed documents. Did they destroy documents? The January 6th Commission?
Maria, we are looking into all of that. Nothing is off the table.
And in terms of
Except for
COVID,
accountability.
all of the thousands of people working with social media to try to censor Americans' information during the COVID era?
Everything's being looked at. Everything's on the table.
You don't see that often.
What they did, things that were hidden from the American people, but it's a new day. Donald Trump is the most transparent president in our nation's history. We are all acting at his directive, and America will be transparent again as well.
Well, AG will be watching for this conference later when the president comes to the DOJ. We so appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you.
All right, America's Attorney General Pam Bondi.
I will believe
Turn up the retardation.
I'll believe it when I see it, and until I see it, I'm not going to believe it.
Some characters are so retarded in this.
Are you joining Doge?
Look at the way this guy can play.
Yeah, maybe I will.
So Democrats are being called out by their own party for their behavior.
Jesus, bro, like this is some like millennial whose entire personality is watching The Office level energy. It's bad. It's real bad.
President Trump's addressed the Congress.
That is how you save democracy, by quietly dissenting or bidding on an antique tea set. It was hard to tell what was going on.
I don't know who thought up the bingo signs, but they should be fired.
Michael, this is an indictment, in my opinion, on the Democratic leadership.
We saw this.
What we saw, the theatrics tonight in the chamber are not being well received.
I will say, I think there were times when they should have risen. I think what Al Green did was despicable.
And even Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman expressed his disappointment, posting this on social media. It only makes Trump look more presidential and restrained. We're becoming the metaphorical car alarms that nobody pays attention to, and it may not be the winning message.
Round two. I really like this guy. I don't agree with everything he says, but I think he's a real one. You know?
Joining us right now is the host of Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Awesome analogy. Yep.
Every show he's on. Piers Morgan, great. And we don't even talk about
Yeah.
By the way, watching you try to interview the head of world football, you couldn't even remember the name of the sport. It's football.
Oh no.
One of the more comical things I've witnessed. Only rival.
He's talking about soccer, by the way.
No, he's talking about
Don't
football.
get confused.
Americans.
What happened over here on the floor?
Right. Yeah.
When it was actually very well done, Norris, but that was enough.
Defend our American sport. It's called soccer.
It is football, right?
Don't you want to defend me?
Yes, that's right. Don't come in.
You mean real football? Yeah, no, I mean...
Some characters are really easy to play.
So what do you think? What about Democrats?
Here's what I think. I think it was one... I was watching it live in New York. I thought it was one of the most...
So many plus frames, bro.
petty, shameful things I've ever witnessed. And he went on.
He's so right. He's so fucking right. Yep.
And on and on. And, you know, back in the UK, we have Parliament. It gets very rowdy, very noisy.
Yeah.
They all have a pop at each other. They lock horns. What you would never see is somebody like that 13-year-old boy.
Look at their face, bro. Like,
I
that's what I
defeat.
was saying, bro. Like, you really think you get a 22-year-old guy to be like, yeah, this is what I want.
Bro,
Yeah.
look at
Yeah,
this
I want
fucking
these people to
trash
tell me
ass
what to say.
whore character, bro.
Nah, bro.
Just
Nah,
spamming buttons, bro, and it works. God, fighting games got the shit, dude. These developers, the ones we got, definitely not the ones we deserve.
Lived out on
It's
global
just
television.
outright embarrassing,
And
bro.
Donald Trump has facilitated that. Just get up. Get up. and
Why do you even
applaud
bother
that
making
boy.
video
I
games?
couldn't even do
You're
that.
gonna half-ass it this badly.
I really did.
It looked stupid. It was an optical mistake, and they should have gotten up and clapped.
But do
for it.
something useful,
And
you
then
know,
also,
like
we-
walk
we
behind the
always have
garbage
one of
or
these
something.
people chat,
We
why
really
push
need
on
those
Dems,
people.
But whenever MTG and Bobart screaming during Biden,
You'd be less of a
speech, it's
waste.
pass. When did I give them a pass? When did I do that? I'm curious when I did that. I mean, it was got. I mean, there's got to be a reason.
Oh,
right? I mean, it's
fucking
not like he
buff
just-
for bullshit.
I mean, there's no way he just like imagined this, is there? He's not about to roach out, is he? He's not about to roach out. You've been typing for a bit. You've been having all kinds of opinions. You've been having all kinds of opinions, but now you get pulled up. We, not in specifically you, still here? Yeah, as in not specifically you. Yeah, because I didn't. Who here agrees with me that them doing it was also fucking retarded? It was retarded, annoying, and disruptive. Yeah.
You just gotta guess right. Like, just guess right.
You're fighting.
Doesn't matter how good you are, just guess right. Everything in this game is a
There's
50-50.
some people that are biased.
Fucking lazy developers.
For sure.
Lazy as
But,
fuck.
like, not everybody. One doesn't excuse the other. Yeah.
The worst two attributes in a developer Capcom had in spades: lazy and incompetent.
And the Democrats have got to take a good, long, hard look at themselves because the stupid signs, the not getting up for the poor families of these murdered people, the way they treated that boy.
The whiteboard was too much. Even the signs were okay. The whiteboard,
the walkouts, the silly Instagram stuff afterwards.
Yeah.
Look at me, I didn't go in. This is the President of the United States speaking. What's going on in the heart of politics?
Yeah.
I think they've, honestly, Lawrence, they've lost the plot. The Democrats have lost the plot. They did not see this big win coming for Trump in the election. They got completely wiped. They've lost all power, and they are scrambling to work out what they do about this.
This
And
hall
I think
monitor
the key
energy.
messages that Trump keeps ramming home.
worst person to talk about this? Well, doesn't that make him the best person to talk about this? Because if you think Piers Morgan, if he can figure this out, and he's not even from the U.S., then why the fuck can't they?
Again, he's such a pathetic
America's
loser,
no
bro.
longer a woke country, and secondly, he's a sort of pioneer of a revolution of common sense. They don't know what to do about this. I mean, on one hand, you've got them all in their pink gear, right, going on about women's rights. On the other, they won't applaud a president who wants to bring back equality and fairness to women's sport in America.
Here's a lot of people can relate to this though that are Republicans or conservative because if you support Trump, they hate you too.
Yeah.
And so this little boy, he's there. It's not about Trump at that moment. It's about this little boy, and Trump's just allowing him to be a Secret Service agent. We don't know how that child's family votes. They're from Houston.
They started calling the kid. They started saying that he was a DEI hire. Like I saw like some like leftist people saying that he's a DEI hire. And I'm thinking to myself, so if this kid's getting a ceremonial position, it doesn't actually matter just to make him feel good. And you're calling that DEI. It's just interesting. That's all.
that moment, Ainsley, I thought when Trump invited him to the
Some characters are so good at being branded, dude. The dumber you are, the better you'll do. Ken is definitely one of the biggest fucking
this time around, because that is what he
problematic characters on that front.
Have lost their sense of humanity. I mean, they just don't know what
He
to
can just
do.
do dumb shit and get away with it.
Last week we had Macron and Starmer come visit, and then with Zelensky in the meltdown.
More so than pretty much anyone else in the cast.
Last night with European leaders. How do you view Europe?
Like, why does this cunt not have 9K out? Look at how he plays. Look at what he can do. Completely, this game is completely unbalanced.
How does that look from the inside?
These developers have no
Trump is
fucking idea what
100%
they're
right
doing.
about this, and he has been from the moment in his first term he went on about NATO and how the European countries were simply not
I hate
paying
the
their
fact that they
dues.
balance
And
this
they
game
were-
out for the 0.01% people that play this game.
The
The 99.9% you can go
can't
fuck
pay the
yourselves.
fucking money, then why do we have to pay the money? It's that simple.
But they will give you cheats
Yeah, like, I mean, fuck that.
if you want to be that type of personality.
And guess what? Now most of them do.
There's no
But they should
direction
still be
in Street
now.
Fighter. That's the
Everybody-
problem.
We
dude.
always get one of these people. We always get one of them.
That they're not making a
And
fighting
okay,
game. They're
now
making
Israel.
a cash game. They're trying to get our money. And succeeding, right? Let's be honest.
Again, you're jousting at windmills.
Because we're
You're
fighting for the
with
good old
ghosts.
days when people still made games with passion.
You're in an argument with a person that doesn't exist.
Paying more. You know, Poland, I think, has gone to
Street Fighter 4 was a
5%
work of
GDP
art.
base now,
This is
right?
a business
They're
model.
leading the way.
And you
Europe should
can
be
really
standing
tell
on
the
its own two
difference.
feet. If I was an American,
Drive Impact,
I would
Drive
be
Rush,
sick and tired of
retard
constantly
characters.
having this assumption from Europe
Making the
that you
newest
will always be
DLCs
here to pick up
overpowered
the
so
pieces
people
to
buy
pay
them
the
and then
bills,
nerfing them
to do all the
later. Like
fighting.
all of the
A lot
hallmarks of a
Americans do
terrible
feel
fucking
exactly the way that Piers is
development team
and I
are
think this
there.
has been something that's been ongoing for a long time with like basic American sentiment. And Americans, I think,
I'm not
have
even
a
talking about the
lingering resentment towards
$5
Europeans
battle
who always
pass.
act high and mighty about their, their social systems or, their culture being more educated. Meanwhile, we're providing their defense.
It's high time all these
Meanwhile, we're paying
companies
our
like
NATO dues and they're not
Capcom,
doing that. And so as soon as
EA,
people realized
Ubisoft's
that was
well on
gonna
the way
happen,
already, so
that resentment was then channeled
good on them for
into
starting
not
it
giving
off,
a fuck
but
about
they all need
helping
to
Europe.
disappear, dude. We gotta
That's the
clear the
reason
filth from the gaming industry.
Oh, like I
Get
would
back to
say,
making
like,
games
a
that
huge
were made
amount of
with
people in
passion
America feel
because
this way.
people wanted to make them, not because they wanted money.
Very proud that the UK fought alongside America.
We've
with many
lost
fronts.
sight of
My
the-
brother,
of the
was
goal
a British Army
game.
colonel, fought in Iraq and Afghanistan.
There it
So
is.
nothing means more to me than
We
that
let all this
special
trash
relationship.
in.
But at the same time, Europe has got to start punching its way. I like the fact my new Prime Minister Keir Starmer and Macron they seem to be leading this way now for Europe to step up properly. But I hope we do a deal in the
We're not
end
a video
that
game
brings
crash, that's what I'm
Trump
saying.
wants peace, where the Americans are there, but you're not having to do all the heavy lifting like you normally do.
But Pierce, do we? Because some of the messaging from the mainstream media,
We had the
Democrats
20
is that
greatest years of
I don't
gaming
think
after
we
the
look-
right
they feel
directly
like
after
we look weak.
gaming crash, right? And we're in
What
like
is the perception?
some.
of the
I
UK?
think that the
I don't think
worst
that a
decade
lot of
for
people
gaming,
care
and yet
about looking weak. I
it's
think
high time
Americans are
that another crash
less
happens and all this
concerned
filth
with, like,
is
the
removed from
internet.
our hobby.
We care more about our own infrastructure and our own country than what Germany's opinion of us is. That's not particularly important. It's just not.
People have been complaining like, "Oh, you guys
Don't
shouldn't
care
go
anymore.
after."
Yeah, it's just it's.
You guys
it's
shouldn't
not
go after
higher on the
developers when they
priority
make a
list.
bad game, or
Now,
blah
if we
blah
could
blah.
have
Developers
both,
shouldn't
that'd
get
be
fired,
nice,
blah
and I
blah
think in
blah.
a lot of ways we
Yeah,
probably
they
could.
should.
But
I'm your
if you have to pick,
customer.
it's
If
gonna
I hate
be
your game and
the
not buying your game and you get fired, guess how much
don't even know
shits
what
I have to
Germany
give
is.
about that?
Proves my
That
point.
many. And that's a 0, not a 3. All right.
There you go.
Just so you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's funny because I spoke to President Trump last Friday morning.
0 shits to
just
give
after the day
when
after
your
he'd seen the British Prime Minister.
incompetent
at the
ass
White
gets
House. And
fired.
I texted him. I said, I've never seen better media coverage in the UK than what I've seen this morning. Every front page.
You want to make a game? You make a game for gamers. You want to make a game for yourself? That's fine, but expect to be fired.
The morning front page is the complete opposite, which is very, that's very Trump world, right? I think the reality is, as always, people react hysterically to everything the president does. They can't really work out what's going on. I always try and remind them. I'm known as the Trump whisperer in the UK. Well, what's he really doing? I said, why don't you just remember what he is?
Negotiation.
He's a businessman who's negotiating. I think Donald Trump genuinely wants peace. I think that he wants to bring everyone to the table, but I think he also wants Ukraine to accept that the war is where it is. This war has not moved in 8-9 months. Hundreds of thousands of people have been killed on this battlefield. It has got to stop. But he's got to do it, I think, in a way where America is strong, but also the Europeans understand this is a war happening in Europe. And you can't just go knocking on the door and say, America, sort it all out for us. It's got to be a concerted team effort. And I
This
think
is exactly the way a lot of voters here think, I believe. I believe this is the way they think. Yeah, absolutely.
Personally, knowing how Donald Trump feels about this, I think he will get that. And in the end, we'll look back on this period as being a little bit rocky, as these things always are when you try and sort out a war. But ultimately, I think we'll get to peace and people will thank him.
We'll see if this is the one deal that Putin sticks to, because he's famous for...
Well, you know what's interesting? I found a clip and it went viral, actually, and it was from when I interviewed...
No way. Oh my god. That's the one that we want. Put that one up. Oh my god. This is the interview with Bill Clinton, remember that?
Bill Clinton at CNN about 10 years ago. And he was talking about his dealings with Vladimir Putin when he was president and Putin was president.
Man, that is crazy.
But in private, if he agreed on something and shook hands with you, he always kept his word. I think Trump has...
Is he watching? Maybe.
I think that they say what they say in public, fine. He needs to play the game a bit to get Putin to the table. But I think behind the scenes, there's a lot of talking going on. And clearly, Trump believes when it's him and Putin, he can trust him. That may be enough in this situation. We'll see.
For 4 years.
They didn't think so.
Listen, I've got all morning. They want me to come and watch you kick a football. I mean, like, do they even know what the sport is?
I know.
Look, I'm going to be judging it. Are you out there?
It's so weird for a Brit to be arrogant about soccer.
It's not soccer. You took our sport, you changed the shape of the ball.
That's right. That's right.
We made it better.
Be the co-host before we have time for
Yeah, true.
We got to pass over to the female anchor.
We're just taking time away from Brian's next interview.
That's right. I've got all morning.
They wrapped us like 1 minute ago. So take it out of Brian's time with his guest, not mine, please.
Nothing better than taking time out of Brian's time. Nothing sweeter in the world.
Keep talking.
Who booked him?
Pierce, always good to see you. Thank you.
He's got a point. Yeah, we're dumb for changing football. It is dumb that I don't know how we did this, where we decided that the game that you play with your hands is now called football. Like, I mean, I think it's ridiculous too. I do. It's very ridiculous. There's a video. I think that Piers is right about a lot of this. And it's interesting to see, like, somebody who's not even like a Native American, like born here, like, obviously he's in fucking the UK, right? I think he gets it. I think he does, and he does. And at least he kicked the ball with his foot at some point. Yeah, but you don't even get as many points for that one. Aren't field goals like 3 points and a touchdown 7? I feel like, yeah, you don't even get half as many points for the ones that you score with your feet. Yeah, Native American. Well, like, what I mean is he's native to America. Like, I mean, I get what you're saying. Yeah, touchdown is 6. Oh, okay. Yeah, touchdown 7. I don't fucking remember, right? I mean, I'm not a big sports guy. I'm not a memer. I'm not sports is stupid. I'm too smart for sports. But I'm not a big sports guy either, to be honest. It's just not really my kind of thing. This was really funny to see happen. It was. This was really, really funny. Let me see if I can find this and pull it up. Apparently, they're having a crisis. They are. Like, things are looking dire. After this speech. This speech was a really, really bad one for him. I'll go ahead and I'll play this.
President Trump right now is giving remarks from the White House, from the Oval Office. And as soon as we get those taped remarks, we will play them out for all of you to see. But in the meantime, Democrats are in panic mode, reportedly calling an emergency meeting yesterday of a dozen House Democrats. Now, this comes after that embarrassing display during President Trump's joint address to Congress, including the moment Al Green shouted and waved his cane that led to his censure.
That's your warning.
Oh, by the way, he's now claiming that the reason why he got removed is, and I know you won't believe this, racism. That's right. He got removed because of racism. Now, why is that? Why is that the reason? Nobody really knows, but let me see if I can pull this up and show you guys. Because this just came out today. There we go. Al Green accuses Speaker Mike Johnson of kicking him out of the Trump address due to his skin color. Right. That's the reason. Yep. I'm sorry, but like that shit is VR.
I always wonder
Nobody's believing that anymore.
if they really think that's a winning
They kick
strategy.
you out because of your skin color.
You can't be that
No.
stupid, right?
So stupid.
Hello, everyone. This is Outnumbered on this Friday.
He was
I'm
kicked
Kate-
out because of the content of his character. He's kicked out. He's fucking yelling, interrupting his speech. Literally any other situation where a person is doing something and other people have come to observe that person doing something, if one other person in the audience starts interrupting everything, that person eventually gets thrown out. You do that in a concert, you get thrown out. You do that in a movie, you get thrown out. There's no situation and no place you do that at a comedy show. They make fun of you, then you get thrown out. And then that's it. At school, yeah, you do that at school, you get detention. His dumbass' skin color? It's a mindset, unfortunately. You mentioned optics before. Do you think the Democrats made him interrupt because of his skin color? No, I don't think so. I think he acted by himself.
Billy McInerney here with my co-host Emily Campagno. Also joining us, Molly Line, Fox News correspondent. Marie Hart, Fox News contributor and former State Department spokesperson under President Obama. And look who it is for the
Oh boy.
very first time on the couch, House Speaker Mike Johnson. So good to have you here, Speaker Johnson.
So good to be with you. I've been wanting to do this for a long time, so thanks for the opportunity, ladies.
We've been wanting to have you, and we are quite excited. You know, I woke up this morning and I'm reading in, all the congressional publications, Politico, Punchbowl, Axios. Here's what they said.
Majority did the same thing. She wasn't kicked. Well, they should have kicked her out. Like, if I was Biden, I'd have kicked her ass out. Yeah, I mean, like...
Act like a 10-year-old, get treated like a 10-year-old, regardless of affiliation, in my opinion.
Playbook citing Axios that says there was a very unhappy House Democratic leadership meeting. They had a come to Jesus meeting with a dozen House lawmakers.
Surprised they called it.
Now, I always like that I get attacked for being like fairly centrist. Oh, you don't choose sides? Yeah, I don't choose sides when the two sides are both cults, alright? Keep your cult to yourself, dude. I don't give a fuck about your weirdo shit.
And nobody likes that shit.
I like to think for myself. Crazy how that works.
Obnoxious and fucking annoying.
For leadership to berate members of their own party.
That's what it is.
And were you surprised by this?
I wasn't surprised. It is extraordinary, but they did make fools of themselves on the House floor, and everyone saw it, everyone in the country. It was a reminder to them why we won so decisively in this last election cycle and why
Yeah,
they
no,
won.
he right. He 100% right. No, people don't want to vote for that fucking bullshit. It's annoying. People hate that shit.
Lost. And
It's obnoxious.
They're really a party in total disarray, as you see it on
Is
the
he the
display
pirate?
right now. They don't
No.
have an identified leader. They don't have any vision for where they're going. They don't have a platform that they can run on because it was repudiated overwhelmingly in the election. So they're sort of flailing about, and it blew up on the House floor, and I think they deeply regret it. At least some of them do. Others apparently didn't get the message of the election.
No, I guess
No,
not.
Al Green among them. He becomes the fourth
Weird.
House Democrat to be censured in the last 4 years. And Hakeem Jeffries, your counterpart on the other side of the aisle, had this to say about the censure.
The censure resolution put forth by extreme MAGA Republicans is not worth.
Oh my God.
Boy.
See what I mean? It's nothing but a cult, guys.
Listen to the fucking speech and quit yelling. It's not hard. It's so easy. It's so fucking easy. Why can't you just do that? Oh my God. That's not extreme.
That it was written on.
Wait, what?
He says it
Worth the paper put forth by extreme MAGA Republicans is not worth the paper that it was written on.
He says it's not worth the paper, and House Freedom Caucus members are asking to put forward a resolution to remove Al Green from his committee assignments. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, the interesting thing is he was censured for disrupting the proceedings of the House. And while I was reading the censure that was voted in, by the way, by 10 House Democrats who joined Republicans in that, they disrupted the proceedings of the House. So there's some irony there.
Wait, is it probably above
we
there?
We have to keep decorum. We have to keep control of the proceedings because we're the great.
Exactly. Fucking exactly. Like, there's a time and a place to act like a fool, and in the middle of the speech is not the time. And I think this is like more kind of like, you know what I was saying about how people like on the internet, they have like this mindset that if they are morally outraged enough, it justifies any bad behavior that they do. So like, if I'm mad, I can do anything that I want. And I think that just like average Americans are tired of that fucking shit. They're tired of having people that have no self-control. And not even that he does. I think that Al Green has self-control. I think he's doing it as a political stunt, right? He does. But I think he represents people that have no self-control, popping off like that, and then causing trouble and then acting like victims. It's exhausting. It's childish as fuck. Yeah, it's so. We're tired of letting mentally unstable people run the show. Yeah. It's like, and this is the same thing with other issues where somebody just gets really mad about something and they think that if they're sufficiently aggrieved, that now they're justified to do anything that they want. Fuck that.
It's the limited body in the world. We need to act like this, and I think this went way over the line. By the way, these censures, this is not a normal thing. I mean, he was only the 29th member.
You're off base? I'm not off base. Watch his response. I'm not off base. It's in the middle of a speech. Shut the fuck up and listen to the speech or get the fuck out. Imagine if every time we had to have everybody sit down and listen to a speech, somebody popped off because they didn't want to hear it. Can you imagine the chaos that would be? Can you imagine how insane that would be? You wouldn't be able to do a fucking thing. You couldn't get anything done. You gotta think about this. That happens every time, bro. No, it doesn't. He took accountability. They all do it. I think that's your argument, is that it's it's okay for him to be stupid because the other ones are stupid. No, that doesn't work.
To be censured in the entire
that just makes you
US
stupid
Congress.
too.
So it was above the pale. He's the first person to ever be removed from the floor during a presidential address. It was appropriate, and we got to maintain control.
You know, Emily's going to hop in here, but just a quick follow-up. What about his committee assignments? Do you think that's on the table?
Well, I talked to Freedom Caucus members and other Republicans who are deeply concerned about this. They say we have to restore control one way or the other. They need to be real consequences, and it's something we'll be looking at early next week.
So, Mr. Speaker, it seems that there are some reasonable heads prevailing, right? We have Michigan State Senator Mallory McMorrow. She says, look, these Democrats are sick and tired of performative nonsense. We don't want to see our elected officials trying to be...
Yeah, that people are tired of not being able to afford food and then having all these people show up in pink dresses and pink pantsuits and then holding up a sign that says not true. Or like writing on a whiteboard.
Cute or clever, she says. So back to Tuesday night. Peggy Noonan, Democrat, esteemed WSJ opinion editor, wrote a thoughtful op-ed today where she said, look, I came to 3 conclusions after Tuesday. She said they're not serious people talking about her own party, these elected officials who refused to stand up, who refused to clap. 2, their job was to show they are an alternative to Mr. Trump, and instead they proved why he won. And then her third and most important, she said, they will continue to lose for a long time. And she talked about how to stand and cheer, to show support for these incredible Americans that were there that evening was to show love. And instead, she said, they brought the hate. So my question...
Is she right about this? Yeah, they look like retards. They look like angry retards.
Quote the Black Eyed Peas, which I got to see in concert 100 years ago. Where is the love, Speaker? And do you think that Democrats will listen to these reasonable voices?
I think most of them won't, and you saw that.
He's right. They won't because they've been totally captured by their radical side. That's it. And you're even seeing this happen.
That's why they're losing.
Like, there's been a lot of people on the internet that were really mad at Gavin Newsom for saying that, like, he didn't support, like, transgender women in women's sports. They were mad at him for that. And so, like, now, like, I feel like there's been so much extremism, and I feel like one of the really big components of the extremism, I think, was probably, like, the Israel-Palestine thing, and that's probably the biggest example of the divide. I think that's the biggest example of the extremism really kind of being dialed up to 11. Gavin made Callie an abomination. Fuck Gavin. I'm just saying that, like, a lot of people that are on his side are now against him because they're mad that he said that.
By their
There's
vote,
a lot
they
of
voted
extremists.
against Century Now Green. They're doubling down, tripling down on their failed policies and their message, and it does not resonate with the people. Peggy Noonan used to be a speechwriter for Ronald Reagan. I mean, she's a pretty keen observer of politics and human nature, and what she's seen here is a trend that no one can deny. That
Acting like goofy fucking retards. That's it. Nobody wants to see that. And, like, also the majority Taylor Greene, or the fuck her name is, when I think of a retard, if I turn to a page on a dictionary, I wouldn't be surprised if I saw her face. Really? Somebody got to say it, right? Damn.
The Democratic Party has left the American people. But when I was a kid, I grew up in Louisiana, in the Deep South. There weren't many Republicans. I didn't know many.
Yeah.
That party left the people of my state and every other state over the years, and now they went through that woke progressive nonsense. They went so vigorous and aggressive.
They did. And, this is a part. This is a disagree. We gonna pull them up real quick. Just real quick. Why was it Democrats' power? You not look at all the antics of the right at the time? I did. I had a video about January 6th. Like, it's also I didn't cover as much of that topic in general. This is the only argument that people like this have. But they do it too. That doesn't work on me. It doesn't. It doesn't work on me. It doesn't work, like, because I don't support that either. So it's not relevant. Like, you're arguing with somebody that doesn't exist. Maximum cope, yeah. This is crazy cope. Like, that's not it. The classic argument.
Maybe there'll finally be a
bit
of a challenge.
Like, I'm saying I'm saying it's hypocritical, and not that they're right. I disagree with Al Green. Okay, well, they were bad. No talking during downtime like you're doing now with Trump? No, it's simple. Like, if you're interrupting the speech, then you're wrong. It's that simple. That's it. That's it. That's the end of it. You're wrong. Just sit down and listen.
It's almost like the pendulum swung all the way to the left.
It's not hypocritical.
And now it's sort of moving back. And
it's common
what
sense.
President Trump represents, and our party by extension now, is a force that is moving that pendulum back to what President Trump says is common sense. And that was long overdue. And the people embrace it. And the polls verify that they're in favor of what we're doing, restoring common sense and our conservative principles, which I know that we can demonstrate are good for everyone. It will lead to human flourishing. And then we'll keep these new demographics of folks that we gained in this election cycle and govern for many years to come.
Yeah.
Yeah, Speaker, it's so interesting. A lot of Democrats remember Joe Wilson yelling "You lie" at Barack Obama, and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert saying some really awful things to Joe Biden.
Yeah.
So the State of the Union in general has become a little bit more of a circus, I think.
Oh damn,
So
he actually died.
Democrats will remember
Holy
that.
shit.
But you're right in saying that Democrats are searching for a message and a leader. No, I'm a Democrat. I looked at what happened on Tuesday night and did not like a lot of it, right? What I did like was Alyssa Slotkin, the senator from Michigan, who was the official response, who's a moderate, worked for...
Literal dog shit. Terrible fucking response. Joke response. Another fucking, like, it was just terrible. Like, I'm trying to think, like, how could I even explain the way that I was thinking about it? It's a Karen response? Yeah, it's a Karen. Basically, I mean, I don't even know. Like, it was just weird. You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me a lot of, like...
Such a bleeding heart liberal.
I don't know. I'd have to really say it. Like, Bernie Sanders, but what did she say? Just a bunch of stupid shit. Like, I don't remember at all of it. Can you find it and show it? Why are you focused on how the Democrats behave, not on what Trump said? How is this more egregious to you? Because it's ridiculous to act like this. You look like a fucking idiot.
For the George W. Bush CIA, right, worked on Iraq and other intelligence issues, and she came out and said prices are higher. The thing, you know, they're firing veterans all around the country. We are hearing in town halls that voters, you know, Democrats may not be winning them over quite yet, but Republicans are starting to lose them. So I'd love your thoughts on sort of her message. There is a moderate wing of the party, and it was on display in that speech, but also what your members are starting to hear.
The moderate wing isn't what those people want. That's the problem. That's not what there are too many of them that have been radicalized.
We're seeing these town halls where members are getting berated. You know, I lived through the Obamacare town halls, and I learned as a Democrat, you know, once you start getting those, you know, canceling town halls, things don't look good for you. So what do you make of sort of this moment and that part of the party, and also how your members are hearing from folks?
Well, look.
And are they going to cancel town halls?
I'll say this. The president is now, what is it, 45 days into his administration.
Like that.
We're transitioning from Bidenomics and this terrible economy that was delivered by the last administration. It takes a while to turn that ship around, but we are doing that. And the Congress is working to codify all the executive orders that the president is doing. But with regard to the town halls, look, I mean, we have Republicans who want to go out and be among their constituents and hear their concerns and dialogue with them. It's a big part of the job. But the problem is they're being ambushed right now by what are some, in many cases, paid protesters. You've got George Soros-funded groups. They're very well organized.
There's actually just got, people are figuring out that a lot of these groups that are protesting Tesla are being funded.
Yeah, that's one thing Democrats do very well is this organization, right? And they go an hour or two early before the event.
Who could have believed
fill
that?
all the seats, and so the actual constituents.
I mean, it makes sense, right? I mean, a lot of these people taking off work. Like, how can this many people come and take off work? Well,
of these Republican members can't actually make it into the arenas, and so it's not a productive dialogue at all. They're just walking into an ambush. So we've encouraged our members to think thoughtfully about that. There are a lot of ways now with
Desert Islands and on the
This is why I
sea.
generalize the country. It's annoying. It's literally 50-50.
Extremely strong foes.
I think that there's a lot of people like that. There's a lot of people that don't like the way that Trump acts, but they agree with a lot of the things that Trump says.
See if that's accurate.
And I think that there are enough people, like Trump is like a super polarizing person. And so I think that there are a lot of people that probably are against a lot of the extreme radical viewpoints. And those viewpoints are the ones that are really alienating people. It's not 50-50? Yeah, clearly it's not. I think that if you go and you ask a lot of average people like what they think about this stuff, because like again, like you're talking about issues, like look at opinion polls. Like you're thinking about like Donald Trump, like that's like thinking about one person. It doesn't really matter, right? What you really should look at are what the opinion polls are for different issues. And you'll see that in a lot of these opinion polls, it's not 50-50. It's not. It's like 60-40, which again, 60% is half again more than 40%. That's like if you have 2 people, they have 3. If you have 10, they have 15. That's not even close. You're thinking about one issue? I'm thinking about multiple issues. Look at mass deportation, trans sports, Those are two issues right there.
To be in constant dialogue with your constituents. You can do telephone town halls and get 10,000 people on the phone at the same time. You can have small group meetings with industry or organization groups or various parts of your community. It can be very productive. So we want to do the job, do it well, do it efficiently and effectively, and walking into a staged production like that doesn't serve anyone's interest.
Speaker Johnson, I know Molly has a question for you, and we're going to get to that in just a moment.
Forced vaccine transport,
but I noticed something this week. I looked back at Biden's State of the Union last year. And I saw you stand when he mentioned John Lewis. And I saw you stand when he mentioned standing as America to get the hostages freed from Hamas. You were able to recognize those common humanity moments. And it doesn't appear that your colleagues on the other aisle were able to do that for DJ Daniel, a cancer survivor. Why do you think you could recognize that, but they could not?
It's a great question. It was shameful. I mean, they didn't stand for the families of, Blake and Riley and victims of crime and all of these things. The hostage who was released after his elderly mother pleaded for all of that from the tragedy in Israel. I mean, they missed their opportunity. And look, a State of the Union or a joint address is meant to be, they're supposed to be unifying moments. It's something we all join in together. It used to be a celebrated event in America.
Not anymore.
So you look for those moments that you can join and all join together. President Trump provided many of them, and they just sat through it all. And so I think it sent a profound message to people, and it was shameful. And I don't know how they explain their way out of that.
Yeah. Well, we talk about the bingo cards and the waving of the cane. At the same time, there's an opportunity here for more moderate Democrats. Marie was talking about this.
They get pushed out. That's the reason why. They're getting pushed out. Yeah. Silly emotional nonsense, it is. Too many mask-off moments? Yeah, exactly. And how could a State of the Union unifying when 50% of the speech was ego-boosting? Well, I mean, like, the fact is that, like, I mean, again, if you're not standing up and clapping for, like, people getting rescued from, like, being a hostage or whatever, I mean, the reality is that if you're not doing that, like, it is definitely an optics play by doing that, right? Like number one, it's like you are doing optics by doing this. But if you don't play into that, what you signal to people is that it's more important for you to play on your side than for you to acknowledge obvious truths. And a lot of people are exhausted by that. It's exhausting to have to deal with somebody who cares more about making, like looking like they're on the right side.
Tribalist cult member.
Right thing. And I think this has been like an ongoing resentment that's been building for a long time. That people are tired of performative,
warning for this about this for 10 plus years.
Are then when they're faced with actually
it ain't gonna stop anytime
being
soon.
able to set aside differences for a greater good, they're unwilling to do that. And I think that's really what the issue is. Yeah, they're selfish, exactly. I'm exhausted by that shit. People are not standing up to clap. People being used as political props. Well, anything that's going to happen like that is a political prompt. What I'm saying is that it is a political prompt, but there are some political things that can be universal wins. And if you are unwilling to give any ground to anybody who you disagree with, because you're viewing it as if optically this is giving them 1 point, what you will do is you will actually subtract the point from yourself. Because now you're behaving in a reactionary way, and you're not acting like a normal person based off of what you're seeing.
To come forward and appear sane in comparison. So there is this window of opportunity as the Democrats are trying to figure out where they're going to go and how they get back on the map. And well, they're definitely throwing a little spaghetti against the wall in a lot of different respects. Here we are, we're about to go into a pretty intense period where we're going to be talking about money. This is what Congress does. And there's a lot of criticism right now, and the Democrats want to put language in about how much power President Trump has and what Republicans in Congress will do to rein that in. What do you picture in the coming weeks ahead? Hopefully not any, Serbian legislative smoke bombs being tossed around. Expect a little more peace than that.
Well, that's right. And this illustrates that the radical extremists in the Democrat Party have outnumbered.
I don't think they're going to pop off again. I don't think so. I think that it made them look too bad. I very, very rarely think that they're going to have another pop-off. I don't think it's going to happen.
The moderates. There's only a small handful of moderates left, and that's been on display here over and over. And they tried to do it, to your point, in the appropriations process. The Republican appropriators are negotiating in good faith. They're exchanging top-line negotiation numbers back and forth. And about 2 weeks ago, the Democrats threw in this outrageous requirement, this stipulation, hey, we won't fund the government unless you tie the hands of the executive branch, unless you put in all these stipulations and you take away the authority that they're duly allowed in our system. And we're not going to do that. They know we're not going to do that. So it looked like they were trying to engineer a shutdown of the government, which is terribly irresponsible. We're not going to do that. We will be running a clean CR next week. And what that will do is allow us time, allow the White House time, the administration, to continue the DOGE efforts, finding all these extraordinary levels of savings and
transgender mice
on the views. We'll be able to incorporate that into the budgeting for FY26, which will start
we got to stop it
after we're done next week. And so that's going to be a great innovation. I think it's going to change the way government works. I was
They're going to make
with
gay
Elon Musk in
mice
his
next.
office across this parking lot from the White House about a week ago. Late at night, we're meeting, and I said, we're both getting increasingly excited about all the savings that he's finding. And I said, we're looking at this differently. You think of it as a data analyst and a scientist. I'm looking at this as a constitutional law attorney and a historian. Elon, it's not just about saving money. This is revolutionary. We're going to restore the founders' original vision for the Constitution. They wanted a limited federal government that had careful oversight by Congress, but Congress hasn't been able to do that because they've been hiding the data. He's found it. It's going to change the way we do government.
Speaker Johnson, you had a viral moment with Vice President J.D. Vance during the State of the Union. It was a, well, joint address to Congress, I should say. It was a hot mic moment. We want to play that.
By the way, I think the speech is going to be great. But I don't know how you do this for 90 minutes. The hardest thing was doing it during Biden, when the speech was a stupid campaign speech.
Man.
I mean, what's the backstory? Did you not know your mic was hot?
They turn these mics off all the time. I didn't know it was on, and
They're always on.
Sorry about that, but I was candid there.
It was candid. It was funny. And I got to say, you know, my sister who's in social media says organic works, and social media loves that moment.
You've joined the ranks of Britney Spears and everyone else who had hot mic moments, Speaker. It's totally
I think that's actually a really good point that this girl's bringing up, is that a lot of the people view something like that as organic and authentic, and they view everybody coming with color-coded pantsuits and little signs that they're going to hold up all at the same time. They view that as performative and artificial. Oh, you don't have a problem with what he's saying? Makes it more personal? Well, he's not trying. Like, it was just an accident that it was supposed to be private, but it, you know, they just had the mic on, right? So it's very different.
And the range of phone number here.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly it. People are tired of fake shit like that. Absolutely. But I did see this, and I thought it was pretty funny. Authentic does not equal sane. Yes, but people trust authentic more than they trust.
Is it about to fail?
They trust authentic more than they trust anything else, basically. Because at least they know they're getting a fair shake and they're being treated in a way that's like kind of accurate, right? And that's really the difference. Fake shit about transgender mice, wasn't it transgenic? It was trans something mice. That's it. They got to defund it, guys. They got to stop it.
I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, there has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country. We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board, and to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation. And we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crosses ever recorded.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept
Just
saying
get
we
him.
needed new legislation. We must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president. in January, the U.S. Army had its single best recruiting month in 15 years. 3.5 years ago, ISIS terrorists killed 13
It's so obvious why there's more people trying to join the military now. It's so obvious.
American service members and countless others in the Abbey Gate bombing during the disastrous and incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Why? The real reason why, okay, you want to know the real reason why, is that people want, who is joining the military? Young guys that are mostly aggressive. Young, aggressive men. And so if you have, and poor guys in a lot of cases, yep, you're right, poor guys, and if they see somebody like Pete Hegseth, who's a young guy, comparatively, that works out, that's got a bunch of fucking tattoos of like the Crusades on him, that energy is what they want to follow. It's that simple. That's the kind of person that a young, aggressive guy wants to follow.
Hi.
There it is.
And tonight I am pleased to announce that we have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity. Now, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact,
members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning. Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
Uh-oh.
Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America?
Yep.
America.
For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again.
He starts pointing at him.
There you go. President Trump giving a historic address on the House floor, longest speech ever for State of the Union.
That was crazy. Like, that went on for 2 hours. Like, I called my dad after he finished, and my dad, first thing he said is like, holy shit, is he done? That took a long time.
Union or an address to joint session of Congress. I'm live for our nation's capital, and it is, I believe, we need a second source. It is Ash Wednesday. I'd like to take this time to say hello to my three anchors back in New York.
Thank you very much, Brian. If today's Ash Wednesday, that means yesterday was Mardi Gras, Fat Tuesday, and a big celebration in that big round white building behind you, Brian.
Since when did fat people get an identity day? Is this more of that woke bullshit?
Yesterday we were talking, how long do you think the speech is going to be?
Oh my God.
I said probably knowing Trump and the applause he's going to get, I said 100 minutes. I was off by one. It was 99 minutes. But here's the thing, it never lagged. And once again, Donald Trump has cemented his legacy, not only as the 45th and 47th president, but as a president who understands the television medium better than anybody who has ever held that post before.
I think he's right about that. The best example of this is that Trump literally almost got killed. Like, during the assassination attempt. There is a live active shooter shooting at him, and they clipped him. They got his ear. And the first thing he does getting up is he fixes his hair. You can go back and you can look at it.
People were laughing, people were crying, there were highs and lows. It was all about taking a victory lap so far and look ahead at a new golden age.
It was a missed opportunity yesterday. The president started the speech out saying, essentially, there's nothing I can do to please the Democrats. They won't unify, they won't do anything. And then he proceeds to tell these incredible stories, just things that aren't partisan at all, aren't political at all, just wins for the country, average day people, and they do not stand up. You look at the polling that came after this. CBS did a poll with YouGov. 76% agreed with removing the congressman. 76% approved of the speech. And if you go down the list of all the issues,
I'm gonna be honest. It's obvious that you should get rid of the guy that's sitting there fucking yelling and causing trouble. And I'd say that with Biden or anybody else. I mean, so you got somebody that's trying to do a speech, and you have one guy wilding out, yelling and shit like that. Like, it's fucking annoying. It's fucking annoying. It's disruptive. Like, it's like if we let that happen, then nobody would ever be able to give a speech about it. Because there's always going to be something that somebody is mad about, and they're going to be yelling throughout the whole speech. You can't have it happen.
It comes to wasteful spending, immigration, Ukraine-Russia war. Over 70% of the country agree with what the president said during the speech.
Yeah, it was a great speech, and the president reminded the crowd that he's only been in office for 43 days, and he says we're just getting started. A lot of people in the chamber, the Republicans, chanting USA, USA, USA. When the Democrats started to heckle, their voices actually overpowered the Democratic voices. But he reminded everyone that the election was a mandate. He said we won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by big numbers.
Yeah, and there are people. I just want to bring this one up real quick. You've been following for just a few days.
I saw the guys dropping down. The fuck?
Would love to see what you have to say, or just keep praising the guy who goes and Putin and blames Ukraine for being invaded. Guys, did I watch this or not? I did. I watched it. So we watched it live, like live. You don't even know what you're talking about. You're coming in here like just saying something that's not even true. I don't even know what to say. It's on the YouTube video too. Let me see if it is. Yep. There it is. So not only was it uploaded onto, not only did I watch it live, but I also uploaded it to my YouTube channel. You're literally just making up bullshit.
He said.
Took you 5 seconds to find it? Yeah, exactly. Found a retard, I know. I just want to, the reason why I bring people like that up is that there's been a lot of people recently, especially, that have been trying to paint me as like a very partisan person. And I just wanted to show that this is their evidence. Their evidence is something that literally didn't even happen.
270 to 525 to map out.
They're literally fighting with ghosts.
Republican, and the Democrats were yelling, and the Republicans were saying USA.
It's on there.
Yeah, I was in the chamber, and I tell you, the story was really two countries. I mean, you could not have been more juvenile as a Democrat. All you could see from up top is the Democrats, 2 rows, basically, mostly females, writing down different things on erasable boards, or deciding what circle sign to hold up. And then this other one congressman, while he was walking in, was holding a sign that said, "This is not normal." Then it.
I love how, like, the implication of that is that people want normal. If people wanted normal, they wouldn't have elected a reality TV star who said that he was going to nuke a hurricane, like take over Canada and build a wall and make Mexico pay for it. Like, this is not. You think they didn't want normal?
Texas congressman grabbed it out of her hand. And then to see this guy, Al Green, who, by the way, Sean Duffy, walked down the aisle, was Secretary of
strat was crazy.
He was talking to everyone. I don't know what he was talking. I can't wait to ask him what I was talking to Al Green about. They must have talked for 10 minutes. So all of a sudden, he just stands up and yells. And the weird thing was,
what normal means to them is normal is when everybody is collectively agreeing with you with no dissent. That's normal because that's what these people are used to, because that's what social media and I would say the internet conditioned them to expect. So for them, normal is being able to express their viewpoint, and anybody who dissents in any sort of a way that's not a accepted way is automatically deplatformed.
Again, the Sergeant of Arms goes to Nancy Pelosi first. Why are you checking with Nancy Pelosi? He's standing up, screaming at the President of the United States. Why are you there? Then he walks up, talks to him. He doesn't stop talking for a second, doesn't sit, and starts yelling again. And it takes the speaker to get somebody else to come in and toss him out. And then they talk to Nancy Pelosi again. Did she approve of this behavior? Do you need her to sign off on this? I don't know, was she asking, how's your new hip? So to me, if you're going to sit there and text and hold up signs, I almost rather you do what AOC did and just stay home.
Don't come.
Some of them were on their phones, they were holding up those paddles that said false. Some were out on a whiteboard and they kept erasing and writing new messages on there in disagreement.
The whiteboard, in my opinion, the props and everything, it's just like, it's childish. Yeah, it's just so silly. The whiteboard was dumb. Yes, imagine like, because it's just like, it's the attention-seeking behavior. I'm surprised they didn't dress up. Well, some of them did. So now there's a problem with freedom of speech. Well, no. I think they can do it. Sure. I don't think they should be kicked out. I just think it's stupid. It's a gotcha. That is a gotcha. That's a premise. Yep, you're right. That's a good idea. Great point. Let's see if I can find him. Fuck. I think he might have gotten away. I have a feeling that somebody like that is going to make themselves known again. It's okay. We don't have to worry about it. Yeah, he got away. I know. Have to go check the pod.
Rashida Tlaib.
Yeah, ultimately, the Democrats, and there you can see the little round signs Brian was just talking about, the Democrats just look small because the message of Trump was big, and it was for all Americans. And a couple of times he talked a little bit about how we need to unite and get stuff done. But the Democrats did sit on their hands, even when they had emotional and very special guests like these.
Alexis, I promised that we would always remember your daughter. Across Galveston Bay from where Jocelyn lived in Houston, you will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge. Moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn. The very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens. It's called the Laken-Riley Act. So,
yeah, let's not stand up and clap for detaining violent illegal aliens. No, we don't like that. Yeah, we don't like that. That's real bad. Ooh, no, that's racist. Yeah, exactly.
Allison and Lauren, America will never, ever forget our beautiful Laken Hope Riley.
It's embarrassing.
Nearly 4 years ago, amid rising tensions, a history teacher named Mark Fogel was detained in Russia. But last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother, Malphine, that we would bring her boy safely back home. My life was saved by a fraction of an inch, but some were not.
Dude, the Millimeter Miracle guy during the inauguration, they need to bring that guy on like every time before Trump goes as like to get everybody hyped up. That was cinema.
You gotta do this too.
So
lucky. Corey,
it's like an opening act. Yeah,
was a
hype man.
firefighter,
Yeah.
a veteran, a Christian, a husband, a devoted father. We're joined by Corey's wife, Helen, who was his high school sweetheart, and their two beloved daughters, Allison and Kaylee. Our First Lady is joined by two impressive young women. Very impressive.
And I think also, like what I said, you remember what I said earlier about how like the USA chant is like considered like a right-wing thing? I think that the fact that they're not standing up and applauding for like illegal aliens that are violent from other countries being detained, I think that that's like a really good example of why it is. That's the reason why it works. Is because like they're actively basically, like an average person sees that and thinks, wow, they're siding against us. They profited from it? Yeah.
Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative, and Elliston Berry, who became a victim of an illicit deepfake image. Jason tragically lost his dad, who was also a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy when he was just a boy, and now he wants to carry on the family legacy of service. And his greatest dream is to attend the U.S. Military Academy at West Point.
Oh, it's that kid. Oh, no, it's another one.
I'm pleased to inform you that your application has been accepted. You will soon be joining the Corps of Cadets. DJ Daniel is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service.
What?
Yeah. I think the Democrats would clap for that, would stand up, at least in bipartisan on those issues.
Yeah, Brian, when my wife and I watched DJ Daniels hug the new director of the Secret Service, we both had tears coming down our faces, out of our eyes. It had to be like that, at least in half of the chamber that you were in last night.
Yeah, people were crazy, and I looked right over to the left and thought, okay, this is going to be the moment people have to clap for. For a kid that was supposed to be dead at 5, who's sitting there at 13, overcoming cancer, I'm like, how can you sit? But instead, they sat and looked indifferent. I mean, to me, there was a lack of organization. I mean, I don't think Hakeem Jeffries said everyone sit down and ignore it.
This is not my fault. It is. This is, by the way, this entire thing is an optics game. But they're playing the optics game by bringing in the signs and wearing all pink and doing all of them. So, like, let's not pretend like they aren't trying to play optics. They're obviously trying to play optics.
Kids with cancer? Really? You're ignoring kids with cancer? You're ignoring murder, the survivors of a murdered teen? You can't clap for the naming of a park? It was astounding. I just think it was embarrassing, but it's also sad. I mean, you have a group of people that aren't going to do anything for 4 years, and you saw them walk away from that girls in sports bill 3 days ago. They just didn't show up after them. You know, I saw 14 walked out. Yeah, they said, look at that, 14 walked out during the ceremony.
17 boycotted, 14 walked out, and Ted Cruz said, I have never seen such a disgraceful display as the Democrats put on. I've been to 13 states.
I'm sure they can do a better job next time.
Oh, they will.
Of the union addresses.
Yeah.
They clearly have no idea why they're losing, so they keep doing it.
So I stood up and I clapped. This is a radical party that is full of rage and hatred.
Whoever's their PR manager is terrible at his job.
I mean, the things that were discussed, I understand. Some of them had political messages. But when you have a kid that survived cancer, they didn't even sure. Maybe they did. But from the view of the candidate,
Winter heckles the Biden too. Yeah, and they were retarded too. It's annoying and disruptive, and I think it makes you look stupid. Like, that's just what I think. I mean, you look like a goofball. Like, yeah, Midori, Taylor Greene, whatever the fuck her name is, like, most people think that she's a moron. So, like, I wouldn't go and be like, oh, yeah, well, what about this person? Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
I did not see them cheer when they got the guy that killed 13 Americans in Afghanistan. And I mean, it's just, I don't understand where they go from here. This was an opportunity to put the partisanship away and just focus on those stories. But they couldn't do it that night. And then I saw some of the response. We're going to be talking about it later on the show. And DJ's going to be on the show. Their explanation of why they did not clap, some in the mainstream media, is
Dark God's violin.
You didn't have to politicize that moment at all. But you got some of Nicole Wallace, who used to be a Republican.
Is that like something I can use in the battle?
Rachel Maddow that said that the reason why they didn't clap or the reason why they didn't celebrate is because the president has cut cancer funding. I mean, this is just nonsense.
Well, we just saw the little boy, the 13-year-old boy, officially become a Secret Service agent right after the kid who was announced that he was going to West Point. The brand new Secret Service agent came over and gave him a high five. It was absolutely terrific. But and DJ and his family, his father, are going to be with us coming up in the 8 o'clock hour of Fox and Friends. And I was reading a little bit about him this morning. And
you're quick to call emotional arguments, but you aren't doing on this thing. We have another person that's like that's another perceiver of unfairness. Do you think? What do you think? What do you think that I think? Let me ask you. What do you think that I think? I think this is an emotional argument. Should be called as such. Yeah, it is.
That's pretty cool.
It obviously is. That's why I said it was optics at the beginning. Nobody's debating that. Nobody even thought that. Think you're reacting right now but not commentating? No. I think that you're just malding instead of thinking. Of course it's an emotional argument. Of course they're doing that. Ooh. That's the entire premise. Duh. Yes, obviously that's what's happening.
His story, and when he found out that he was going to die from the brain cancer, he made it his quest to try to get sworn into different police departments all across the country. And in fact, right there, he is wearing the uniform.
Well, I just want you guys to see how much the selective listening and like how bad these people's confirmation bias is with a lot of these topics, is that they're like, they hear something that they disagree with and their brain totally turns off. They don't listen, they don't hear, they're not thinking. All they're doing is operating on like this one-dimensional thinking pattern where it's like, let me try to misunderstand this in order to say that you're wrong.
Houston Police Department.
Yeah.
But now, of course, as he hugs Sean Curran, the director of the Secret Service, he is officially
and look at Sean's
Secret
face.
Service.
Look at I've never seen the guy smile. He was one of the guys that tackled the president when bullets were flying, and it was just a beautiful moment. If you have a heart, you just
projecting what they want you to say.
Think about what he's been through. Probably chemo, radiation, surgeries.
Right. And half the chamber, the Democrats, sat on their hands when that happened right there. Do you have a heart? They sat on their hands when they recognized the family of Laken Riley, or and Brian and Lawrence, you were talking about this when they announced the capture of the mastermind behind the 13 killed at the Kabul airport. They just sat there. I mean, these are wins. Not for Republicans, right? For America, for the world.
We did notice that, but the overall it was a common sense speech.
That's right.
It was a great speech. He talked about what he's going to do for America, and I think we just need to give him a chance. It's been 5 or 6 weeks. Come on, America. He also, best line was what we played at the beginning of the show when he's talking about the border. The media and our friends in the Democratic Party kept saying we needed new legislation, but it turns out all that we really needed was a new president.
The line. That was the line of the night.
I agree. I think that was the best one.
All right, 14 minutes. Brian, you want to say something?
Yeah, Nancy Pelosi didn't stand for that either.
No.
That didn't surprise me.
It was a relaxing night for her. None of them really did much.
And Elizabeth Warren, she caught up on all of her texts.
100 enemies.
So rude.
She was called out.
Yeah, it was so incredibly wholesome that the Democrats disrespect a kid like that. Fuck them. Yeah, I guess so, right? They got vibe checked. It wasn't a policy debate or anything. Yeah, no, it definitely is. And this is one of the things that, this is also another really big problem that I think a lot of people have, is that a lot of people, and this is especially true with like political commentators, is that a lot of political commentators fixate so much on policy when policy isn't really a lot of the reasons why people make decisions. The strongest argument isn't an argument. And people like this don't understand how an average person thinks. And I think that's one of the reasons why they keep losing. That's it. And I know it might sound like it's a stupid thing to say, but
Make it zero.
True. No, it shows that they won't budge on policy that they've chosen. They're stuck in groupthink. Yeah, exactly. To win the bingo, we got a double win, actually, on the bingo. It was probably the first time that we had that happen in a long time. Usually, I always lose the bingos, but I got lucky this time, and we actually even got 2 of them. But we'll look at this one and maybe like one other thing, too. But this is the... let me see if I can find... Is this the clip? Yeah. Here we go. You almost got a quad bingo? I did. Let me see here. April 1st bingo? Yeah, well, I got rid of that one, actually. Elizabeth Warren got the funniest random call out of the night. Yeah, she did. That was out of fucking nowhere. Let me see here. I'll read something here. But yeah, it's just a dumb message. Okay, let's move on. Anyway. Average person's retarded? They are.
Yep.
They absolutely are.
That's definitely
no
true.
time criticizing Trump's joining
This was nuts.
To even celebrate Trump honoring a child battling
This
cancer.
was crazy.
This is disgusting. The president made a spectacle out of praising a young man who thus far survived pediatric cancer, as if the president had something to do with that.
I hope he has.
What I find to be funny is that they are the masterminds of emotional manipulation. And to be fair, I think this is emotional manipulation. It absolutely is. And what I find to be funny about it is that it takes one to know one. That's why they're mad. They're not mad that he's doing it. They're mad that it's working.
A long life as a law enforcement officer, but I hope he never has to defend the United States Capitol against Donald Trump supporters. And if he does,
he's monologuing.
These are comments, by the way, about a 13-year-old child.
Has to defend the United States Capitol against Donald Trump supporters. And if he does, I hope he isn't one of the 6 who loses his life to suicide.
Yeah.
Fox News contributor Joe Concha joins us now. I mean, Joe, there were an hour and 40 minutes worth of political moments that Democrats could find a way to attack regarding this speech, but they chose to include the moment where a child with cancer who wants to be a police officer was honored. I mean, grasping at straws at best. What do you think?
13 years old, right, Carly? And as usual, the people paid 7 figures to provide, you know, sober, objective analysis, are completely disconnected with the American public. CBS poll taken last night after the president's address, 76% approved of Trump's speech. Most viewers tuning in said it made them feel...
And I think this is also another good idea, right, is that if you want to beat people, you have to basically play on their level. And I think that that's effectively what he's doing, right, is that, like, basically, I think that a lot of the implications and the emotional manipulation, that is probably the strongest form of argumentation that a lot of, like, left-wing policies have, is, like, emotional, like some form of, like, emotional blackmail or manipulation. And so if you can co-opt that and take that and do that yourself, then you're going to be massively successful. Because you're beating them at their own game.
Full, proud, these are quotes, presidential, inspiring, and unifying. A big majority also called it entertaining. A CNN poll taken right after this address as well found nearly the same results. Nearly 7 in 10 viewers, 69%, had a positive reaction to the president's address last night.
No surprise.
And the big takeaway, besides how comfortable and confident President Trump looked, was the Democrat reaction during the address on the other side of the aisle and by the media, like on MSNBC afterwards. I mean, we saw Democrats in that chamber holding up what looked like bingo card signs, interrupting, heckling, even walking out. who is advising this party? Are they taking their own cues from Rachel Maddow and Nicole Wallace over
this
at
sounds
MSNBC?
interesting.
Because not a good idea. If this is the plan, it's a hot mess in a dumpster fire, and it shows why the Democratic Party right now is polling lower than it ever has in its history. No message, no solutions, just complaining, whining, and even, as you mentioned, criticizing.
It's hilarious how the
Trump for
10-year-old
its
is technically
oppressive,
running the
bro.
ship. Like, he's giving us all the ideas and we're
people.
just following them.
Yeah, it's just depressing. This cringe, yeah.
Honoring a 13-year-old cancer victim? I don't know. It shows once again that rock bottom does have a basement.
Joe, isn't everything you just
Fucking
said
cringe.
emblematic of a wider Democratic Party problem? The fact that without policy, they resort to pettiness.
That's the thing, right? When you see 45 senators, Todd, for example, vote against a bill that says biological men should not compete against biological women in sports, and every single senator on the Democratic side votes against that bill, that shows, okay, we are the resistance, but what's your solution? To allow men in women's locker rooms? And you could go down the line. How do you not applaud when border crossings are at an all-time low? How do you not applaud all the things the president has done in his 6
That's why chanting USA is considered anti-Democrat and right-wing. This is exactly it.
First 6 weeks. You could disagree with a couple things, sure, but the way they are acting right now is like petulant children, and the party's not going to get anywhere or win any elections anytime soon if this is the posture.
Yeah, yeah, and a real headline there that you mentioned, just want to reiterate it. 76% of Americans approved of the speech, according to a CBS poll. CNN at 69% had a positive reaction.
Yeah.
So that's a bipartisan reaction right there, according to those two polls, that a majority of Americans did like what the president had to say yesterday.
And to your point, Joe, he was feeling it 100%. Joe Concha, got to leave it there. Thank you, sir.
Yep. USA versus DEI? Well, I don't know. Liberals acting like children? Yeah, I think that, and this is the same thing that Republicans did when Biden was the president, too. And it was equally embarrassing. It was dumb. Like, everybody was like watching this. Like, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but like I was watching this and I thought it was fucking ridiculous. Like, they're acting like morons. Yeah, what's going on here? Not to that degree. Is it to that degree? I don't really
These were
care
hard.
about that
Holy shit.
conversation. Like, I think that maybe it's worse, maybe it's better. It really depends. Either way, it doesn't look good, right? That's what really matters. It does seem like they're cutting off aid to South Africa.
As you are taking a live look at the White House, President Trump getting ready to make his way to New Orleans as the first sitting president ever to attend a Super Bowl game. And we also wanted to let you know this as well, that President Trump has cut off aid to South Africa, sharing this message on social media, saying, quote, South Africa is confiscating land and treating certain classes of people very badly. It is a bad situation that the radical left media doesn't want to so much as mention.
I think that's true. I mean, like, let's be real. If this was going the other way around, everybody'd be talking about it constantly. I think that you're absolutely right. That's 100% true. Just say white people. I think it's easier to say this, and then that way it begs the question, right?
Massive human rights violation is happening for all to see. The United States won't stand for it. We will act. Also, because of this, I will be cutting off all aid to South Africa until further notice. President Trump making that announcement today ahead of his travels to New Orleans for the Super Bowl.
I don't want my money funding that shit. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's not even a question. Question for you, do you think this just happened out of nowhere? No, I think that a lot of South Africans are probably unhappy about what happened historically, and so they're thinking that this is retribution for that. I understand where they're coming from, and I can see why they think that. But killing people that had nothing to do with it isn't the right decision, and it's not the right way of doing it. I understand how they feel. It's easy to understand how they feel. but that doesn't mean that doing what they're doing is okay. Like, I feel like that's obviously what's going on, right? It's just terrorism. Yeah, of course. Of course you can see why they're mad.
And I did want to share just a little bit more with you as you are taking a live look right there at the White House on this Sunday morning. Groups representing
Why is
some
the tiger
of
on the
South
table in
Africa's
between all the
white
food?
minority responding to this plan to offer them refugee status as well and resettlement in the United States, saying thank you, but no thank you. So this plan was detailed in an executive order President Trump signed on Friday that stopped all aid and financial assistance to South Africa as punishment for what the Trump administration said were rights violations by the government against some of its white citizens. The Trump administration accusing the South African government of allowing violent attacks on white Afrikaner farmers and introducing a land expropriation law that enables it to, quote, seethe ethnic minority.
Well, they'd rather get killed. I mean, I don't want to inherit South Africa's problems. Like, if they have a bunch of people there that are displaced, like, do you know how many people that have problems in the world there are? There's like hundreds of millions of people. Like, I don't have any more sympathy for South Africans because they're white. Like, I don't. There's plenty of white people I don't give a shit about. Like, it's not my problem.
Canners agricultural property without compensation. Now, the South African government has denied that there are any concerted attacks on white farmers and said that President Trump's description of the new land law is full of misinformation and distortion. Afrikaners
I wonder why they would say to kill all the people, though, then. Like, if there's a distortion, like, I don't know, man. Yeah. I'm white and South African, and all this has been blown out of proportion. I'm sure that, like, and I think that there's probably a degree of truth of what you're saying. I do. I think that I think that this is probably escalated to a degree that is not completely accurate by the media. But at the end of the day, do I care? I still don't want my money going there. Like, I mean, if you told me the money was going to South Africa and none of this was happening, I would still say stop doing it. Like, I mean, this makes it easier to say stop doing it, but that doesn't enable it to happen in the first place. The guy's lying. Well, either, I mean, it's not, it doesn't matter.
Are descended from mainly Dutch, but also French and German colonial settlers who first arrived in South Africa more than 300 years ago. And Saturday, two of the most prominent groups representing Afrikaners say they will not be taking up President Trump's offers of resettlement.
Afrikaners? Isn't it just Africans?
In the United States. So as President Trump is preparing for his trip to New Orleans for the Super Bowl, still a very busy Sunday morning at the White House, out as he has now cut off all aid to South Africa until further notice, sharing this statement via Truth Social, quote, South Africa is confiscating land and treating certain classes stand for it. We will act. Also, because of this, I will be cutting off all aid to South Africa until further notice.
Yeah, what a fucking surprise. Absolutely. Of course, this is what's going to happen. We should not be funding this. It's a joke. Like, I can't imagine why anybody would fund this. Afrikaners are the white ones. So there's like a separate word for people that are in Africa that aren't the different. Oh, I'm sure that's going to end well. I see. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Okay. Sounds racist. Yeah, I'm sure specifically the Dutch. Yeah, it's a specific minority group. I don't know. But either way, I see something like this, and I definitely don't. No money to South Africa. Yeah, exactly. I support cutting the age. We don't even know where the money went. They didn't even know they were getting money. Oh, God. Why am I not surprised? Yeah, they're like, wait, we were getting money? What do you mean? Questioning USA. Uh-oh. Jesus Christ, this shit is so quiet.
Today I'm going to expose some of the initiatives USAID has funded over the years and ask each of you
So fucking long. Sorry.
question. If you
Sorry about the volume.
of American taxpayer dollars put America first. So it'll be yes or no. USAID awarded $2 million to strengthen trans-led organizations
I can't.
for gender-affirming health care in Guatemala. So to each of you this morning, does this advance the interests of American citizens paying for trannies in Guatemala to the tune of $1 million? Yes or no? Governor?
I have
Of course you don't. Okay.
It's crazy how they never have a position on this kind of stuff. Wow.
USAID awarded over $750,000 to fund alleviating loneliness among migrant garment workers in India. Does this advance America's interests, Governor?
No.
I have no position.
USAID awarded $1.5 million for providing...
This video is widely popular on YouTube right now. Let me go ahead and just do this. Here we go.
And there's been a lot of pearl clutching over the last several days from my colleagues across the aisle on Donald Trump, Secretary Rubio, the Department of Government Efficiency's plan to reorganize the U.S. Agency for International Development, or as we all now know, USAID. They're screaming about Elon Musk over there, but hey, George Soros and his boy are okay. You know, they scream that we're all a threat to democracy when they've been systematically dismantling democracy before our eyes. They've been caught with their hand in the cookie jar, and there's no going back. So I would tell my colleagues across the other side of the aisle, take your salty tears and sit right back down. USAID has long strayed from its mission to effectively and efficiently administer aid to advance American interests. USAID has become rotten to its core, sacrificing the prudent use of taxpayer dollars at the altar of advancing radical, sinister social
This game will actually be a
and
challenge.
political agendas abroad. From discriminatory DEI initiatives to extreme gender ideology to marginalize real bona fide biological women.
Yeah, she's on a warpath against that. Apparently, like, she was like a victim of sexual abuse or something like that, and ever since then, she's been like really against like trans people in bathrooms or anything like that.
Actually, maybe yes. Oh, they did a lot of damage.
For decades, while homeless veterans
Oops,
sleep
okay.
on the streets, our communities rebuild from natural disasters,
First
and
time I
American
died.
families struggle to get by. USAID has pillaged and plundered the American treasury, essentially lighting American taxpayer dollars on fire, funding some of the dumbest, I mean stupidest, just dumbest initiatives imaginable, all supported by the left, and that's why their party is crumbling.
Let's get a little.
Today I'm going to expose some of the initiatives USAID has funded over the years and ask each of you a yes or no question. If you believe these expenditures of American taxpayer dollars put America first, so it'll be yes or no. USAID awarded $2 million to strengthen trans-led organizations to deliver gender-affirming health care in Guatemala. So to each of you this morning, does this advance the interests of American citizens paying for trannies in Guatemala to the tune of $2 million? Yes or no? Governor?
I wonder how much money actually went to them and how much money just got siphoned off. That's what I always wonder about too.
I forgot how to do the smoke screen.
Okay, USAID.
Because they know it's ridiculous. Everybody knows it's fucking ridiculous. But they're not going to try and say that because people are captured by that way of thinking, so they can't question it or can complain about it at all.
How do I do
It's
the
fucking
smoke screen?
ridiculous. Everybody knows it's ridiculous. It depends. It's situation based. Some of this might be soft power operations. So we're gonna the idea is that like we're gonna make all of them transsexual and then we're gonna become they're gonna be like on our side in Guatemala. Like, what do you mean by soft? How does that? I'm not getting that. Two and two don't come together there for me, man. I'm sorry to say.
Awarded over $750,000 to fund alleviating loneliness among migrant garment workers in India. Does this advance America's interests? No.
See, they know that they can talk about that, but they'll never comment on any of these like gender social issue stuff because the people that are part of this group are completely captured by it, and you can't speak out against it at all, or they're going to label you as a Nazi. That's the reason why none of them had a comment about the first one, but they had no problem talking about this.
I have no clue.
USAID awarded $1.5 million for providing a gender-sensitive response to migration at the Venezuelan border. Does this advance America's interest? No.
No. I have no position.
Does this advance the interest? Okay, so USAID awarded $4.3 million on October 1st, 2023 to a group to fund comprehensive health services for men having sex with other men in South Africa. Does this advance the interest of American citizens, Governor? No.
No. I have no position.
I bet you don't. Okay.
Why is he even here?
The idea awarded $1.5 million to advance
Oh, I can't
diversity,
heal. Oh
equity,
no,
inclusion,
can't heal? What the
workplaces
fuck?
and business communities.
What the fuck are the items for,
Not a
dude?
single fucking Balkan that would appreciate that. I'm gonna say it right now. I've met like 20 dudes from Serbia over my life. Not a single fucking one of them would want that money. I'm sorry. Not a single
Promoting
one.
economic empowerment and opportunity for LGBTQI
Jesus.
plus people in Serbia. Does this advance America's interests? No.
No.
Ask P. Why.
USAID awarded over $70,000 to a group to deliver a live musical event to promote the U.S.
Dude!
Irish
Oh my god, the fucking...
diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility.
Unbelievable, bro.
Interests of America.
Invisible walls are so fucking lazy.
No position or no clue. Okay, USAID awarded $1.5 million to fund strengthening community support structures to upscale LGBT rights advocacy in Jamaica.
Jamaica?
Is this advance our interest? No.
No. No position.
USAID awarded $28 million to facilitate the economic insertion of Venezuelan migrants and refugees into equity. Is this advance our interest?
No. No position.
Okay, USAID awarded $17.5 million to fund voluntary medical male circumcision.
Wow. Okay.
Decision overseas. Does this advance America's interest?
No. No position.
I don't know what circumcision overseas has to do with America First either.
I don't think so.
USAID awarded nearly $150,000 to fund HIV prevention services.
Is this a movie? No, this is real. No, this shit's real, boys. It's crazy that what I think is so funny about this is that, like, this is why I said, like, I just really wish my mom was alive to watch this, because every fucking conspiracy theory that she had about the government spending money has turned out to be true. Like, really?
Oh, this is such cancer.
She would say this shit all the time.
Targeting men who have sex with men and transgender. Does this advance American interest? No.
No position.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm limited to 5 minutes, but these are the programs Democrats are so desperate to save. Our foreign assistance system is badly broken, and this ends now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry.
What a joke, bro. Oh my god. What a fucking joke. Yeah, surely the whole purpose of USAID was to strengthen relations with other nations. To answer all of their questions will always be no unless the improvement is international relations is of importance. Why are we assuming that this is what that country wants? Like, a lot of these countries, their value system
That's
is
a lot of
totally
money.
different than what ours is. So I think in a lot of cases, in fact, this is us pushing, this is what I bet. Like, I don't live in these other countries, but I bet a lot of these other countries don't like the fact that the U.S. is trying to export its ideology everywhere in the world. They don't want to have that shit there. And I think that it probably alienates a lot of average citizens there when they see the U.S. trying to push this agenda. Now, maybe I'm wrong. And I'm sure it's not everybody over there. But I think for some of these countries, it's a majority. I'll tell you that. For fucking sure. You're 1,000% correct. Exactly, yes. And also, it's a shared human feeling. We don't like people dictate. Yeah. Like, how would you feel? Like, it's the same thing. You know what a good example of this is like Marvel Rivals. Remember whenever Marvel Rivals had like all that censorship shit about how like you couldn't talk about like Tibet and shit? Nobody liked that. Nobody liked that at all. We're like, what the fuck? This is stupid. Yeah, so this is, yeah, exactly. The vast majority, yeah, people don't want to be told what to think and what to believe from another country. Like, what the hell is this? Thank God. Thank God this shit is being exposed. And they do it for personal profit. Somebody's got to get stock out of it. Yeah, I think there's that too. All the stuff that she listed is not even 2% of the budget. Okay, then it should be no problem if it gets cut then, right? If I took 2% of your money, you'd be mad. And also give me the money. Yeah, exactly. Like you can still make a lot of money with this. And also, like, how long has it taken to figure this out? A week? You're telling me they can remove 2% of it out of a week? That's really good. Think about how efficient that is. That's nuts.
Do they know that we're here?
There's one guy, bro.
Again. That's important.
Were you told, are you making this decision to stand in front of the store on your own behalf, on behalf of the Department of Education, or were you told to come out here and block members of Congress and ride the desk?
I'm doing my job.
So everybody's free. What is that? We're doing our job. We're trying to save you. We're doing our job.
Show me your ID.
Somebody said that this guy is never going to have to pay for another beer in his life.
Were you told to stand here, or did you decide to stand here and block members of Congress from entering the Department of Education?
To federal buildings. So a private security contractor
do you know who members of Congress are?
Members of
We're
Congress.
all members of Congress. Maybe he doesn't understand.
A private security contractor is making the decision to block members of Congress from a public access entrance.
I don't think he knows.
You have the authority as a private security contractor to block members of Congress. That has been knighted and granted to you. You have to at least let us go to the desk.
Just ignoring them. I love that. Just doing my job. You ain't getting in.
Whatever you want, nothing's gonna change.
Open the door.
Oh God.
So do you understand who members of Congress are?
I got it, yeah.
Well, and you don't care. Who are we then?
I got a job.
You don't care. We have a job to do.
We're not dangerous people. We're not, I don't know, we're members security. There are no thieves and thugs out here. We're members of Congress. We're parents. We're teachers.
Each of the
There's our ID, right there.
We were elected.
This is our job.
This is our job. We're doing our job.
They're all taking pictures of this guy.
You're securing this building against who?
Members of Congress.
Who are you
Beginning of full transparency of this administration. The administration that talked about they're going to open the doors to all of these things and show the American public what is going on. They won't even open the door to this building to members of Congress. We are not posing any threat here. We are not dangerous people. We have not done anything. We're trying to request a meeting, and they have a private security contractor who on his own is making decisions on behalf of the Department of Education.
By the way, I saw like another angle of this, and there's like 50 fucking police officers inside the building. So the entire premise of that's like total bullshit to begin with. Yeah, there were a bunch of, it's like they just had this guy standing outside.
So Congressman Hayes, what you're saying is they allow billionaires and his minions to come in to this building?
I don't know who he is, but I know who I am. And I'm a member of Congress with oversight responsibilities trying to request a meeting, and a private security contractor is not allowing me to enter the building.
They allow billionaires to go in this building, but not the people's representatives. They allow billionaires and their cronies to go in, but not, there's a lack of transparency here.
Jesus.
Members of Congress, the people's representatives are not allowed in. This is not transparent.
They're locking our kids
They're locking our kids out.
Now they've called the Department of Homeland Security. We are members of Congress here to talk.
Can you imagine having to solo tank an entire Karen raid? Oh my god.
Department of Education, and they're treating
The kids deserve to have a
Yes.
fight for them.
This is appalling.
Children of this country
This is
deserve
nuts.
that battle.
This is a public institution. This is not Russia. Let the camera see him. Let the camera see him.
Uh-oh.
Oh, she's so annoying, dude. What's her fucking name again?
They're blocking us.
And you can literally see the police officers inside on the other side. This guy's just standing out here because they told him to stand out here to let people know. The whole idea, the whole premise of this is that you literally can see them.
See this man here, who is a federal employee, he told us. No, he's not. Are you a federal employee? No. Huh?
Yes.
No, he said he's a federal employee.
Uh-oh.
We pay him. We raise money to make sure that we have a Department of Education. Everybody that's hired at the Department of Education are here because we pay for them.
What would that even be useful?
He's standing here today, blocking the door, and he can't give us a good reason why he's blocking this door.
Oh my god. This poor guy, like, this is nuts.
Make sure they see right here. All access entrance.
Well, and I think it should be clear to parents in the United States, if you want to advocate on behalf of your children, you are not allowed to come into this building where you pay taxes. Parents who have children who are disabled.
And you can see, again, all the police. This is just the guy that has to stand outside. He's the one, and it's like, I kind of feel bad for him in a way, right? Because they're like, oh, the optics will be better if we have a guy that's not in uniform stand out there. Okay, well, let's just go have Baldy stand out there and tell them they can't go inside. Yeah, he's the tank. Yes, this guy has to solo the entire thing while everybody else sits in there in the air conditioning.
That's being blocked. You voted. You voted for members of Congress to advocate on behalf of your children. Children with disabilities, for young women.
I wonder if, like, at the end of this, like, they went and they bought this guy dinner at the end of the day, you know? They're like, man, we know how it is.
Have been victims of sexual assault in our classrooms, on our school grounds. Members of OCR are fighting for your children.
$20
we are not
steak.
allowed in the building to talk to them. We are not allowed to advocate.
I've never met a woman that wears glasses like that wasn't fucking nuts. Have you? I feel like that's kind of like how, you know how like some animals are like bright blue to like indicate that like, oh shit,
I
oh
don't
god,
care
stay
anymore.
away. For real, no, never. It's those waned glasses. Ooh.
On behalf of
I've never met a woman.
children,
Hey,
America, we
hey,
have a
hey.
problem.
Stay pure, brother.
All right, so this is the Department of Education. You've got members.
And I love how it doesn't stop. It just the video stops. This guy, bro, like. Man. He's taking one for the team, bro. Like, this guy is the whole team. It's absolutely fucking crazy. Yes, was Karen screeching? Yes. He's got another 18 minutes of berating from them? Yes. Just like yelling at him. They're like, you see what he's doing here? What are you doing? You should not be. They are money. Who are you? What do you tell me? You can't tell me what the fuck. Oh, God. Yes. Yeah, stupid Democrats. Yeah, it's nuts, man. Loud voices. I know. It's what is this? Lord reading every line. Be me. Lawyer actually reads Trump's Doge order, expecting some illegal power grab, but it's airtight. Right? Turns out Trump and Musk didn't create shit. Obama did. Obama created the United States Digital Service in 2014. It was meant to fix Big Mike's Kai's. Come on. Website after it launched the flaming pile of DEI shit. bureaucratic patch job to fix the Obamacare website meltdown. Fast forward to 2025, Trump rebrands it to Doge, keeps the acronym, keeps the funding, but gives it a whole new mission, find the receipts. Legally untouchable because it was already fully funded and operational, Trump invokes 5 USC 3161, which allows him to create temporary hiring authorities. Doge teams gets embedded inside of every single federal agency. Each team consists of a lawyer, an HR rep, a Zoomer nerd, and an investigator. They report to Doge, not the agency they're embedded in. But wait, there's more. Trump invokes 44 USC Chapter 35, which governs federal IT and cybersecurity oversight. Since USDS was originally an IT oversight body, Doge now has full access to all federal data systems. Yes, all of them. Executive order is written to block legal challenges. Includes language that overrides conflicting executive orders. Orders every agency to comply. This is... Wait, what the fuck? Orders every agency to comply. Refusing means they violate presidential authority. Congress can't defund it because it's not a new program, just a repurposed one. The Department of Justice can't sue for overreach because Trump used existing laws exactly as written. Democrats trying to file legal challenges, but they run into standing issues because Doge operates within legal existing frameworks. Obama literally built the first deep state IT backdoor. Trump and Musk just hacked the system. Musk now has legal oversight into every major agency's internal systems. The deep state can't stop it without rewriting multiple federal laws. Obama created Doge? Well, I guess now we know. And link please to Obama Doge. You think they used AI to figure out this route? No, I think that they probably have a bunch of people and it's their job to deal with this shit. And they just said, hey, go do your job, and they did their job. That's it. That was called the U.S. Digital Service. They had 4 years to plan. Yeah. I mean, this is all they... I mean, like, you got to think about it. Like, what else are they going to do? Like, I mean, they might as well just do this. Fuck. And so, I guess so. It means the Obama... Yes, thanks Obama is actually reincarnated. I can't fucking believe it. Thanks Obama. It's almost like you created a system of control will be turned against you if your opponent gets control of power. Yep, I guess so. Big if true. Big Mike and Big Donald are bros. No, really. Oh god, y'all really trying to go in on this, huh? Like, wow, deleted post? Yeah, this is nuts. It's hard to know whether this is true or not, right? But man, this is fucking funny. Obama with the Palpatine level plan? Yeah, I guess so. And wow, Bill Clinton went on a massive cutting spree too. I guess so. Both of them want the president to be powerful as fuck. Well, you got to keep in mind that if I remember right, Trump took away Biden's, what do you call it, like confidential access? But I don't, did he take away Obama's? I don't think he did. Did he get rid of Obama's too? Let me look this up. Ooh, he did. He did get rid of Obama's too. Oh shit. Damn. Fake? I don't know. Maybe no, he didn't. I don't know. His access to classified documents has revoked Obama's security clearance. Man, that's bad. You're fired, I guess so. It's hard to say, right? I mean, it is just a Twitter post, right? So maybe it's bullshit. But either way, that's really fucking funny.
Say that the FBI headquarters should be shut down and reopened as a museum of the deep state?
The chairman, are we allowed to go an extra time?
You better stick around. Before I call on Senator Lee,
could he just answer the question if he said that the FBI headquarters, where they investigate cybercrime and terrorism, should be shut down and opened as a deep state?
Hey, Mr. Chair.
As a museum. Did he say that the headquarters should be shut down?
I think he did say that.
I deserve an answer to that question. He is asking to be head of the FBI, and he said that their headquarters should be shut down.
Mr. Chair, parliamentary inquiry.
You got anything you want to say, Mr. Patel, before I go on to Senator Lee?
Simply this. If the best attacks on me are going to be false accusations and grotesque mischaracterizations, the only thing this body is doing is defeating the credibility of the men and women at the FBI. I stood with them here in this country. In every theater of war we have, I was on the ground in service of this nation. And any accusations leveled against me that I would somehow put political bias before the Constitution are grotesquely unfair. And I will have you reminded that I have been endorsed by over 300,000 law enforcement officers to become the next director of the FBI. That's
Mr. Chairman, I am quoting his own words from September of 2024. It is his own words. It is not some conspiracy. It is what Mr. Patel actually said himself. Facts matter.
Don't forget that
She's
you
getting
have 2
mad.
minutes in the next round to say what you just said.
Okay, I'll say him again.
Okay. Before
She's big mad.
This parliamentary inquiry, and it was on time. It wasn't disputing any debate, but I intended this for my 7 minutes, and I appreciate you keeping it to it. If we go over, we have that decrement against the time in the second round. If a member goes over, that was actually 10 minutes, Mr. Chairman.
I'm not sure that I want to. Sometimes it's faster to get things done here, just letting people shout and then it does to set them up.
You're a wise man, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, before we go to the Mr. Chairman, what do you want?
I love this guy.
Oh my God!
I like Senator Tillis.
Jesus!
I want an extra 3 minutes.
Oh my God!
So, here what you're saying is the chairman.
Oh my God!
Shut her up. But I've gone through this before.
See, this is, you know what? This is, I think, what they were talking about like the federal government wastes a lot of time and money. I feel like this happens, like, you know, this is like, this sets the tone for the whole thing.
And I think I know how to handle it.
I think you're a star-spangled officer. I just want to say that for the record. But if you're going to let somebody else extra 3 minutes over, I want my extra 3 minutes.
Well, let's see if it's abused by anybody else.
I'm telling you, I'm going to abuse it.
It's so good. Oh my fucking God, this is so good. Amazing. Yeah. Anyway, what is the rest of these? I'll get to the rest of them. Oh wow. They look old. Yeah, they look old because they are old. Oh, here we go. What is this?
Fortunately, Senator, yes. I want to get into those details with my family. Let's do Well, if you look at the record from January 6th,
what the fuck?
where I testified before that committee, because of my personal information being released by Congress, I was subjected to a direct and significant threat on my life. And I put that information in the record. I had to move. In that threat, I was called a detestable.
I know what he's going to say.
Go back to where you came from. You belong with your terrorist home.
He was called a sand N-word. Yeah, that's what it was.
Friend.
With the hard R. And he dropped it right there in front of everybody.
That's what was sent to me. That's just a piece of it.
Yeah.
But that's nothing compared to what the men and women in law enforcement face every day. And that's why they have my support.
I mean, I guess so, right?
In the collective, all of those statements are taken out of grotesque context. And anyone that thinks my 16 years of service isn't exemplary on how I would proceed if confirmed as FBI.
If you get called it, you get a pass. That's not true.
Into the public ether and creating more public discourse. The only thing that will matter if I'm confirmed as a director of the FBI is a de-weaponized, depoliticized system of law enforcement completely devoted to rigorous obedience of the Constitution and a singular standard of justice.
Wow. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty good idea. That would be great. Imagine that. And this guy, he did talk about the Jeffrey Epstein Black Book. And this is what I think a lot of people want. They want to have this shit get exposed.
What has, for instance, who is currently holding, this is way off the topic, but who has Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book? Yeah. But who? That is, I mean, that's under direct control of the director of the FBI. Just like the manifesto from the National.
So if we get this guy in charge, he puts it out there, right?
School shooting at the Catholic school? People haven't seen that, right? It's not the Nashville police or PD saying we don't want this out. The FBI is emailed into that operation and said this is not getting out.
So there's a good chance. Well, Trump would be on. Well, they just won't release that page. That page will be like page, like 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 74. Wait, what? Don't worry about it. 75, 76. Like that's it, right? And page 69. Yeah, sure. And anyway, yes, I'll be very, very curious. Like I would want to see that happen just by itself. Yeah, just by itself, I would love to see that.
With the rest of the interview, this is why snippets of information are often misleading and detrimental to this committee's advice and consent.
If you consent, I would love to have 5 hours of questions, and then I could read the whole transcript.
You've got 2 minutes.
Wow.
With the rest of the interview.
Yeah, okay.
That was so dumb.
This is the same one. Let me see if I can find the other one.
You know, and I have great respect for the men and women of the FBI.
Yeah. Hi, can you open? Jesus, what the fuck is this? Anyway, your Twitter algorithm is so biased. Well, I'm just looking up Kash Patel, right? I mean, I don't think there's really a bias there. You just look it up, and that's what's going to come in. Yeah, I don't know if that's a bias or not. I'll go back and make sure I get through the rest of these, but I feel like that's the majority of them right there. And,
what were you doing on that day?
On that day specifically,
January 6th.
To preparing to mobilize and deploy the National Guard once we got the lawful request from the local governing authority, which was the mayor of D.C. and the speaker.
Yeah. Now, how many days in advance were you working to prepare the Department of Defense to help secure the Capitol on January 6th?
Days in advance, Senator, we were in the Oval Office on an unrelated national security matter with the President of the United States, the Secretary of Defense, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and myself. And the President authorized up to 20,000 plus National Guardsmen and women to secure any security measures necessary to the Capitol. So we were moving to the fullest extent of the law before the request came from the local governing authority days ahead of time.
And while you were Chief of Staff at DOD, how many times did DOD approach Capitol Police and ask if they needed National Guard systems?
I believe those letters are well documented in numerous instances, and in numerous of those instances, those requests were shut down.
So they didn't take in the National Guard for January 6th? I wonder why. Yeah, I mean, they should have known it would have been a shit show. Why would they not do that?
Now, am I correct that the Capitol Sergeant at Arms said assistance was unnecessary?
That's correct, Senator.
Who did the Sergeant at Arms report to?
The Speaker of the House.
That would have been Nancy Pelosi at the time. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
And would that also be Chuck Schumer, then the Senate Majority Leader?
The Sergeant at Arms, yes, Senator, reports up there.
Did Mayor Bowser, the Democrat-elected mayor in D.C., either request or allow National Guard assistance?
She put in writing on the days leading up to January 6th a declination for National Guard additional support.
So she said, why? Why would she do that? Because they had FBI in the crowd whose job it was to rile people up enough to get a riot going and then use it to blame the right and gain power?
Are you ready?
Yep. That must be it.
and that letter's available publicly.
So, and just to speak English for folks at home, a declination meant she said no, don't send National Guard. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you a simple question, because from the questioning from my Democrat colleagues, they might think otherwise. Do you condemn violence against law enforcement?
All of it. Wow, okay, that's crazy. This guy's radical. Oh, man. It's almost like they wanted to get out of hand. I mean, they mismanaged it. The thing is that here's my opinion on it. It seems obvious that they should have had the National Guard there, and there could have been a degree of malicious non-compliance, or like basically like we're going to allow this to happen, or at least increase the probability of this happening because it could be advantageous for us politically in the long run. That's possible, but it's also possible that they just didn't think it was going to happen. And also, it's not the government's fault when like people.
No, I fucking hate this so much. This one is
into the
hard, man.
Capitol building, breaking
Keep
into
dropping the
Capitol
goddamn
building.
food.
You know whose fault it is? Their fault. They're the ones doing it. It's not like, you know, the FBI is holding their arms and legs by strings and making them walk in. They were let in. Oh, hey, I have no problem with people that walked into the Capitol building and they didn't do anything and then they just left, right? I don't care. I don't think really most people care about that. People don't really give a shit about that. But, like, you can look at the videos of people that are smashing the windows and stealing things, and I don't think that that's the FBI's fucking fault. I don't. I think that's their fault. If an FBI agent says, hey, why don't you just go, go rob a 7-Eleven? Are you going to go do it? Well, if you do, you're going to have a bad fucking time. So, no, I think it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous that you're blaming grown adults. You're blaming the actions of grown adults on other people. These are adults. These are people. They let it happen. They let it happen implies that the people were doing it. You see what my point is? They were doing it. They did it. They're wrong. They should not have done it. It's not a question. Both can be correct. Yes, both can be correct. It was mismanaged, but also I'm not going to go and say like, oh, well, they caused this to happen. The people that did it caused it to happen. Both things are true. I think so. Yes, both things are true. Accurate and true. Do you think there were instigators in
Oh my
January
god!
6th?
Oh, I got. What the fuck? Get out of this fucking. Oh my god. Okay. We're not gonna make it now.
Wanted to fuck shit up. Sure. I bet that's the case with the BLM riots. Like, I remember when the BLM riots were happening, and my mom was like, I'm so glad you're not, this wasn't 10 years ago. And I'm like, why? And she goes, because you and Cody and Jack would be down there looting.
I'm not gonna make it.
Yeah, for sure. Stop police brutality. Yeah, definitely, guys. All right, so, oh, wow, look at that. Yeah, of course, right? And so, I think that for sure there were agitators. Absolutely. But there's agitators and everything like that. I don't know.
Okay, I barely made it. Holy shit.
That's my viewpoint. I think it's pretty clear.
Colleagues, I created a cash bingo card that I have available to any of my
Man.
colleagues who would like it on the other side of the aisle.
I love how the blank spot in the middle is just an American flag.
View this as an unserious caricature and not appropriate for this committee. Sadly, I consider it a serious caricature of what I expect to be witnessed today.
Oh.
I think we'll have words like enemies list and deep state. I've already X'd out 4 boxes in the opening statements alone. The fact of the matter is, some people will be here to simply substantiate a false narrative. Colleagues,
that's crazy.
That's probably true to an extent. Yeah, people trying to talk a bunch of bullshit. Is this the same one?
At the FBI headquarters.
Man, people don't like her. You know why? It's because the haircut. She gotta get a new haircut. She looks like a Karen.
Nicole Kidman.
She looks like she'd get mad at you for writing her name wrong on a Starbucks cup and want a free one next time. I'm just saying it. everybody's thinking it, but I'm just saying it.
Tell before I go on to Senator Lee.
Simply this. If the best attacks on me are going to be false accusations and grotesque mischaracterizations, the only thing this body is doing is defeating the credibility of the men and women at the FBI. I stood with them here in this country. In every theater of war we have, I was on the ground in service of this nation. And any accusations leveled against me that I would somehow put political bias before the Constitution are grotesquely unfair. And I will have you reminded that I have been endorsed by over 300,000 law enforcement
Same
officers
video?
to become the next
I didn't
director
know.
of the FBI.
Is
Let's
it?
ask.
Is it? I didn't know if it was or not. Let's see here if I can figure out the rest of it. And
Sounds to me like we need to get some new conspiracy theories. Sounds to me like we need to get some new conspiracy theories, because all the old ones turned out to be true.
Huh?
I love this guy. I do. I think he's so funny. Just like the way he says shit and everything is so good. Oh my god. Yeah, I'll leave the other one.
Conspiracy theories, because all the old ones turned out to be true.
Yeah.
Facts matter, Senator.
Yeah. I mean, conspiracy
That's somebody
theories
else.
are something like 37 and nothing.
Okay, well,
Huh?
wow, okay. Let's see if I find the rest of these. Democrat, what's this here? Oh, the Epstein list. Here we go. All right, they finally got to talk about it.
Their questions, and it has led me to one thing. Why are the Democrats so afraid of you?
I don't know, Senator. You have to ask me.
Well, I'll tell you what I think. And listening to their questions and your responses, which we appreciate, they know that you're going to go in and you're going to clean up that political cabal that has been over there for years. You are going to reposition the FBI to its core mission. You stated that earlier in this hearing, and there will be no more political persecutions and no more 2 tiers of justice. And they have liked having 2 tiers of justice. They have enjoyed it. And it
I'm actually getting kind of
helped
pickish.
them. They think in their political mission, they've enjoyed targeting Catholics. They've enjoyed targeting parents. But the American people have said they want no more of that.
Okay.
And our colleagues know you're going to clean it up. I want to talk to you about the Epstein case.
Here we go. Because, like, in my opinion, I feel like, in terms of, like, importance, the Epstein list is, like, 100 times bigger than the Diddy list. Because the Diddy list is just a bunch of weird celebrities and maybe like random local, like people, right? Or whatever. The Epstein list, that's the big one. Yeah, that's the big one. Yeah, in our prediction, exactly, right? We're talking like presidents, royals, heads of state. Like, oh man, multi-billionaires, crazy shit.
I have worked on this for years, trying to get those records of who flew on Epstein's plane and who helped him build this international human trafficking, sex trafficking ring. Now, earlier,
it's crazy how everybody is in agreement that he was doing sex trafficking, but nobody knows who was he being trafficked to. How is it that we don't know all the names? That's crazy.
I urged then Chairman Durbin to subpoena those records.
Yeah.
And I ended up being blocked by Senator Durbin and Christopher Wray. They stonewalled on this. And I know
Is
that
Trump on the list? So a lot of people bring up Trump being on the list. Trump was on the list of flights. There is no evidence that he was at Epstein's island. But there is evidence that he was on Epstein's plane and he was friends with Epstein. So, like, you can take with that what you will. Is that the correct? Is that the correct evaluation? Yes, it is. Okay, all right. And so and again, I'm not like, my perspective is if you did weird stuff with trafficked kids, you should go to jail, right? I mean, so like if Trump did that, you should go to jail. Like, I mean, it's not even a question. Like, what are we talking about? So yeah, I mean, of course I would want everybody to know. Yeah, death, not jail. I mean, like.
breaking up these trafficking rings is important to President Trump. So will you work with me on this issue so we know who worked with Jeffrey Epstein in building these sex trafficking rings?
Absolutely, Senator. Child sex trafficking has no place in the United States of America, and I will do everything, if confirmed as FBI director, to make sure the American public knows the full weight of what happened in the past and how we are...
Thank you. That's the thing. This is the reason. I think that one of the problems is that a lot of the distrust from the government comes from the government being opaque about where the distrust came from. And I think that that's why I thought it was a good thing that they released the JFK and the MLK files, is because, like, especially with Martin Luther King, there is so much, like, I feel like it was, like, pretty much common knowledge that the FBI was fucking with Martin Luther King, right? Like, how many of you guys knew that this was happening before any of this stuff went public? Right? We all knew this was happening. And so, like, the way that you solve that and the way that you get beyond that, because, like, that's a racial barrier, because Martin Luther King is, like, probably one of the most influential people in civil rights. Like, fucking absolutely, right? So, like, this is a huge racial barrier, and it's like a scar that has existed for, like, 60 years, right? And it's not about making the scar go away, but it's about healing it. And the way that you do that is you show people the transparency. This is what happened. This is 100% it. And if the government did something bad, you take accountability. You say, we fucked up. That's our bad. But that's how you move forward. Because you can't move forward if you can't even acknowledge the past. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I was such a big advocate for this kind of stuff. Yeah, it's the only way. Exactly. And so I want to see all of this stuff happen. Absolutely. Transparency is vital. It is. It's 100% vital.
Here, your answer, yes or no. Did you make money?
I don't have
This
those
is my third and last time I'm going to ask you that question.
You have that information.
So you refuse to answer the question.
I answered 1,300 pages.
You no answer. And you spread dangerous misinformation. Here, your answer.
What the fuck? Oh, man.
You're being considered for director of the FBI. And here you did no diligence to find out whether people you were associating with now the President of the United States in song were convicted of attacking police officers. Is that who you want running the FBI? I want you to turn around. There are Capitol police officers behind you. They're guarding this. Take a look at them right now. Turn around.
I'm looking at you. You're talking to me.
No, look at them. I want you to look at them if you can, if you have the courage to look them in the eye.
Adam Schiff's such a
Tell
weasel.
them you're proud of what you did. Tell them you're proud that you raised money off of people that assaulted their colleagues, that pepper sprayed them, that beat them with poles. Tell them you're proud of what you did. They're right there. They're guarding you today. Tell them how proud you are.
That's an abject lie, and you know it. I've never, ever accepted violence against law enforcement. I've worked with these men and women, as you know, my entire life, and I did not make a single dime out of it.
Well, let me.
How about you ask them if I have their backs, and let's see about that answer.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Patel. Let me ask you this. If an FBI director promoted a song of people who sprayed pepper spray in the face of an FBI agent, would you say they were fit to be director?
Mr. Schiff?
Yes or no? Would they be fit to be director?
I am fit to be the director of the FBI.
If you were the FBI director and you promoted a song with someone who beat an FBI agent with a pole, would you say you were fit to be FBI director?
Mr. Schiff, I am fit to be FBI director based on my 16
And
years
yet
of
you
government
did all these
service.
things, Mr. Patel. You can say, oh, I support law enforcement, I decry violence against law enforcement. You can say all that. It's what you did,
How the
Mr.
fuck do I
Patel,
get in
that
there?
matters. It's what you did that matters. Well, let me ask you about something else that you did, Mr. Patel. Did you claim that Donald Trump declassified all the documents at Mar-a-Lago? Did you claim that?
In what proceeding?
To the public, ever, did you tell anyone that Donald Trump declassified all the documents at Mar-a-Lago?
From publicly available information, President Trump issued a declassification order on a variety of
No,
materials.
I'm just asking you, did you tell the public, did you tell anyone, did you make the claim that Donald Trump had declassified those hundreds of classified documents that were at Mar-a-Lago? Did you make that claim
From
publicly?
my best of my recollection, I said President Trump issued a declassification order to a large number of documents.
Yeah, and were you present when he declassified all the Mar-a-Lago documents?
Senator, I'm not saying he declassified all the Mar-a-Lago documents. I said President
so now-
Trump declassified a large number of documents, and I would hope this committee and the rest of Congress would want to get those documents to the American people.
Mr. Patel, before a president or anyone declassified documents, wouldn't...
I think it's pretty easy to say, by the way, that like talking about a rap song where you're pepper spraying police is like bad. Like if you're like going to apply for a law enforcement role, it's pretty easy to say that. Yeah, I think that this is it's not good. It's bad optics, right? You shouldn't do that. But who cares?
That's kind of
I'm not saying
expensive.
It's a big deal.
Better
I'm
be
not
good.
saying it's a big deal. I'm just saying it's bad. You ask my opinion, is it good or bad? I think it's bad. Is that fair? I'm not saying, oh, wow, you shouldn't be the director because of this one thing.
It's got a chainsaw. I just noticed that.
You want to know whether making the public would cause sources to be killed? Wouldn't you want to know that before you just declare they're all declassified?
Fence? No, I'm not on the fence. I want this guy to be the director. I think he's great. I completely support him. I'm not a fence sitter on this at all. I like him. Yeah, no, I do.
Wouldn't that be the responsible thing for a president to do?
It was the responsible thing for us to do. That's why we declassified the Nunes memo.
And did Donald Trump declassify?
And no one died.
And did Donald Trump ever ask any of the agencies who produced those documents whether declassifying them would put people's lives at risk? Did he ever do that to your knowledge, Kash Patel?
I don't know that he didn't. Do you?
No, that's the problem, isn't it? That's the problem, isn't it? So let me just ask, Mr. Chairman, if you would,
yeah,
Mr.
this
Patel
guy,
has
this
said
guy's
he has no
acting a little bit. He acting a bit crazy.
problem. He would support the release of his grand jury testimony in that case. I would ask you, Mr. Chairman, ranking member, to join me in requesting
a little bit,
with Mr. Patel's approval the
Where the
release
fuck
of
is
those
this
grand
guy?
jury
Bro's on the
transcripts.
list.
And I would also ask Mr. Patel whether
You
you
think he
support
is?
the
I
release
don't
of
know.
Volume 2 as it pertains to you of the special counsel's report. Any reference to you
That's
in the
a lot.
report, to your truthfulness, will you support?
I can see the way that he acts, though. I can see why they call him Shifty Shift, though. Like, I could easily see that. Like, that was a good one. Yeah, like, you could immediately tell exactly the reason why they say that.
Support the release to this committee of those sections of Volume 2 of the special counsel's report.
I support following the law and providing whatever information the law requires.
But you said to the Wall Street Journal that you support transparency. Here's your chance, Mr. Patel. You support release of that to this committee. Yes or no?
Your time's up. Before
Oh, there it is. Let me see. I'll see if there's any more of these that are interesting.
You know, some people, you're not doing your job right.
My colleague and friend Senator Durbin called you a conspiracy theorist. You remember that?
I do, Senator.
Is this how it...
You were instrumental in revealing that the Trump-Russia election collusion hoax was a hoax, weren't you?
Yes, sir. It was a lead
People still going on about that even now. They're still going on about it being a hoax from Russia. Yep.
Sounds to me like we need to get some new conspiracy theories because all the old ones turned out to be true.
Facts matter, Senator.
I mean, conspiracy theorists are up to something like 37 and up.
So stupid. Okay. Where's the rest of it?
I'm gonna let good cops be cops and put handcuffs on the bad guys and put child molesters in prison in America. And I'm gonna let good cops be cops and put handcuffs on the bad guys and put child molesters in prison and put murderers in prison and make sure CCP fentanyl doesn't kill another one of your constituents. That's track one. Track two, to restore the trust in the FBI.
Did he point at the Democrats and then say your constituents? Because I'm pretty sure that, like, if...
That has degraded, not by my opinion, by the Gallup poll, and only 40% of Americans have trust and faith in the
Come
FBI.
on.
It is a cataclysmic failure in leadership to get to that point that did not happen over time. And so what the FBI must do while tackling violent crime and protecting...
That's what I was saying before about that MLK stuff. That's why people don't trust them. Is because they're opaque about it. They don't explain it. And, like, if you don't explain things to people, you're not going to have them believe you. They're going to think that you're a fucking liar.
Americans' national security and our sovereignty is work
they hide shit. Yeah, exactly.
Republicans and Democrats to expose any government corruption, provide government accountability through transparency, and get you all the documents that you are the custodians of. The FBI reports to Congress. If I am confirmed as FBI director, I will report to Congress. And I will just save you with this one caveat here about my personal experiences with the FBI. The men and women of the FBI do the most courageous work on God's green earth. I was fortunate enough to utilize FISA 702 national security measures to prevent a shopping mall from blowing up in Houston
Holy
and the
fuck.
state capitol from being attacked in
Jesus.
California. Courageous men and women do that work every day, and these are cases you never hear about. Instead, the only things you hear about are the baseless conspiracy theories and attacks levied at me. Well, here's something for America. You can say whatever you want about me. If I'm confirmed, bring it on. But you will not denigrate the men and women of the FBI that saved this country.
Hey, there it is. I mean, like, I've had, for interesting reasons, they've all been extremely professional and really good. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I've had to interact with a lot of law enforcement and interesting people over the years. And, yeah, they're very...
How to pray
very competent. I'll say that. Let's see if there's any more of these real quick. Make sure I go through all the rest of them. Uh-oh.
Wash hands at the basin to prepare yourself for purification. Ring the bell. Make an offering into the wooden box.
Bow
twice deeply
going wild,
into...
people getting mad. Yeah, all fine. Because you work for
into
Disney?
of
Do
offering
I work
box?
for Disney? Is that it?
Clap your hands 2 times, then pray.
Yeah, who would want an intelligence agency to be fully transparent?
Your hands
publicly?
together and pray with all
I
your
think with
hearts. Bow once
controversies and
deeply.
issues that happen that are extremely public, it's in the best interest of the public, especially long after the fact. Like, for example, with Martin Luther King, that bad blood like that is put under, is like put down, and the way that you do that is by basically explaining what happened, because you're never going to trust somebody again who lied to you, who still won't tell you what they lied about. You see what I'm saying? Like, the first step to being able to trust somebody who was previously untrustworthy is for that person to tell you what they lied to you about, right? Of course.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Patel, do you believe that background checks for firearm purchases are constitutional?
I don't know the in-depths of it, but I think that's what the Supreme Court has said, Senator.
So the word would be Y-E-S, yes. Can you say yes? Are background checks constitutional?
I can say whatever the Constitution and the Supreme Court ruled is the rule of the land.
Fucking obviously. He's the director of the FBI. Yeah, this is already settled. He doesn't make that decision. Yeah, what kind of an asshole? Yeah, why not? Well, of course he doesn't know. Yeah, it's a gotcha. He's not a lawmaker. Yeah, what is this? So, the condescending?
Yes. Can you say yes? Are background checks constitutional? So the word would be Y-E-S, yes. Can you say yes? Are background checks constitutional?
What a nasty little bitch. Ooh. Oh, what a... Oh, jeez. Watch Clips get grilled? No, if people have other ones, I'd look at those too.
Senator, as you can see, I took a photograph with an individual who showed up at a book event. I don't believe I'm guilty by association.
Oh, so they said he's a racist. This guy's a racist. Did you know Kash Patel is a racist?
Showed up at a book event. I don't believe I'm guilty by association.
Wait, it's a real guy?
I don't believe that an individual who was the first minority to serve as the Deputy Director of National Intelligence for this country is a racist in any way, and I detest any conjecture to the contrary.
What a ridiculous thing to say. So he takes a picture with somebody and he somehow endorses everything that the guy says? How the fuck does that make any sense? How is this guy so good at defending himself? Because he probably has been told this 50 times. I bet there's nothing new that they're coming up and saying. Yeah, he's a white supremacist? Oh, of course. Well, what people mean by white supremacist is that that's a person that you disagree with.
It's brown.
You brought up public trust at 41%. So, in a general way, without going for an hour, tell me what you're going to do to increase the public trust of the FBI.
Simple. Make sure we don't have 100,000 rapes in this country next year. Make sure we don't have 100,000 drug overdoses from Chinese fentanyl and Mexican heroin. And make sure we don't have 17,000 homicides. Those numbers need to be cut in half immediately. And the public will regain trust in the FBI and law enforcement once we achieve that mission.
Yeah. Yeah, put the people that do crime in jail. Yep, that's right. And stop that from happening. Yeah, I feel like that's a really good one. And being ahead of time and, being ahead of the ball and just making it happen before it does. Like that bomb thing that they were talking about. This guy ain't stopping shit. Well, it sure seems like they're not stopping shit anyway, so why not at least try it? That's what I think.
Hear your answer, yes or no. Did you make money?
I don't have
This
those
is my third and
financial
last time I'm going to ask you
in front
that
of me.
question.
You have that information.
So you refuse to answer the question.
I answered 1,300 pages.
No answer. And yet you spread dangerous misinformation. Here.
Oh, man. Oh, bro, why is she so pressed? I don't know. Why? I don't know why she crashed out like that either. It's nuts. Talking to herself, yes. Like, Jesus, man, what is that? Oh, wow, no answer. Yeah, I guess so.
You've committed that the FBI will not be politicized. So here's your first test. Will you commit that you will not tolerate the firing of the FBI agents who worked with the special counsel's office on these investigations?
Senator, I appreciate the time to visit with you.
It is a yes or no answer, and it is your first test.
Senator, every FBI employee will be held to the absolute same standard, and no one will be terminated for case assignments.
And I'm not going to accept that answer because if you can't commit that those FBI agents will be protected from political retribution, we can't accept you as FBI director.
All FBI employees will be protected against political retribution.
Those individuals deserve to be protected from Trump retribution. That was your
Why am I helping this chick out on her dates?
By saying
how do we get here?
Employees should be protected?
What a stupid... Well, bro, who is this guy? Yes, who is this guy? He just said it. Yeah, he literally just said it. Fucking class, people are so stupid. Yes, I know. Well, what you have to understand is that when this kind of stuff happens, the reason why it pops off like this is because what they do is that they're trying to convince people that they're making the right decisions and like this person is bad. So they try to turn something that's like maybe complex or whatever into a yes or no question. change the question to be slanted in a way that is disingenuous, so then the person has to clarify themselves, and then in the context of clarifying yourself, there is the implication that because you can't say yes or no, then you are a liar. That's the logic, right? And that's the manipulation in play here. Everybody does this. This isn't a Democrat trick or a Republican trick. It's just this is what people do. They're farming clips. Yes.
Bro, I'm actually really getting hungry. Shit.
Wait, I'm actually going to ask you questions because I want to hear your answer. How many genders are there? Tough one.
Senator, there are 2 genders.
I know that well. I'm a she-he, so I'm on board.
Wait, he actually is a Okay, that was really good.
Okay.
God damn, that was really good. Wow.
Senator, there are 2 genders.
I know that well. I'm a she-he, so I'm on board.
I don't get it. Read his name.
His name is she-he.
What is the diameter of the rifle
That's
round
kind of
fired
funny,
out of
bro.
an M4 A1 rifle?
That's funny.
That's a 5.56.
How many push-ups can
I knew that one, by the way. I played PUBG.
you do?
I did 5 sets of 47 this morning.
Damn.
I can't even do one of that. One of those.
What do you think our most important strategic base is in the Pacific?
In the Pacific, Guam is pretty strategically significant.
How many rounds of 5.56 can you fit into the magazine of an M4 rifle?
30, right?
30 with
Depends on
one in the
magazine,
chamber.
but standard issue is 30.
PUBG.
And what size round does the M9 Beretta standard issue sidearm for the military fire?
A 9mm.
I know these questions. The fuck?
What kind of batteries do you put in your
Did I not be the head of the Pentagon?
Duracell.
So right there, you're representing qualifications.
Man. Oh boy, easy questions? Yeah, it's like I knew a lot of these, man.
In other words, you're quite sure that every general who serves should not go directly into the defense industry for 10 years.
Aloha.
You're not willing to make that same pledge?
I'm not a general, Senator.
You'll be the one, let us just be clear, in charge of the generals. And
Oh jeez. Oh god. No, General. Yeah, wow. And do you want to know what's really funny about this? Do you remember what I said about how in school, when I didn't know the answer to a question, I would tell a joke? Remember that? And everybody would laugh and they'd move on. I do think that it's problematic that people that are in the military immediately go into defense contracting. I think it's problematic. I think it's a perpetuation of the military-industrial complex, and I think it's a good thing. Perfect fucking deflect. That's exactly what I was talking about.
I'd like to submit for the record signatures by 32 members of the House of Representatives who are veterans. The signatures call on the Senate to honor the constitutional duty of advise and consent by conducting a fair, thorough confirmation process that evaluates his nomination solely on the substance. And
Somebody also brought up a really good point, and this is you articulated it much better than I did. Your hygiene, not that message. If generals know at the end of their career they can just go to private arms companies, then they can help those companies while at their job as a general. Exactly. Completely agree.
merits. His distinguished military
That is
service,
how the revolving
academic
door works,
credentials,
yes.
and a bold vision for revitalizing the national defense. I ask unanimous
Is this news to
consent
anyone?
to the record.
Anywhere?
Without objection. You know, there's a lot of talk going about talking about qualifications and then about us hiring him if we are the board. But there's a lot of senators here I wouldn't have on my board because there is no qualifications except your age, and you got to be living in the state and you're a citizen of the United States to be a senator. Other than the fact we got to convince a lot of people to vote for us. And then when we start talking about qualifications, for if you're qualified for it. Could the chairman tell me what the qualifications are for the Secretary of Defense?
Fisherman with a PH.
Mr. Chairman, could you tell me what the qualifications are for the Secretary of Defense?
I'd be happy for
I'll read
for
it.
you to
He
do that.
got it ready.
Let me read it for you because
I was getting some advice from my secretary of command.
Yeah, but I'm just making a point because there's a lot about qualifications, and I think it's so hypocritical of senators, especially on the other side of the aisle, to be talking about his qualifications, not going to lead the secretary or be the Secretary of Defense, and yet your qualifications aren't any better. You guys aren't any more qualified to be the senator than I'm qualified to be the senator, except we're lucky enough to be here. But let me read you what the qualifications of the Secretary of Defense is.
It's a good way of looking at it.
I Googled it and went through a lot of different sites, and really it's hard to see. But in general, the U.S. Secretary of Defense position is filled by a civilian. That's it. If you have served in the U.S. Army Forces and have been in the service for, you have to be retired for at least 7 years.
You want to know the reason why they're pushing back on this guy? Is that there's a chance that I think that he's probably not like one of the guys that's part of the inside group, and maybe he's not old enough to where, you know, they're going to have him be part of that inside group yet. I think that's probably the real reason. Good? Yeah, no, I like him, for sure.
Congress can weigh that, and then there's questions that the senator from Massachusetts brought up about serving on a board inside the military industry, and yet your own secretary that you all voted for, Secretary Austin, we had to vote on a waiver because he stepped off the board of Raytheon. But I guess that's okay because that's a Democrat.
This is some fucking Metal Gear Solid plotline shit. This is the reason why those games were so popular. It's because everybody knows this is bullshit. Everybody knows it's bullshit. Obviously, it's bullshit. What is this?
Secretary of Defense. But we so quickly forget about that. And then Senator Kane, or I guess I better use the senator from Virginia, starts bringing up the fact that what if you showed up drunk to your job? How many senators have showed up drunk to vote at night? Have any of you guys asked them to step down and resign from their job?
He's just saying it. Oh my God.
And don't tell me this vote at night. Virginia starts bringing up the fact that what if you showed up drunk to your job? How many senators have showed up drunk to vote at night? Have any of you guys asked them to step down and resign from their job?
This guy's cooking.
He's just saying it. Oh my God.
And don't tell me you haven't seen it because I know you have. And how many senators do you know have got a divorce before cheating on their wives? Did you ask them to step down? No. But it's for show. You guys make sure you make a big show and point out the hypocrisy because the man's made a mistake. And you want to sit there and say that he's not qualified? Give me a joke. I mean, it is so ridiculous that you guys hold yourself as this higher standard and you forget you got a big plank in your eye. We've all made mistakes. I've made mistakes. And Jennifer, thank you for loving him through that mistake. Because the only reason why I'm here and not in prison is because my wife loved me too.
Oh boy.
I have changed, but I'm not perfect. But I found somebody that thought I was perfect. And for whatever reason, you love Pete, and I don't know why.
He's like 60-something.
But just like our Lord and Savior forgave me, my wife's had to forgive me more than once too, and I'm sure you've had to forgive him too. And so thank you. So before I go down this rabbit hole again, tell me something about your wife that you love.
This definitely is fluffing. They're totally trying to build this guy up. Absolutely.
She's the smartest, most capable, loving, humble, honest person I've ever met.
If that wasn't an exercised answer,
in addition to being incredibly beautiful.
I don't know what is.
Okay.
Don't forget about your kids. I'm supposed to talk about my kids?
No, well, she's also the mother.
Oh, an amazing mother.
Yes.
Of our blended family of 7
Well,
children.
I'm pulling you along. I'm trying to help you here.
This is
You know,
super fucking cringe.
Do you believe that you're going to be running the Secretary or the Department of Defense by yourself?
Senator, absolutely not. Just as President Trump is assembling his cabinet, I look forward and already am in the process of building one of the best possible teams you can imagine with decades and decades
How many do I
of
have?
experience.
What can I tell?
Outside of the Pentagon, driving innovation.
Is this a state-sponsored sitcom? I want you to keep in mind that he's not even in office yet. This is like the commercial for before the show starts. This is the opening act. It's not even the opening act. This is the trailer. This is the teaser. Like I'm telling you guys, like, this is going to be crazy for 4 years. And the thing is that if it's entertaining enough, it'll be for 8 years.
Excellence and also inside the building, knowing how to make it happen. Yes, sir.
So, in your organizations that you did have the privilege of running, did you have a board that
In both organizations, we had a board. Yes.
Okay, and what did you do with that board? What kind of decisions did you make with them?
Those boards provided oversight and insight into decision making.
They all have special, unique sets that maybe fill gaps that you're not the expertise in.
Can someone explain to an EU tard what's going on? So this guy is getting, they're trying to make this guy in charge of our military. And a lot of people, like, so if you want to look at, if you ask, I'd say if you interviewed 100 people and you say, what does the government waste a lot of money on? They're either going to say poor people's welfare or the military. And I think that most of them would say the military. I think that there's a consensus that a lot of people have that the military is where we waste a lot of our money. And so people see this guy coming in who's like a relative, you know, obviously not an outsider, but like a relative outsider, as like somebody who could potentially shake up that hegemony. And so that's the reason why people are favorable towards him. It's hard to say whether that's true or not. No, I don't really
Is
know.
it hegemony or
but,
hegemony?
That's basically what's going on.
I guess it doesn't really matter.
Yes, sir.
So do you believe you're capable of surrounding yourself with capable individuals that you're going to be able to run those same ideas by and surround yourself with people that are smarter and better equipped in maybe areas that you don't necessarily carry those expertise with?
Senator, the only reason I've had success in life, to include my wonderful wife, is because of people more capable around me and having the self-confidence to empower them and say, hey, run with the ball, run with the football.
That's what I do with my raids. I have them do everything. I don't do anything.
Take it down the field. We'll do this together. I don't care who gets the credit. And in this case, that's how the Pentagon will be run.
Let's end with this, Mr. Chairman, about the qualifications. You got a man who has literally put his butt on the line, who served 20 years in the service, multiple deployments.
It's a long time.
Has heard the bullets crack over the top of his head. Has been willing to go into combat, been willing to see friends die for this country. And he's willing to still put himself through this. His wife is willing to still stand beside him, knowing he wasn't perfect, knowing that all this was going to be brought up. And he's still willing to serve the country. What other qualifications does he need?
Oh boy, here we go. And so I think they're going to bring this guy in. I do think so.
Have you led an audit of any organization? Yes or no? I don't want a long answer. Yes or no? Have you led an audit of any organization of which you were in charge?
Senator, in both of the organizations I ran, we were always completely fiscally responsible.
Yes or no, did you lead an audit?
And the way
yes or no, did you lead an audit? Yes or no? What are you afraid of? You can't answer this question. Yes or no, did you lead an audit? Do you not know this answer?
Senator, every part of my leadership of these organizations has been misrepresented.
I will take that as a no. What were the findings? So there were no findings because you've never led an audit. What guidance did you give the auditors? None, because you've never led an audit. Nobody expects you to be an accountant, Mr. Hexath. What we expect is for you to understand the complexity of this Pentagon budget process that is absolutely necessary to outfit our warfighters.
Man.
Have you led an
Jesus, kind of a stupid question. Every organization gets audited. Yeah, obviously it does. Yeah, of course.
Military to take over Greenland,
Damn.
or would you
I only
use
think that the first one counted.
military
Or the last
to take over Greenland, or
Well, one doesn't count.
an ally of Denmark?
Senator, one of the things that President Trump is so good at is never strategically tipping his hand. And so I would never in this public forum give one way or another direct what orders
that
the president
sounds
gives
to me
in any context.
That sounds to me that you would contemplate carrying out such an order to basically invade Greenland.
That's not at all what he said, but okay.
What? Damn, really? That's crazy. Wow. Okay. Huh? She trying so hard. Yeah, this is the way, bro, this is the I like pancakes so you hate waffle shit. Man.
Completely cleared. Can you so casually cheat on a second wife and cheat on the mother of a child that had been born 2 months before, and you tell us you were completely cleared? How is that a complete clear?
Senator, her child's name is Gwendolyn Hope Exel. And she's a child of God, and she's 7 years old.
And she was, and you cheated on the mother of that child less than 2 months after that daughter was born, didn't you?
Those were false charges.
Well,
It was fully investigated, and I was completely cleared. And I
completely.
Man. Oh boy. Who cares at the Joker? I'm not sure. Let me see if there's any more of these.
Do you know that being drunk at work is prohibited for service members under the UCMJ?
He sounds kind of drunk.
Senator, those
Yes
are
or no?
multiple false anonymous reports peddled by NBC
Do you
News
know that
run directly
drinking on the job
contradictory to
is
the dozens of men and women at Fox News.
Is she drunk right now?
Sounds like it.
Is that how she knows?
I immediately called that out.
I'm not hearing the answer to my question.
And said,
in your opening statement, Mr. Hicks, do you know that being drunk at work is prohibited for service members under the UCMJ?
Oh God, you speaking from experience? Yeah, I guess so. Oh God, let me see if there's any more of these that are good. Veterans Rally Capital, there's this.
Big audience here. Many of them seem to be patriotic supporters of you, Mr. Hegseth. Some of them seem to be liberal critics of you. I would note that it's only the liberal critics that have disrupted this hearing, as was my custom during the Biden administration. I want to give you a chance to respond to what they said about you. I think the first one accused you of being a Christian Zionist. I'm not really sure why that is a bad thing. I'm a Christian. I'm a Zionist. Zionism is that the Jewish people deserve a homeland in the ancient Holy Land where they've lived since the dawn of history. Do you consider yourself a Christian Zionist?
Senator, I'm a Christian, and I robustly support the state of Israel and its existential defense, and the way America comes alongside them is a great
Thank
ally.
you. Because another protester, and I think this one was a member
They
of
do have a
Code
lot
Pink, which,
of
by the way,
heavy lobbies.
is a Chinese Communist front group these days.
It's crazy how America
said
is
that
like
you
so.
support
Oh my God, Israel!
Israel's
Yes.
in Gaza.
On
I
governmental
support
level, I
Israel's
mean.
existential war in Gaza.
Obviously, they
assume,
should have a right to
like
exist,
me,
right?
President
Don't get me
Trump, you
wrong.
support that war as well, don't you?
Senator, I do. I support Israel destroying and killing every last member of Hamas.
And the
Oh boy.
Hi.
Oh boy. Jesus. Yeah, he's going in on it. Insane take. Yeah, no, they're going in. And wow. Let's see if I can find the rest of these. Women should serve. Oh, here we go.
And I would point out, I've never disparaged women serving in the military.
We've got the video, we've got it in print. So going back to January 2013, you told a Fox News interviewer that women in the military simply couldn't measure up to men in the military, saying that allowing women to serve in combat roles would force the military to lower the bar. You picked up on that same theme in 2015, making remarks on Fox News, referring to women in combat as, quote, it would erode standards. June 2024, you said on Ben Shapiro's podcast, quote, women shouldn't be in combat at all. And then, of course, we've talked about it in 2024. You published a book. And you said...
Is she... Yeah. Is this like a gotcha?
It's gonna be nasty.
I don't understand this.
On page 26 of your book, we need moms, but not in the military, especially in combat
This
units.
PC bullshit. I think
Page
it is
48 of your book, you claim that women should not be in combat roles, because men are distracted by women. And then 10 weeks ago, you appeared on the Sean Ryan show and said, I'm straight up just saying we should not have women in combat roles.
I love how this is the clip and it doesn't even give his response.
Should have ate the whole damn thing.
And she's posting this as if this is not a popular opinion, as if this is some kind of like, oh, I gotcha. See, remember when you said this bad thing? Yeah, I would assume that a lot of people agree with that. It's not even a question. It is actually, yeah. Where's the rest of the clip? I haven't seen it. Yeah, they turned it off. He changed his view, though? I'd have to look and see. Even most women don't want to fight? Oh, I don't know. I want to see what he replied. Well, they didn't show that. I guarantee your private security is 100% composed of big, beefy men and no women. Well, I mean, if you have a gun, it's not really that big of a difference. But, like, you have to carry somebody out of, like, a battle. Like, I mean, I don't know. I feel like if you have to lower this, like, this is the way I see it, right? Is that if women can meet the same standards, it's okay. But if you have to lower the standards to make it to where women can join, I think that's a bad thing. That's the way I see it. So, like, theoretically, if there's a woman who can meet the standard, then it's fine. But if the solution to having women involved is to lower the standards, then you're putting everybody at risk. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, how do you not think like that? It's logic. Yeah, it's just that's logical. Now, I think like women being a distraction in combat, like
Bro,
I mean,
now
it's
I'm
like,
even more hungry. I was already like
it's
massively
like
hungry.
the incorrect thing to say, right? It's like I think part of that's true, but it's also the fault of the men. So it's like, how do you handle that? It's very hard to say. But like overall, yeah, if you have to lower standards for that, then it's a mistake. Well, our brains work? Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. Asthma in combat either. They didn't lower standards for women. They lowered standards due to lack of people signing up. So men and women have to meet the same standards to pass the military? Like for pull-ups and stuff like that? Do they have to do the exact same? Right, so women have lower standards. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so yeah, it's bad. Okay, yeah, they have lower standards. Yeah, all right, well, there it is. Really simple, like, wow. Literal, like... How do you not think like this? I don't get it, man. 9.5? Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, this is interesting, but I don't think there's like too many good clips about this, unfortunately. I'll go ahead and I'll look at the rest of it, but that's it. Retards run the country? Well, I don't know. I mean, I think that like everybody can agree, like, you know, having somebody in like a nurse role or something like that, or like a secondary role is not that big of a deal. But if you have like a combat role where you need to have like a certain level of physical capability, then if you don't meet that standard, it doesn't matter what the reason is. You're just simply not there.
Bro, what? I couldn't move
right?
until
I mean,
then,
that's
dude.
it.
There's like 30 seconds.
Yeah, support staff is fine. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, it's not personal. It's not about, I have the same viewpoint with like fat cops. Like, if you're a fat cop and you can't pass like some physical test, then you need to fucking like go on leave until you can.
Still can't move,
Like,
Jesus.
it's the same exact thing. Like, I don't think there's any difference between the two things at all. I really think this guy is so good at doing interviews and like talking to people. He's actually so insanely good at it.
See you. Good morning. Thank you. First of all, congratulations. All right, hasn't sunk in yet. Hillbilly elegy. Yep. Now the Vice President of the United States of America.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. You know, it hasn't sunk in, and you know, I joke that I took 2 wrong turns and I ended up, you know, a hallway down from the Oval
we're
Office.
definitely
And
murdering
it's just
these
an incredible
guys.
thing. You know, the first time I'd ever actually been to the Oval Office was with President Trump as his vice president last
you've
Tuesday.
never been there?
Had never been to the Oval Office.
Wow.
And you know, he always talks about, you know, you have these executives, foreign heads of state, the Oval Office just has a particular power, and I certainly felt it, and it was just amazing to stand in that room. And I remember at the time thinking, I wish that I had something profound to say, and I just stood in there saying, wow, this is crazy.
No, I have the same experience when I went in. President Bush was in office at the time, and I remember I thought it was surreal. I was like, is that really him?
Yeah.
And it is a special place. And then, of course, Trump has his little red button. Which is
Come to my kingdom.
Which is not the red button.
He screwed with me about that, actually.
Did he really?
Yeah, no, so we're just mid-conversation. I think we were with Senator Thune and Speaker Johnson, and he has this sort of beautiful, ornate wooden box on his desk with a red button, and he presses it.
Yeah.
And he just kind of looks over at me, and I'm like, sir, is that did something bad just happen?
Yeah.
And he's like, no, I just ordered a Diet Coke.
That's what it is. It's the Diet Coke red button that comes running in. Then he'll ask you, would you like one?
Yeah, exactly.
That's a good that's a really good idea. Yeah, if you just had a button to, yeah, that's great.
I've known President Trump for over 30 years.
Sure.
I've had a close relationship with him in all those years.
Yeah.
And he and I, when he was thinking about running, we had arguments for hours deep into the night about, I said, I'm not voting for you if you're not a conservative.
Vance is the most normal guy there is. Don't understand why they tried to label him as weird. I feel like the weird label for J.D. Vance is probably the most effective attack they have. I think it was, because it catered to the lowest common denominator of high school mean girl mentality, and that probably is how you activate a lot of people. It was the most effective one they had. Who's they? Well, obviously, like the whole Kamala Harris Democrat people, right? Obviously. I mean, who else would have a best
Shit. I fucking fat figured that.
You really now getting to know what you learned about him.
Well, it's interesting.
At least it stops the bar.
He has the most interesting decision-making process of any person I've ever met. And I think it's what makes him such an effective leader is that when he actually is thinking about doing something, he doesn't just ask, like, you know, his closest advisor or some policy person. He you know, if it's going to affect a business, he'll call the business's CEOs. He'll go and try to talk to the workers. He tries to take inputs from everywhere, and I think it's one of the reasons why he's so in tune with where the American people actually are. But it's also, I think, one of the geniuses of the way that he makes decisions is that he actually tries to talk to everybody. And that's something, honestly, I could write a book just about the way he gathers information from all sources. And it's very unusual. I mean, in Washington, most politicians, you know, if it's a national security issue, they'll talk to their national security person, maybe somebody else in the office. If it's a business issue, maybe they'll talk to the CEO. The president talks to everybody, and that's a very, very profound thing about the way he actually operates.
I would describe. I think that's probably why so many of the things that he says, like a lot of Trump, and they he's relatable to them for like whatever reason, and they just like him. I think that the reason why is because of that. It's because he talks to people, he's charismatic, and he understands like what I think that average people like kind of think, even though he's clearly, I mean, this guy's clearly not very relatable to anybody. But, like, that's why people think that. I think his VP is glazing him. You think his vice president is saying good things about him? I would have never guessed.
Him as a force of nature.
I thought he was going to call him a fat orange retard.
And I think in many ways he's misunderstood
really?
as well, because I know the personal side of him, and I know the business side of him. And as we've seen hundreds and hundreds of executive actions, and you've been here barely a little over a week now.
Yeah.
Well, speed of light. It's speed of light.
You know, we've I think accomplished honestly more in 8 days than the entire Biden administration accomplished in 4 years. And of course, the things that we're accomplishing are actually good things, and the things they were accomplishing.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, they accomplished having 2 war starts, so it's not really entirely true. That's a lot. But either way, in terms of positive, I mean, it's very hard to say. But it's been like a week. It's crazy. Like I will say that. It does feel like, like when Biden was president, as I said, man, it was like Rohan. When like King Theoden was like possessed by Saruman, like everybody was fucking depressed. Like you couldn't really talk to him. It was weird, man. They did nothing. Yeah, no, I'm not crazy for saying this, right? Like it's demoralizing. It's fucking depressing. Yeah, perfect down. Yeah, I'm serious. Everybody's in a bad mood.
The president has incredible energy. I mean, this is something you hear other people say about him, and it's hard to really appreciate it until you're up close and personal. I don't know how much he sleeps or if he ever really sleeps. I mean, you'll get phone calls from him.
I can answer that. He doesn't sleep a lot.
You'll get phone calls at 1 in the morning, and he'll just, he'll talk about policy, and he'll talk about your family, and he just, there's something incredibly energetic about him, but you sort of need that, actually. The federal government has become so sprawling, and the bureaucracy is so unresponsive to what the president actually wants to do, that you kind of need somebody in there who's constantly on. It's all gas, no brakes. That's certainly what we've seen in the last, 8 days. I think it's what we'll see for the next 4 years.
Yeah, it was really shocking, whenever he was just sitting there signing the orders and then answering questions from the press with no script or anything.
I didn't know that was a
damn.
thing.
Like, is this just the way it's gonna be? Huh? Yeah, that was awesome.
When you look at, for example, the two biggest issues in this campaign.
It's not shocking. It happens every presidency. Well, it happens almost every presidency.
And
yeah,
because that's impacting people in Ohio, right? That's impacting their life hard, and a lot of Americans have been really hurt. There's a study that came out that 56% of Americans cannot withstand a $1,000 emergency. It'd be devastating for them. That scares me. I've been there. I've lived there. I know you've been there. Of course. Yeah. Not fun. Not where you want to be.
Not fun at all.
And when I think of the issue of immigration in particular, I'm looking at, we have known terrorists in this country. We have known cartel members,
Are you so poor? Yeah, that's the big problem, is people don't have any fucking money. That's the main issue that people have. It's really not trans or immigrants or some shit. It's really people don't have any fucking money. And like, you can say that maybe immigrants are taking jobs and, yeah, for sure it's a factor. But I think a bigger factor is like companies not paying taxes, really rich people not paying enough taxes, like that, and wasted money on bullshit. That's really where it's coming from, I would say.
Gang members, we have known murderers, rapists, and I'm watching the reaction of the left and the left-wing media and the Democrats, and we're back to Nazi fascists, Hitler, Stalin, Mussolini, and I'm like, what part of these other people are you missing?
No, it's totally crazy, Sean. And if you look, there was the guy who went viral a few days ago that we deported, 17 violent criminal convictions, and was actually saying, the guy from Haiti, he was saying, I hate Trump, I love Biden because Biden.
I bet he did. Yeah.
He wanted me to stay in this country. Is there a better endorsement of Donald J. Trump that a violent criminal who shouldn't be in this country doesn't like him because Donald Trump is actually enforcing the immigration laws of this country? And it's everywhere, Sean. It affects everybody from all walks of life. It's the drug epidemic.
I wonder why,
it's the crime. It's the fact that if you live along the southern border, you're affected by this cartel activity. I mean, we've seen, Sean, just in the last couple of days, multiple cartel members have fired at our own border patrol. And you ask yourself, why wasn't that happening a couple of years ago?
Given the cheap one,
because they weren't empowered to do their job. The border has become so lawless that we're actually engaging in military-style engagements just to regain control of our southern border. And thank God we're actually doing it this time, because if we had another 4 years of Biden and the Democrats' wide open southern border, it would permanently, I think, irreparably transform this country. So yeah, we're doing immigration enforcement in a big way. We're also doing things to lower the cost of energy, because of course...
I think that's one of the main things a lot of people want to see. Yeah, definitely. And were there no illegals during Trump's first term? There were, but obviously, not as much. I will say that this, so Trump, this second term was what I think everybody hoped for with his first term. They thought this is what was going to happen in 2016. Am I right about that? A weekend? Yeah, because like, how many of you guys felt the same way? Yeah, yeah, definitely. It's New Game Plus. Yeah, exactly.
We can lower the cost of energy. We're going to make food and housing, groceries, everything else more affordable for American citizens. And that really is, you're exactly right. That is the two prongs of the Trump agenda. We want to create more prosperity and we want to create more security.
Japanese comedy, oh God.
We're going to do a lot more.
I want
Run
to ask
for
you
the
about the economy in a
hills.
second, but we saw Tom Homan. I mean, I don't think there's anyone.
Talk about a force of nature.
Yeah. I've tried to make him smile. I've had no luck. If you pull that off, that would be a miracle. But
He smiled one time when he was talking about getting rid of people. Yeah, yeah, there was one time.
I've known him a long time. I have a great admiration for him.
Me too.
And almost
I remember that,
10,000
yeah.
deportations
Yeah, he was happy
from
about
some
that
of the toughest criminals. Kristi Noem out on that ICE raid in New York yesterday. She was on TV with us last night. Amazing. 10,000.
The number one blend is called number one blend.
1,800 a day. That's right. And you know, that's a pretty ambitious goal.
It's ambitious, but you need a leader who sets ambitious goals and actually holds people to meeting those goals. Do you think we've got 20+ million illegal aliens in this country? We have got to get these people out of our country and regain control of our own border. And it's not just the people that we're deporting. If you look at the number of illegal entries on January the 19th,
Used to be 20K
the last
a day.
day of the Democrats'
That's a lot.
administration, I believe the number was north of 1,300 illegal entries.
This is what I think is going to happen. I think they're going to get rid of like probably 3, 4, 5 million of them. Then that's going to be pretty much problem solved. Like that's probably what's going to happen. Because like you get rid of like the worst 20-30% of them. The rest of them, like, yeah, it's not good for sure, but like they're like at that point they're basically going to probably slow down a lot. It's not going to be as important. I think like everybody gets behind like arresting some like a convicted 17 times. What are we talking about, right? Get out of here. But you know, you're talking about like you know, like removing people that are like grandmas, etc. You know, like again, I think they should deport everybody, but the people that they should do it last to are those, right? And I could even see like if somebody's over a certain age, they don't get deported, right? Like if you're over 70, it's like, okay, well, you know, fuck it, you got me, right? I could see something like that, not totally unreasonable. But of course, yeah, sure, right? And that's what I think is going to happen. Yeah, 90-year-old illegal, okay? Yeah, I mean, we're going to deport some 90-year-old person. Why? What is this, right? I mean, like, that's my opinion.
5 days later, we had already cut that by more than 60%, and I guarantee we're going to cut it even further. Policy matters. Elections have consequences, and President Trump ran explicitly on regaining control of the border and redelivering American prosperity. That's exactly what we're doing. And it is funny, Sean, to hear the media and the Democrats howl about this and say, well, you know, this is bad, this is terrible, you know, this is, like you said, fascist, Nazi, blah, 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 blah. The president promised the American people he was going to do this.
Yeah, that's the thing, is people get mad about the deportations, but that's literally what a lot of people voted for, and it's what the majority of the public wants. Most people want mass deportations. And so if you think about that, how many people do you think want deportations of anybody who was convicted of a crime? Probably like 95%, right? So I mean, like, you can say that, like, oh yeah, it's like Nazis doing this. Yeah, okay, right? Well, I guess there's a whole lot of Nazis.
Gave him a mandate, so now he's doing it. That's how democratic politics in this country works, and think about that.
If I was in your position or President Trump's position, and I never will be, let's be clear, but if I was, I think what would keep me up at night is the fact that we have known terrorists in the country, and we have murderers in the country, and rapists, and violent criminals, cartels, and gang members, as I said. I'm worried about an attack on the homeland, Vice President. How worried are you?
Well, look, I am worried, Sean, because we were given a country with hundreds, maybe thousands, maybe more of known terrorists that are in the United States of America thanks to the open borders of the last
Immigrants have the lowest crime rate of any demographic. I mean, like, I think that this is the way that a lot of people see it, and it's also the way that I see it, is that the lowest crime rate is still an unforced error, where the amount of crime for that should be 0 because it shouldn't have happened in the first place. So I don't think immigrants are out there committing crime and they're awful and they're like, these are super dangerous people, etc. But this is an unforced error. Like, it shouldn't be happening in the first place. It shouldn't be happening at all.
Administration. So it's our job to worry about it so that hopefully we can prevent that attack. So it's something that does keep us up at night. It's something that the government is working on very...
He says that's a lie per capita. What I'm saying is that it doesn't matter whether it's a lie or not. It doesn't change the viewpoint that I have. And I think that a lot... How many people, like, what I just said, that's how you think? Like, it doesn't matter to you, like, whether they commit more or less crime? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, there we go. There we go. All right. It's so easy.
Aggressively. We've got great intelligence services. We've got great border enforcement. We're trying to identify the bad guys and get them out of our country because, look, what you don't want to have happen, Sean, is let's say we take a foreign policy action that some foreign terrorist organization doesn't like. Well, now these guys, they're not in Syria or some foreign country. They're in our backyards. They're in our cities. We have to get them out to make the homeland safer, but also to empower the president to do the things that he needs to do when it comes to national security. So
I can't imagine what the logic is in allowing known terrorists to stay in the country. That's crazy. And yeah, I don't know what to say. Illegal immigrants have a 100% crime rate. I mean, can we just be honest, though, at drawing a distinction between illegal immigrants that come to the country and commit criminal offenses and ones that don't? And the fact that that's a very big difference. To me, I think that's a very big difference. And I understand that people don't want to make that difference because they think that that somehow creates an acceptable group of them. But I think that logically it is a difference. And I think that anybody would observe that difference if they went about solving this problem. Where if you were going to solve this problem, you would probably go after the people that would be the most problematic first. Which implies that there is a tier system of who is more and less dangerous and more and less problematic, right? And detrimental. So I think that we all know this. Now, it's all on a spectrum of not good, for sure. But one of them is, like, bad, and the other one is, like, insanely fucking bad. I think that's just reasonable.
It does worry me, but we also have a government that's actually tackling this issue. It's getting better every single day.
How do we find them? I mean, we have known terrorists, but you don't know where they are. Known cartel members, but you don't know where they are.
Well, it's crazy, Sean. Sometimes you're right. We don't know where they are.
Yeah,
sometimes we actually do. And that's one of the craziest things of the last week, just for me. You ask what is shocking to me, it's that many of these violent criminals, we knew their addresses, we knew their names, we just need to send somebody to go to their house and get them out of the country. That really should shock the American people.
We've known where they are.
Exactly.
And we know they've had terror ties?
We've known at least that they had violent criminal backgrounds, and we haven't done anything until about 8 days ago when Donald Trump became the president of the United States again. It really,
this is such an unforced error. Like, it is. This is crazy. Most instrumentality for all things. There are errors, like you said. Yeah, no doubt. And we're wasting our time fighting poor immigrants instead the billionaires are sucking us dry. I understand that you don't like billionaires and you think that corporate America... how about this? How about the billionaires that run the companies that are invested in the fact that they continue having this cheap labor source of these illegal immigrants that they can take advantage of? Because I agree with you. I think that you're right. The people that own these companies, a lot of times that are employing these people that are, you know, like illegal, they're fucking, like, they're rich. They're massively fucking rich. You can do both. Yeah, exactly. And so the people that are running the companies are like that too. I don't think that I don't think anybody's in disagreement that that's also a problem too.
It should shock the conscience of the American people One of the things you heard in the speech, one of the criticisms of me and of the president was, well, yes, we have 20 million illegal aliens. We have, close to 1 million violent.
He says again, I'll respond to another one. I don't care about billionaires making money from business. It's when they have the power to lobby policies. And how do they get the power? Let's move on.
Well, yes, we have 20 million illegal aliens. We have, close to 1 million violent criminal illegal aliens, and we don't know where they are. It turns out we actually do know where a lot of them are. We just haven't had immigration enforcement, and that's what's changed so radically.
That actually gives me hope that we can protect the homeland, because I would imagine if you're a terrorist and you're in our country, you're not here to pursue a better life for you and your children. Yeah, you're here to plot, plan, scheme the next attack on our homeland. And I lived through 9/11. I don't want to live through that again. I don't want to lose 4,977 Americans again. Yep. Hey, Sean Hannity
There
here.
it is. Yeah, I think that's it. For me, backing the party that increases taxes on the bottom half of the country, I'm not backing the party. I didn't vote for Trump.
Oh, hello.
If I say that I like what Trump is doing with immigration, that doesn't mean that I support billionaires. That's not the way the world works. I understand that whenever you create this, like,
That's the way these people's
weird
brain work, though.
abstraction, that's the only two options in your mind. But no, that's not how it works. Who'd you vote for? No one. I didn't vote for anybody. I'm sorry. Yeah. I try to support policies and ideas rather than people. And so in an individual sense, I support this. Doesn't mean I support everything. And yeah, if you'll understand, you can only do so much at a time. Are you happy with what you got? Yeah, sure. You've influenced more people to vote for Trump for than Paula. I never said you voted for anything. Well, if the way that I covered things makes you unhappy, then you should cover it in a way that you think is more favorable. I'm covering things in a ways that I think is authentic and accurate. And so if you don't think that it's accurate and you don't think that the way that I see it is true, then you have every right to respond and then make your own videos and talk about it in your own perspective. But the reality is that I think the reason why people are talking about it, and also, like, yeah, sure, I've been more positive towards Trump because I was happy with what he was going to do. Yeah, sure, it's that simple. But it doesn't mean that everybody else has to do what I say. And also, like, if I wanted to influence people to vote for, you know, Vermin Supreme, I don't think that would really shift the vote that much. So it's very easy to go and blame a content creator for talking about things, but what you should really be doing is asking yourself, why are people listening? Why are people listening to this messaging? And, like, for example, I think that the Luigi situation is, like, a really good example of that. Because it's very, like, it's obviously a very bad thing to go and shoot people that you don't like or that you think are doing something wrong, you know, just because, like, oh, you're running this company, you know, you're an asshole, I'm going to shoot you because you're an asshole, right? But why did so many people support Luigi? Why is it? There's a good reason for that. There's a really good fucking reason for that. And although I don't support killing people, I'll tell you this. I read a lot of what Luigi said. And outside of shooting anybody, I don't think he was wrong. I think he was right about everything. That's the way I think. I don't think he should have shot somebody. Murdering somebody is the only thing that most people disagree with Luigi. Everything else he said, I think people are totally on board with. So thanks for the 10 subs. I appreciate it. And yeah, you almost never cover anything negative about Trump in your Twitter group, just reinforces your feeds. So earlier today, I talked a little bit about the plane crash, and I said that Trump made a mistake, and it was stupid for him to blame it on DEI and to frame it around DEI. So maybe you weren't there at the beginning of the stream because, like, I mean, obviously I've been live for like 2 hours, so like people are going to come in and out. But that's just one example, right? And other examples I'm sure will come out.
I love the fighting in these dudes.
That's what'll happen too.
Fast paced.
Yeah. And so I try to look at individual circumstances and.
In the other Yakuza is always a problem as well. There's so many guys on the map. Like after a while, you just start running past them.
It's really just that simple. DEI is the reason, though. I don't think that's
even though the combat's pretty fun.
Anyway, also the pardons you disagree with? Yes, I think that the pardons were an unforced error. Absolutely. Like, you didn't need to do that.
Hi.
What's your take on January 6th pardon? Yeah, so, why are you trying to justify your position? Well, I mean, I think that having, like, a lot of people accuse me of these kinds of things, and so I think that when I have the opportunity to talk about it kind of open-endedly, then it's not really a bad thing to do that. I don't think that's really a bad thing to do at all. Obviously not all the time, but sometimes I'll listen to it and I'll explain it, and you know, there it is.
Oh, thank you,
so,
lady.
Anyway, what I was saying is that, actually, what was I saying? Oh yeah, the January 6th sausages, that's right, yes. I do not support releasing any of them that stole property, violated, or, that stole property or hit a police officer or was violent towards a police officer. I do support releasing all the ones that just simply walked into the Capitol. So I think that if you were violent, you stole or damaged property, I don't think that you should have been pardoned. And if you didn't do any of those things, I think you should have been pardoned. That's the reason. That's my perspective. And I think that also, like, there could be some gray areas in there, but overall, I don't think that we should, and this is the way I see it. I don't think that we should express any tolerance for people that are violent and aggressive towards law enforcement. Period. Police officers are not target dummies. They're not punching bags. I don't think they should be treated that way. 4 to 5 years isn't enough. Breaking in, like, let's say you're stealing something directly out of the Capitol building. No, I think 10. Fuck you. Fuck you. You're gonna do that? You're gonna fuck up. This is our federal fucking building. You're gonna break into the fucking building. You're gonna steal shit out of it. You're gonna steal shit out of it. Suck a fucking dick. Get the fuck out of here. And it's the same thing I've said with other things too. Like, we are way too soft on people that are bad actors. These are people that are bad actors. They're stealing shit. They're destroying property, and they're hurting police officers. Why the fuck are we even giving them even the slightest amount of leniency? I'm sorry. No, it's ridiculous. And look, I get people might think that I'm a bit too harsh. And hey, I might be a bit too harsh. But that's what I think. You ask me what I think, that's what I think. So yeah. Bad actors destroy movie industry. January 6th sympathizers are weird. Well, that's my viewpoint, right? You don't sentence people because of a political agenda. Walking out of the building with something isn't a political agenda. It's theft. It's literally that simple. Do you have the same energy for BLM riots and murderers? Do I have the same energy for BLM riots and murderers? Abso-fucking-lutely. 100%. You think this is the 48th president? Do you think JD Vance is going to win president? I think one thing that would make me confident about him is the fact that it seems like the more that he talks, the more people like him. Where it's like for other people, it's
There's still
like
4 years to go, guys.
the more people like him.
Pete Hegseth, it was a tie. Bipartisan opposition, smallest margin since the job was created, you would break that tie. If the nominee can't unite your party, how's he going to lead 3 million people?
Well, look, I think Pete is a disruptor, and a lot of people don't like that disruption, but Margaret, that disruption is incredibly necessary. If you think about all of those bipartisan, massive votes, we have to ask ourselves, what did they get us? They got us a country where we fought many wars over the last 40 years, but haven't won a war about as long as I've been alive. They've got us a military with a major recruitment crisis, a procurement crisis that's totally dysfunctional, where we buy airplanes for billions and billions of dollars, terrible cost overruns, the delivery dates are always delayed. So
I do think that he's right, where like if you make the appeal to authority that like, wow, a lot of senators and people don't want to have this guy to be like in charge of the Secretary of Defense. Well, yeah, because they might be involved in, you know, like it might be in their best interest to just have continual wars forever.
we need a big change. Now, admittedly, there are people who don't like that big change, but it is necessary, and it's explicitly what Donald J. Trump ran on. And I think part of the reason why the American people elected him their 47th president.
So the main objective is changing all of that? That it's going to be Pete Hegseth alone?
I'd say the main problem the main thing that we want Pete Hegseth to do is to fix the problems at the Department of Defense. And unfortunately, there are many. We've gotten into way too many wars that we don't have a plan for winning. We've gotten into way too many misadventures that we shouldn't have got into in the very first place. And our procurement process, Margaret, is incredible.
I think this is the way that I would say 80 to 90% of people feel about the military, is that they respect the military and they support it, but they think that we spend too much money on it and we involve ourselves in things that aren't important. I think that this actually represents like the vast majority of the population. The Colombian presidency, I'll look at that after this. He's completely right. And I think this is also, if anything, this is more a Democrat talking point than a Republican one.
Well, of course they're policy decisions, but they're also logistical and implementation decisions. If you look at where we are with the rise of artificial intelligence, with the rise of drone technology and drone warfare, we have to really, top to bottom, change the way that we fund the procurement of weapons, the way that we arm our troops. This is a major...
The thing is that you have to keep in mind, like, J.D. Vance and, like, everybody that's, like, around his age and, like, our age. He's 40, I'm 34. Like, this was such a problem for all of us growing up that it made one of the most popular video game series of all time.
Just consuming drama.
Like, make no mistake, Metal Gear Solid is absolutely politically based off of the military-industrial complex, and that is the prime focus.
Well,
that is what it is built on.
And it was
so popular because the message was so good.
Period of disruption, and we think Pete Hegseth is the guy to lead the job.
Probably
and
not.
Yes, Margaret, too, which is we believe that military morale, at least until the election of President Trump, was historically low. You had the Army missing recruitment goals by tens of thousands of soldiers, and already recruitment is starting to pick up because Pete Hegseth is fundamentally a warfighter's leader at the Department of Defense. He is a guy who sees not through the perspective of the generals or the bureaucrats. He looks at things through the perspective of the men and women that we
no
send off
fishing
to fight
way.
in our war.
I think it's also like it's a motivational thing. Like
I'm just grinding right now.
Wanted to sign up for like border patrol, and they were like,
I'm grinding all the crew members, all the bounties.
They believe in the goals of the military, and this is exactly what happened after September 11th. Is that a lot of people signed up to the military like crazy. Like everybody was. It was like Helldivers 2. Like, for anybody who was alive back after 9/11 happened and, like, old enough to, like, kind of pick up on it, like, the country basically turned into super
Did I get the stuff
for, like,
this?
5 years, if not more.
No.
And so, yeah, I was in high school.
No, that's what's so weird about it. It's fucking, it's whack,
it
dude.
totally shifted everything, right?
Pirates contemporary.
Exactly. And I think that really... The reason why people probably stopped wanting to enlist into the military
this doesn't have,
is that nobody wants to fight a proxy war for oil. Nobody wants to, you know, be a pawn in some, you know, oligarch dispute in Syria.
Also, just have to run around.
Why would somebody want to do
And when
that?
something appears above their heads,
It's easy to see why a guy would sign up.
gotta friend
to fight
them.
Hitler.
I need, I don't know,
Fuck yeah, absolutely.
100 friends
But
and
with
20
something
buddies.
like this,
Or do these roots.
just like what Armstrong said, as I said, man, the series. That wasn't Armstrong. That was Sundowner, and he said just like the good old days after 9/11. I remember that so well, and he's right. That's why that game was so good.
Journal and the National Review, conservative publications, as you know, have been critical of Tulsi Gabbard.
And by the way, just to go even farther,
I've been just running
look at
around for quite a
Sundowner,
while.
Look at Dick Cheney.
Conservative publications, as you know, have been critical of Tulsi Gabbard. The review called her an atrocious nominee who deserves to be defeated.
Like my cannons on my ship are literal lasers.
Who stole U.S. secrets
Like the ship's ye old timey, right?
a bad rap for refusal to accept
What?
intelligence finding.
Thinking the mob gets a bad rap.
Do have lasers, and I have a
So
rocket launcher
she's-
for
is
myself.
Quite simply a traitor and a fugitive from U.S. justice. Yeah, that's the problem.
That Assad
How you
gassed
doing,
his
little
own
buddy?
people, they said was like a nominee for OMB director not being able to count
I think this is a fair criticism, and I know a couple of people who have family in Syria, and they showed me some of the photos and some of the things that Assad did, and it was actually shocking to me that when all of that happened, I didn't hear about it almost at all in American media. Gassing his own people. It's like the least of it. Like that dude apparently. It was like Bane in fucking like Batman. There were like women who were imprisoned who got pregnant because they probably got raped by the guards or other prisoners there, and they had kids that were born into the prison. Straight up, it was terrible. Yeah. Fake news? Well, hey, not according to people that I know. I could be wrong. Hey, but these are people that I talked to directly. They told me this personally.
Any of this give you pause?
Noble Corsair.
In charge of the U.S. intelligence community? Yes or no?
No, Margaret, look, these are publications that attacked Donald J. Trump obsessively, but those publications don't determine who the president is, the
And
American
ultimately
people do.
supported him.
And Donald J. Trump is the person who determines who his cabinet is, not these
What
publications.
did the guy
that I
say?
think, frankly,
Sunset
have lost
Avenue or
relevance.
something?
The Senate will.
They have, and I think also
Yeah,
the issue
yeah.
of like
Yeah, it just gets a
media
little
trying
harder.
to pretend to be the fourth branch of government
Seaside
is
Avenue.
extremely
It's over here.
dangerous. I don't like it at all.
Tulsi
Ultimately
Gabbard's.
decide.
Well,
That's the
Senate
bad
will
one.
provide advice and consent, as is its constitutional obligation, but I feel confident that Tulsi Gabbard will ultimately get through. Two things that are important to know
That's
about
probably
Tulsi.
the one
First
we
of all, she is a
need.
career military servant who's had a classification at the highest levels for nearly 2 decades. She has
Not by
impeccable
much.
character, impeccable record of
It is quite a bit
service,
easier than
and
Worlds.
She also is a person who I think is going to
Sadly.
bring some trust back to the intelligence services. The bureaucrats.
She was the one that shut down Kamala Harris. In like this debate, Kamala Harris was doing some bullshit, and then Tulsi Gabbard called her out for putting people in jail for smoking weed, and then talking about how she was smoking weed on a podcast.
Destroyed her
And that
chances.
was the end of Kamala Harris.
Yep.
It took her. I think she had like 2 or 3%, and it took that. 2
If you
or
want to see
3%
crazy
down to
shit,
0.
we're about to get into
And
some.
our intelligence services have gotten completely out of control. They've been part
Yeah.
of the
Grab him.
weaponization
Could actually
of
been
our political
5%.
system, the weaponization of our justice system. We need to have good intelligence services who keep us safe, but part of that is restoring trust in those services, and we think Tulsi's the right person to do it. That's
She
why the
doesn't trust
president.
those intelligence services.
She recognizes that the
Ever played
bureaucrats have
Crazy
gotten out of
Taxi?
control, and we need somebody there who's going to rein them in and return those services to their core mission of identifying information that's going to keep us safe.
You campaign on lowering prices for consumers. We've seen all of these executive orders. Which one lowers prices?
We have done a lot, and there have been a number of executive orders that have caused
5 days, right? 6 days. I mean, it's going to be kind of hard to fix that in a few days.
already
Yeah.
jobs in the country, which is a core part of lowering prices. More capital investment, more job creation in our economy is one of the things that's going to drive down prices for all consumers, but also raise wages so that people can afford to
Every.
If you look at
It's the worst English and I love it.
No, Margaret, prices are going to go down, but it's going to take a little bit of time, right? The president has been president for all of 5 days. I think that in those 5 days, he's accomplished more than 5 years in 4 years. It's been an incredible breakneck pace of activity. We're going to work with Congress. We're, of course, going to have more executive orders, and we're going to try the way to secure lower prices. It's you encourage more capital investment into our country. And more specifically, what executive order is going to help lower prices? All of the stuff that we've done on energy to explore more energy.
One thing
Oh,
I really respect,
son of a bitch.
respect and appreciate with JD Vance is that he answers the question. Like there's a lot of times like people will not answer the question, but he's directly answering the question.
Develop more energy resources in the United States of America. One of the main drivers of increased prices under the Biden administration is that we had a massive increase in energy prices. Donald Trump has already taken multiple executive actions that are going to lower energy prices, and I do believe that means consumers are going to see lower prices at the pump and at the grocery store, but it's going to take a little bit of time. Rome wasn't built in a day, and while we've done a whole lot, we can't undo all of the damage of Joe Biden's presidency
There are a
in
lot
4
of
days.
things that contribute to higher energy prices. under his record words.
Well, Joe Biden did many terrible things to lead to an increase in prices. I agree with you.
Yeah, but all the things you do at the grocery store, what people touch and feel. We're talking about bacon on the campaign trail.
Of course. Of course.
Those things, when do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives?
Well, regardless of how does bacon get to the grocery store? It comes on trucks that are fueled by diesel fuel. If the diesel is way too expensive, the bacon's going to be more expensive. How do we grow the bacon? Our farmers need energy to produce it. So if we lower energy prices, we are going to see lower prices for consumers, and that is what we're trying to do.
It's crazy how such a smart question like that is immediately dismantled by anybody who even slightly knows what they're talking about. Like, I see this all the time on Twitter. Thank God. It's common sense. Yeah, it is. It's common fucking sense.
Damn it. Come on, come on, come on. Oh,
Most of them weren't about the economy. Many of them.
Yeah, we had. I think we've taken over 200 executive actions, executive orders, other executive actions. Again, this is in less than a week, and a lot of them were focused on the economy, bringing investment into our country, prices. We've also focused on safety, restoring public safety, ending weaponization of the Department of Justice. We've done a lot. I think the president is to be commended for actually coming in and doing something with this incredible mandate the American people gave him. He's not sitting in the Oval Office doing nothing.
No, I didn't get this. Damn it. No, because I was in the air. Shit, I could have maybe.
About growing.
Damn it.
Because I see a lot of comments in the chat. It's a funny way of saying it. But yeah, that's basically it. Yeah. That's pretty much what happens. Can I have some oats, brother? Why are they feeding him the oats?
I think they're going to see a lot of good effects from it.
Well, a lot of these announcements have yet to take effect.
Sure.
The president did say he wants to do something with an executive order in relation to federal emergency response. He said he may reform or eliminate FEMA. Instead of sending emergency responders, he may start to send a percentage of money to states to take care of themselves. FEMA has specialized expertise that some of these states just don't have. And in their arsenal, and there are states who are other insurance states, the Mississippi, the Kentucky, the Alabama, be able to do this for themselves.
Well, the president, to be clear, is not saying we're going to leave anybody behind. He's saying that in the way that we administer this,
that was close.
Some of which is coming from the federal level, some of which is coming from the state level. We've got to get the bureaucrats out of the way and get the aid.
This isn't anything new. I mean, like, anybody remembers, there's a reason why Kanye West said George Bush doesn't care about black people. This has been a problem.
No, that was close.
Yeah, I mean, this is Hurricane Katrina. Yeah, exactly. And the thing is that what was so crazy is I remember I watched Kanye say that, and I feel like everybody was like, right? That's the thing. Everybody was like,
all guests.
No, this has been something that's been
from the back
for a long time. It's been bad.
But these are the
talk about these expertise from FEMA in North Carolina and California and Florida with some of the hurricanes has often been a disaster. And it's not because we don't have good people at FEMA, it's because bureaucratic red tape and garbage prevents the rapid deployment of resources.
The states are now going to have to do this themselves.
The president is trying to encourage us to reform the way that we deliver emergency response in a way that gets resources.
So don't take them literally. There's other times.
Oh, the extreme was gone. Oh, god damn it.
How do you... It's so embarrassing. It really is. This is so fucking embarrassing. It's so obviously in bad faith. It is. It's not even like, I mean, this is the reason why people don't trust the media. It's like whenever you go to the Young Turks or you tune into InfoWars or something like that, you know that they've got an agenda. But the difference here is that these people present themselves as being, oh, well, we're just reporting the news. But it's so obvious that there's a clear bias here. It is. It's
Fuck,
so
that car was nowhere near.
The president at his word that FEMA needs desperate reform because it does harder life to go on as VP elect earlier this morning. People would talk about how FEMA would get resources, food, medicine, water to a warehouse, but then would have no plan to get it from the warehouse to the people in the mountains who were literally starving.
Oh shit, I pressed the wrong button.
To death. We can do so much better than under Donald Trump's leadership.
But they work with
Oh, that kind of them both.
They often don't work well enough. And again, that's not because they no.
What the fuck?
Management officials don't work well enough for state and local officials to get resources to the people in need. We should expect. This is, I think, one of the fundamental weaknesses of President Trump's leadership. The American people should expect more of their government.
Oh, I made it to A at
They
least.
should expect food, medicine, water to get to the people who need it. In this terrible fire in California, the fire hydrants ought to actually turn on. I am sick of the
Crazy,
having such low expectations for their government. They should demand more of
How many
us
points?
because
Shit, I was
I think
looking.
that's one of the big surprises that people have, because like apparently like Trump mobilized the military to like help repair some things, and a lot of people were like, "Wait, you can do that?" Like a bunch of engineers from the military, like, "Oh, you can even do that?" Like I think that people have been conditioned to completely accept like lower and lower expectations all the time, and I think it's embarrassing, especially for how much taxes we pay.
See, it's a lot of grinding
money
right
in
now at this point of the
taxes. Why are
game.
there potholes in the roads all the time? Why are they not able
It's
to
because I
see
want to have
this?
everything dead as well, right? Oh,
Really,
fuck.
what are we doing?
country in the world, and that's what Donald Trump's leadership promises to bring back.
So still count the federal government, but watch this.
Shit.
Let
I'm
me
fucking
ask
this
you
up
about
already.
an area that you campaigned on quite a lot, and the flurry of activity, and that's the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops this week condemned some of the executive orders signed by President Trump, specifically those allowing immigration.
How? Bro, I landed on top of the car. It should just fucking like that.
To enter churches and to enter schools. Do you personally support the idea of conducting a radio
Oh, this game is fucking me over.
church service, school?
Well, let me address this. Of course, if you
I think that if the
Dude, drop!
association feels this strongly about
Never mind.
it, that we should ship all those people over there.
This one's over.
That's what I think. I think we should ship all of them over there, and then they can deal with it, and they can actually, you know, that's their problem.
Person they can help convicted of a violent crime, whether they're an illegal immigrant or a non-illegal immigrant, you have to go and get that person to protect the public safety. That's not unique to immigration. Let me just address this particular issue because as a Protestant Catholic, I was actually part by that state. And I think that the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops needs to
Well, they're
actually...
full of shit. They live in a, they literally live in a walled city. It's not even a question. You shouldn't be taken seriously for a second. Like, you're gonna let people lecture you about open borders? You live in a walled city? Are you kidding me?
Motherfuckers.
Look in the mirror and recognize that when they receive over $100 million to help resettle illegal immigrants, are they
actually Nazis? I don't think that that's true. I know that Hitler met with the Pope, but I don't think that it's fair to say that they met with Nazis. Now, Ratzinger, the previous Pope, was part of Hitler Youth, I think, but it's whenever he was underage, and so I wouldn't blame that on him either. Very true. I could be wrong. I just don't know that.
Their bottom line.
And I don't think that's true, but I'm not sure.
Law, we're going to protect the American people. Donald Trump promised to do that, and And I believe the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, if they're worried about the humanitarian cost of immigration enforcement, let them talk about the children who
Oh,
sex trafficking.
that was my fault.
Because of the bipartisan order of Joe
So
Biden.
you
Let them
personally
talk
support
about
going
people like Reagan Riley who were brutally murdered. I support us doing law enforcement against violent criminals, whether they're illegal immigrants or anybody else, in a way that keeps them safe. Let me ask this question. Let's separate the immigration.
I should use that more. It's basically a star. Oh, okay. Wow, timing to figure that out is fantastic.
You change the regulations.
And it gives me extreme automatically. Wow, I had no idea. Oh, look at how everything is just... Oh my god, that's so fucking powerful. I had no fucking clue.
Like, yeah, obviously.
The authority to go into churches and go into schools.
We empowered law enforcement to enforce the law everywhere to protect women.
Damn it.
I desperately hope
You don't want to send your kids to school because there might be law enforcement at the school?
Yeah, good now.
Well, here in America, I wish there was more law enforcement at the school. At Uvalde, I think that would have helped, but unfortunately, they were pussyfooting around outside and people got killed. So I don't really see this as a. I don't really. Yeah, what is this? It defies logic. Yeah, this is. There's no thinking to this at all.
hope it has a chilling effect on illegal
Do you think
immigrants
the
coming
U.S.
to our country.
Conference of Catholic Bishops are actively
10K?
hiding criminals?
Not bad.
I think
Let me hear that again.
Conference of Catholic Bishops
Alright.
are actively hiding criminals?
I've been starving the last 3 hours. I'm gonna go. And then it's a good idea to ingest, sustenance. I will be back after dinner. Probably play some Street Fighter. I don't know. It was getting me mad earlier. Hopefully I'm in a better mental space. Thank you so much for hanging out. Or I'm gonna drop you off. And yeah, I'll see you guys in a couple hours, hopefully. Bye bye. Keep forgetting I didn't press enter, so now I'm gonna sit here awkwardly for 10 seconds and then bye bye.